call to order the meeting for October 15th, 2019, the City Council meeting. I think now we take the roll, is that right?
Councilmember Brockett?
Present.
Councilmember Carlisle?
Also present.
Mayor Jones? Councilmember Marzell?
Very present.
Councilmember Nagel?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Weaver?
Here.
Councilmember Yates?
Happy to be here.
And Councilmember Mary Young. We have a quorum.
Okay, very good. So as you can see, we're short a couple of council members tonight, so maybe the meeting will move faster than it otherwise would. Open comment I'm not sure what this means, it's closed at 6 p.m.
It just means that open comment sign-up is
Sign-ups,
closed.
okay, open comments, sign-ups are closed at 6 p.m. And so I think we have one declaration to be presented tonight, and that will be by Councilmember Marzell.
Good evening. This is Hannah Barker House Day, October 15, 2019. On September 13, 2019, Boulder's Hannah Barker House was listed on the National Register of Historic Places by the U.S. Department of the Interior. This designation is significant for our community in many ways, not only as it celebrates and acknowledges our history, but also as it reflects the extraordinary efforts and collaboration of many individuals and organizations. The house, located at 800 Arapahoe Avenue, was built in 3 stages, beginning in the early 1870s. An addition was constructed in 1875, and a large 2-story addition in the Italianate style was built in front of that in 1892 by Hannah Barker. The house is considered an excellent example of Boulder's upper middle class housing built in the late 1870s. Imagine middle class housing. Hannah Connell Barker, who lived from 1844 to 1918, was an extraordinary woman. Coming to Colorado as a school teacher after the death of her husband, Ezra, in 1883, she threw herself into the civic affairs of the city. She was extensively involved with the women's club movement in Boulder during the Progressive era. The clubs that she formed, chaired, or participated in include the Boulder Fortnightly Club, the oldest literary club in Colorado, the Women's Christian Temperance Union of Boulder, various free public reading room committees, including eventually leading to the establishment of, imagine, a public library, and the Women's Club of Boulder. Her house was used for meetings of these civic causes, as well as social events, often related to Boulder Women's Clubs. She platted the Highland Lawn subdivision, donated land now known as Barker Park, and Barker Reservoir and Dam outside of Nederland, now a main source of city water, which are located on land formerly owned by Ezra and Hannah Barker. By the 1930s, the interior of the house had been divided into apartments, and ultimately, in 1997, the interior was gutted in hopes of developing the property as a bed and breakfast. But those plans were abandoned, and the house was vacated and left to deteriorate for over 20 years. Finally, in 2007, at the time, along with Historic Boulder and the City of Boulder, worked together collaboratively for several years to find a way to save the Hannah Barker house. And in 2009, the house was designated a local landmark by the City of Boulder, and Historic Boulder acquired the house through charitable donation in December 2010. At that time, the house was structurally unsound, with holes in the roof and cracks in the walls, and required emergency stabilization. What followed was an extraordinary collaboration of organizations and individuals. From December 2010 through 2015, Historic Boulder held more than 60 public educational and fundraising events and managed the rehabilitation project. Thank you very much. They applied for and received grants from the State Historical Fund, over $300,000, the National Trust for Historic Preservation, the McConnell Foundation, and the Boulder Arts Commission, with each grant requiring local fundraising to match a portion of the grant. Historic Boulder also put over $425,000 of its own money into the project. Thanks to the State Historical Fund, Historic Boulder, generous donors, many volunteers, and Hannah's House has been resurrected and is once again a cherished part of Boulder's heritage. Today, the house is structurally sound from its foundation to the top of the spire. Its cupola and chimneys have been rebuilt, and the exterior has been painted in a palette of colors Hannah used during her life. The interior and exterior landscaping were beautifully completed by the current owners and excellent stewards of the house, Carmela Weber and David Secunda. Historic Boulder recently installed an interpretive sign next to the sidewalk on the property so Hannah's story will be continued to be told. In acknowledgement of these contributions, partnership, and community involvement, as well as the recent listing on the National Register of Historic Places, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declares October 15th, 2019, Hannah Barker House Day. And I would like to ask, I look out in the, let's hear it for Hannah Barker and her vision. I would like to ask, I look out here, these are all my friends. Please come up and just stand here in recognition of what you guys have done. And, you know, it has been great. And look, a village, it takes a lot of people in a village to save really important places. And we've been able to do that. And I'm going to turn it over to my longtime friend, former planner, former planning director, and historic preservation person extraordinary, Ruth McKaiser.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. So I just have a brief statement to make on behalf of many, many people. My name is Ruth McKaiser, and I was the chair of the Hannah Barker House Committee for the 5 years that Historic Boulder owned the home and rehabilitated it. With me tonight are other members of the Hannah Barker House Committee, Catherine Long Gates, Abby Daniels, who is also the executive director of Historic Boulder during the time that we worked on the Hannah Barker House, Jancy Campbell, Nancy Blackwood, Tom Thorpe, who was also the Hannah Barker House project manager, and Dion Wolfenbarger, who was on our committee, wrote the National Register nomination. You know, for Historic Boulder, this represents the continuation of a 45-year legacy of saving important buildings and places in the community. But as mentioned in this wonderful proclamation, this project would not have been successful without many, many other partners. We wanted tonight to specifically also thank the City of Boulder, because what's not mentioned in the proclamation is this actually started out as a non-consensual landmark designation. And by the late 1990s and 2000s, this house was in terrible condition and was very close to condemnation by the city. In fact, Chris Meschuk has a great story to go along with that, because Chris did play a great role in this. From 2000, so Historic Boulder submitted an application for the landmark designation, and from 2006 until 2010, several city staff members, including Chris, and many others, and Historic Boulder members played very important leadership roles in negotiating with the owner at the time and collaborating with him and others to come up with a strategy to save the building. Historic Boulder took ownership of the building in 2010 and began the 5-year rehabilitation. It was not easy, it was not quick, but here we are, 13 years later, celebrating the Hannah Barker House Day. I hope that you all take time to walk by this wonderful local landmark and now nationally recognized building. It's just down the street at 800 Arapahoe. You will see how lovingly it is being cared for by the current owners, David Segunda and Carmela Weber, who have also, in the spirit of Hannah Barker, they opened their house to the community for activities, and they've just done wonderful, wonderful things. And they are sorry that they could not be here tonight. You will see also the interpretive sign that Historic Boulder placed on the property. It's right on the sidewalk there. And you can see pictures and read some history of Hannah and the building. And be sure to turn around when you're there and look toward 9th Street, because you'll see the Highland School there. You'll be looking at the same beautiful, stately building that Hannah would have been looking at from her porch. And you'll also be looking at the first building that Historic Boulder saved over 45 years ago in 1974. So on behalf of Historic Boulder, the Hannah Barker House Committee, many, many friends of the Hannah Barker House, thank you very much for this wonderful proclamation, and happy Hannah Barker House Day.
Okay, we'll begin with open comment.
Very good. So I will call the names of the people who are speaking. You will have 2 minutes. And if the second person that I call could be ready, that'd be great. First speaker is Elizabeth Black, then Leslie Glustrom.
Elizabeth Black, 4340 North 13th Street. We hear a lot about soil health these days, but what exactly is it? The NRCS says soil health is the continuing capacity of soil to function as a vital living ecosystem that sustains humans, animals, and plants. There's a couple important words here. Continuing capacity means healthy soil keeps doing this for a very long time. Vital living ecosystem means healthy soil is a complex web of life with lots of complicated relationships between soil microbes, soil organic matter, and soil minerals. It's not just a bunch of dirt. Sustains humans means we depend on healthy soil for our own survival. And healthy soil does another wonderful thing. Working with plants, it pulls CO2 out of the atmosphere and locks the CO2 up for centuries. So healthy soil fights climate change. So how do you measure a soil's health? One way is with the Haney soil test, which gives you a soil health score. Haney uses this complicated formula to measure soil health. If we translate Haney's complicated formula into regular English, we get this. Your soil health score equals the number of microbes in your soil plus the amount of carbon-rich food they have to eat plus the amount of nitrogen they can supply to other living things. So a healthy soil has lots of soil microbes, lots of carbon-rich organic matter for soil microbes to eat, and supplies living things with lots of nitrogen to make the building blocks of life like DNA and proteins. The survival of all of us carbon-based life forms in this room depends on soil microbes supplying us with nitrogen to build and power our bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Leslie Glustrom, and then James Feeney.
Evening, Council. Leslie Lustrom. I live in Boulder, and thank you, as always, for caring.
There you go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. No, I'm just kidding. It was great to see you. Thanks for caring about climate change. If you haven't read about the typhoon in Japan, don't, because it's quite depressing. These are the storms that I thought we'd see in 2039 when I was about to die. Instead, we're seeing them now. It's I can't even begin to think what our children will be dealing with, so thank you. As always, half of our greenhouse gas emissions come from our electricity. That's why we've begun to be so kind of obsessed with it. Xcel, despite 15 years worth of work, I was thinking as I came here, I put in 70 to 80 hours a week. I've done it for 15 years. They're still at 73% fossil fuels. I'm still struggling with them, over hundreds of millions of dollars on coal plants. So the great news you heard in your study session is they closed the separation docket down at the commission. Deb Kalish, Kathy Haddock, the entire staff, please thank them. It has been endless hours and evenings, endless evenings and weekends to hang in there with Xcel through all these years. It's amazing news that they did it. The bad news is we've been dealing with Xcel for over 10 years, so let's compare that to Holy Cross. They serve areas around Aspen, Vale, and Glenwood Springs. They set some climate goals in September of 2018. In January of 2019, they signed an agreement with Guzman. In August of 2019, they signed a wind contract that will take them to 69% renewable by 2021. That means in 11 bleeping months, they're on their way, and we're 11 years and counting and still nowhere close. So it's not just Guzman. There are many providers. We know that they're ready to bring us 80 to 90% renewable. They'll do it in a couple of years if we can just break through the monopoly strings that hold us. Hear lots about the little blue bars, the money for municipalization. I can't remember the last time we saw a story about Xcel, and certainly a thoughtful story about Xcel has been years and years and years, back to Laura Snyder. So if you actually want to know about the alternative of Monday, October 21st, there it is. And thank you as always, super appreciate it.
Thank you, Leslie. Next is James Feeney. And after James will be Allie Catherine Wild.
I am James Feeney from North Boulder. O legum latoris, give ye ear to our plea, and hide ye not yourselves from our cry. I see in the city charter, section 143, that city council members have sworn an oath to enforce the ordinances of the city of Boulder. And as the board of directors of the City of Boulder Municipal Corporation, council members are required then to direct the chief executive officer of the municipal corporation to enforce the ordinances of the City of Boulder, Charter Section 64. However, I also see that the chief executive, over a period of more than 15 years, continues to fail to enforce the dark sky ordinance of the City of Boulder. In fact, while the chief executive officer continues to fail to enforce the ordinance, also in violation of her oath of office, as if to add insult to injury, I see that City Council has instead authorized a raise to her over $250,000 a year salary. I echo Greta Thunberg when she says, "I shouldn't be here." I shouldn't have to be here repeatedly to demand that you simply do your duty. Now I ask council members to explain, what is your motivation in refusing to enforce the ordinances of the City of Boulder in violation of your oath and duty of office? Is it contempt for your constituents? Is it contempt for the laws of the state of Colorado? Or are the officers of the City of Boulder engaged in some kind of secret conspiracy? Tell me, can my simple questions be answered here in council chambers? Or must we instead address these questions in district court? And no, these are not rhetorical questions.
Thank you, James. Next is Allie Catherine Wild, and then after her, Evan Rabbits.
Howdy, I'm glad to see everyone again. Hey, great job, speakers. It's a really good group of speakers, you know. So the reason why I'm here is for a couple different reasons. One of them is I had difficulty in my neighborhood. First, I came to complain there's violence in my neighborhood. We had a meth house, and then the cleanup at the meth house was insufficient, so I was complaining. So I've had some interactions with the police. sadly. I don't like the police that much, nothing personal, but I'm poor in Boulder and it's difficult. And one of the things that I tell the police is I've got photos, and the police say you've been harassing others with your camera. So I came to say, I tell them this. I tell them, guess what? I'm an artist. And I take photos. I take fun photos. I think this is a fun one. Mr. Mango or McDonald's. Here's another one from Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, where I was working for a while. It's a McDonald's and a mosque. You know, talk about globalization of corporate interests. But I also like people a lot. And this is an old one from Chicago. What is more compelling, the person or the advertisement? Of course, I think it's the person and the graciousness that carries people over. So when I tell people, police, that I'm an artist, I can take photos, I actually know my rights. Well, I hope to be able to exercise my rights. That's why I'm here. Now, the difficulty I have with Boulder housing is always the same thing. There's access problems, right? So this is about access. Somebody has access to the world because she has a wheelchair and can get through it. Well, I live in housing that doesn't have access. The space behind that gallon jug that was put in there for scale is the largest space, the largest storage space in my kitchen, and it's not accessible. So this is my lock. Do you see the little, I forget what you call the hydraulic thing, It's put there, so every single time I have an argument with that item to be able to get in my door. I have such good complaints.
Please follow up with an email. That's helpful.
Thanks.
Thank you. Evan? And then after Evan will be Patrick Murphy.
Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. Citizens should know that the online petition system for ballot initiatives, which voters approved 71 to 29% in November, has been obstructed and delayed by city staff for 20 months now, since the city's Campaign Finance and Elections Working Group got started on it. It's been so outrageous that 5 of the city council candidates have signed a letter asking staff to stop. Adam Swetlick, Rachel Friend, Susan Peterson, Mark McIntyre, and Gala Orba. Staff sent council 2 reports with false and biased information in spite of the working group's objections. Working group member and longtime former councilman Steve Pomerantz and I had to meet with Mayor Jones and Mayor Pro Tem Brockett to clarify things and get an honest council hearing to put it on the ballot. Staff then urged council to spend $21,000 on Denver's inferior tablet system when we had a free offer of a superior online system from reputable nonprofit MapLight. Staff failed to notify the working group about the first reading about this ordinance, but council did the right thing. Staff then claimed that 2 of the working group's charter amendments, which they themselves had readied for the ballot, were actually in conflict, and that we'd have to amend the charter again, delaying the project by an entire year. All members of the working group repudiated this, as did council. Now staff has again rejected the free offer, saying we need a $400,000 system with security greater than the security of any state online registration system. Imagine Boulder needing greater security to sign a petition once than any state needs for you to register to vote.
Thank you,
for
Evan.
life. You're welcome.
Patrick Murphy, and then after him, David Beek.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. Who proposes the muni as a business and provides no estimate of the higher cost, even though they can be estimated? Boulder does. That's who. Who promised off-ramps, but repeatedly denied us the option to vote on actual off-ramps? Boulder did. That's who. The muni failure can be delayed but not avoided. You would think there'd be a plan B, C, and D, but there isn't. Listen to this, and know that perhaps 49.6% of Boulder would be happy to sign the initiative, and 50.4% would vote to approve it. shall the municipal utility be terminated and the existing City of Boulder occupation tax be repurposed for solar incentives, wind incentives, a City of Boulder renewable energy certificates broker, and programs that promote energy use reduction. The first outcome would be immediate and rapid carbon reduction. In addition, $4 million of carbon taxes would leave the general fund and be dedicated to carbon reduction. $2 million would be removed from the Muni effort and dedicated to carbon reduction. Sadly, some folks would lose their jobs. $2 million from the cap tax could be mostly used for carbon reduction, and perhaps a quarter of that just used for administering real carbon reduction. I have provided numerous examples of how we could be at 100% renewables on day one of 2021 instead of wasting 11 months to crush the Muni in November of 2021. Otherwise, it would be 2024 before carbon reduction could begin. What is the right thing to do? The planet burns and floods while Boulder fiddles. Time to burn the fiddle and let real carbon reduction begin.
Next is David Beek, and after David Beek, Lori Call.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you all very much for your service to our city. I'm David Beek with Arcadia Architecture. I am here to talk about the moratorium and opportunity zones. I have a client who is a business that has been in Boulder for more than 30 years. They did not want to come tonight and speak in their own economic best interest because they perceived this council as being so hostile to their business interests that they were afraid of retaliation, which really saddened me and kind of shocked me, but thought that was valuable feedback. Anyway, they would like to consolidate their two operations into one in a single building. Their use by right would allow them to add 2,300 square feet to their 6,900 square foot building that is 3 blocks from a transit center and on a transit corridor. There's ample parking in the area. They want to add an elevator to make the building accessible. A lot of their clientele is elderly. And they want to make the building more energy efficient. All of those goals are entirely consistent with the stated goals in the comp plan of what we want development to be in Boulder, where it should be located, et cetera, et cetera. And so I would like to request that you rethink your policy on moratorium and economic opportunity zones, because if those policies are in such direct conflict with the goals stated in the comp plan, then why do we have a comp plan? Thank you.
David,
can I ask
you have a question?
Thanks for coming tonight.
Yeah, sure.
The client of yours that you referred to, would their you were helpful in giving us square footage. Would their circumstance be alleviated under the option 2D? Did you read the packet? Yeah.
That would only allow for 373 square feet to be added, which would really not be able to accomplish any of those goals.
So, I mean, we'll come back to this, but my understanding is that the D would allow a building of up to 20,000 square feet, an office building of up to 20,000 square feet by right. Would that give them the space to, if the moratorium were discontinued, would that give them the space?
Oh, yeah, right.
Okay. Thank you. Great. Thanks, David.
Sure.
Okay, next Lori Call, and after Lori is Daniel Glaser.
Hi, I'm Lori Call with the Boulder Chamber. Tonight you'll be discussing two significant land issues, community benefit height limits and use table updates. We appreciate the extensive work by staff to further understand the impacts on local businesses. You've received input from the Boulder Chamber and our members who have extensive experience with the Boulder's land use code. Our feedback over the past few weeks reflects the realities and challenges of delivering projects in Boulder. Regarding community benefit, in addition to the data from KMA, there are other factors to consider as expressed by some of the same professionals who informed the KMA report. Additional regulations and limitations may discourage the creativity that makes this community so unique, and we should encourage the type of projects that are desired. We also encourage looking beyond the limits of the Appendix J map to areas where additional height, up to 55 feet, is compatible with the surroundings and helps meet community goals. As you consider the use table updates, we appreciate the staff's recommendation to allow small neighborhood offices that give residents the opportunity to work near their homes. And we also want to extend our appreciation to the staff for revising office regulations that now focus on square footage and therefore reduce non-conforming uses. We encourage you to consider a square footage that allows for flexibility in accommodating mid-sized businesses that we're seeing leave this community. And for those projects that are beyond the new parameters, we urge you to allow them a standard use review as part of the process. This maintains flexibility to explore future opportunities that could help achieve the city's goals. Finally, because a number of the changes occurring have significant impacts, we encourage you to reach out to the businesses and educate them about the changes. Thank you for considering the downstream ramifications.
Thank you. Next is Daniel Glazer and then Lynn Siegel.
Hello, good evening. I'm Dan Glazer. I live at 210 Arapahoe. I've lived and been in Boulder all year. Sorry, is that? Oh, okay. I may not need it. I've lived in, been an all-year bike commuter for 11 years, and I don't own a car. I'm here today because I wanted to ask the council for help for equitable mountain access for Boulder cyclists. As you may know, Boulder Creek access has been severed, and it will be severed until December or longer, and there really aren't any other alternatives for cyclists that are reasonable. And I just wanted to ask for your help, just for cyclists, and in particular, this issue.
So thank you, Mr. Glazer. So at the end of open comment, we always turn to staff for feedback, so I'll ask at that time for an update on this, and we'll talk about it. Thank you for coming tonight.
Dan, I appreciate your sending us an email about this, and I guess I'm wondering if, and I guess that's what you're wondering, if something could be done that would put a little link so that you could get up Boulder Canyon.
Yeah. So we'll talk to staff
Yeah.
in a minute.
Yep, thank you. Lynn Siegel's next, and then Rishi Raj.
Hi, Lynn Siegel, Mountain Heights. The candidates I recommend, I only go by first name because of quickness: Karina, Mark, Brian, Susan, and Adam. Karina, yay. Mark, Brian, Susan, and Adam. I went to fight my property tax value at the Board of Equalization on Friday, and unfortunately, guess what? My furnace goes out that day. Well, not out completely, but with the next snow, I'm sure I'll probably be in trouble because I can't get Norm's Plumbing to even talk to me until the end of the month. They left a message on my machine. All we've got in this town now is young single professionals. That's great, but that doesn't help me in my furnace. I don't appreciate that. I want for the hearings tonight, I want a moratorium on the Oz, complete moratorium. You do your use tables exclusive of the Oz entirely. Community benefit, this is just one more form of congestion, increasing the height and maxing us out in this community. All we're going to do is delay the inevitable. We have an endless, we have a constrained supply and an endless demand for housing here. And this is the other form of traffic calming, is me, when cars have stopped for 3 cycles, I just take my bike in between all the cars to cross 28th Street. This is utterly ridiculous. I wanted to correct Yates' office. He said that he has an office. He does not have an office. I went to it last week. He has an office downstairs that anyone can use. He described at the League of Women Voters that he has an office. That's the one downstairs. He had one. He does not now. Lisa with Rocky Flats, we have no vote on the JPPHA, the Highway Authority, because of the Section 16 housing. You are wrong, not me. Excel, let's see, condemnation and vote, yay, yay. And I would go to 28th and Pearl, but I don't have time. Next time.
Thanks, Lynn. Rishi Raj, and then Mark Ricketson.
Yeah, my name is Rishi Raj. I live on 863 14th Street. And I came here to talk about Harbeck House, and it is almost surreal to hear Lisa Morzel dedicate the Barker House. There's so many parallelisms between these two initiatives that it's really an opportunity for us to create another Barker House in Boulder, but with the added advantage of it being a community center, being a living historic house, where it becomes a place where people meet in a beautiful spot up high on a hill with a garden around it, and talk about things that will enhance Boulder in many different ways to many, many years to come. So what I really want to talk about is give you some background on what's been going on about the Harbeck House initiative. And, there are problems. And, we were told that the annual, the monthly fee for the house would be $3,000, and that's what Historic Boulder was counting on, but now a monkey wrench has been thrown into it. They're asking for $6,000. Colorado Group, a commercial real estate company, had been brought in to negotiate the choice of which proposal would be approved and which not. So there's been a lot of sort of noise in this process that has occurred, which is creating difficulties at Historic Boulder. I mean, these are real problems, and they're having issues about raising money, and money is not the issue here. I mean, we have good ideas, we have people. We have passion and people who are willing to make this a success, and we shouldn't be historic. It's small amounts of money, and we need to kind of make this happen. And, I just want you to be aware of that the whole process is being sort of muddied a little bit because of all these extra elements being thrown into it. And so I ask you for your support to make this a viable community historic place that will eventually become a national landmark.
Next, Mark Ricketson, and then after Mark, Ann Wilson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mark Ricketson. I live in Gun Barrel, Wellington Road. And today I want to talk to you about an issue that I think is concerning to me. It has to do with the pollution that is being supported by the city of Boulder, knowingly or unknowingly, and it has to do with the general aviation aircraft that are stationed at Boulder and that use Boulder as a place to practice takeoff and landing. Aviation gas, as you may or may not know, called 100 LL, has 4.5 times the amount of lead that used to be allowed in cars, which is the EPA has banned quite a number of years ago. There is no option for general aviation aircraft. They have to use this because their engine technology is so antiquated. They can't use anything else. So as you know, lead is a highly toxic element. It's an inorganic metal. It doesn't dissipate. It doesn't transmutate. It falls to the ground, into the water, into your lungs. And the other thing is that it's being generated, 90% of the lead that's in general aviation aircraft, these are piston-powered, propeller-driven aircraft, 90% is exhausted during flight. And if you're familiar with the air monitoring that's being done at the res for the extraction industry volatiles, you know that the res values that we're measuring are 2 to 3 times the normal, any other city of similar size, and they're all coming from Weld County, not from Boulder County. I have a little graphic here I'd like to let you take a look at.
Go over here, sir.
It has to do with the amount of flights over Boulder County in one day. The flights start at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they go sometimes into 10, 11 o'clock at night. It's an issue. It needs to be addressed. and then the city is partially responsible for this.
Thank you, Mark.
You're welcome.
And next, okay.
So, Mark, on this graph that you just passed out, are these all initiated from Boulder Airport or also from Erie, Rocky Mountain Metro,
There's
and Multnomah?
4 airports there that are highlighted, where most of the traffic is coming. A lot of it's coming out of Rocky Mountain, as we know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Wilson. I live at 4663 Greylock Street, and I also want to talk about aviation pollution, and I want to take these 2 minutes I have to talk about the impacts on me and the impacts on our open space. This is mainly small plane aviation pollution. I live in the area that is directly under all those lines on Mark's graphic. At my home, I can have up to 100 flights in a day go over my home, up to 30 an hour go near my home. This is all day, every day, and it very much impacts my peace in my home. It didn't used to be like this, but it's gotten terrible. I love my home because it's surrounded by open space, and I love our open space. I live very near Gun Barrel Hill, which you may know is OMSP has restored as tallgrass prairie, and they've done a beautiful job of making habitat for grasshopper sparrows, meadowlarks, and burrowing owls. Those birds were mentioned as particularly threatened when the report came out a couple weeks ago about how much bird life we've lost in North America. So we're spending this money, we're managing these lands in a beautiful manner, and they need to hear too. And it's not just noise pollution, but as Mark said, it's atmospheric pollution and things that are falling on our agricultural lands. Excuse me, I'm not good at this. And our waterways. This community is mainly small plane hobbyists who benefit from this. It's a small number of people, and we as residents and the wildlife are paying the externalized costs of their behavior, and it's only increasing. There is no limit in sight, so we really need, unless somebody does something, it will only increase. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. So we'll close public comment and move on to any staff comments to the public.
So one of the members of the audience was requesting help from the city council to provide a bike access up the Boulder Creek. I believe that we do not have control of it, but I'm pretty happy that Bill Cowron is here because I think that maybe he can shed a little bit more light on it. But this is a state road and it's under construction. So Bill.
Bill Cowron, Principal Traffic Engineer for the city. So we were made aware of this, and we're following up with the Colorado Department of Transportation about how it transpired. But as Jane mentioned, it is where the facility is closed is not the city facilities, it's the state facilities. So we're going to need to work with the state to have a reasonable access set up.
So, and Bill, is it the case that there's currently no bike access up the canyon whatsoever?
To be honest with you, I don't know.
We don't know.
Yeah.
But I understand that it's not our area to control, but hopefully we can advocate here, because that's my understanding from what Mr. Glazer said, and I've heard that from other people as well, that currently there's 100% no way to get up the canyon on a bike.
I think both the city and the county will be advocating.
Excellent. Thank you. Please get back to us and let us know how that goes. Thank you.
So, Cindy?
So I have not a bill questions, but I have questions of staff about, there were 3 items mentioned that I had thought were pretty much taken care of, shall I say. One is the dark sky ordinance.
So Cindy?
Yeah.
Can we finish up
Yes.
with the road issue?
Yep.
Yeah. Nearby?
So I drive this every day, and we were affected because our business and the fire department is up there. So this is a CDOT and a county issue, as far as my understanding goes. Bike access is restricted up the canyon from Arapahoe to 4 Mile, and rightly so at the moment because of the blasting. It's extremely dangerous, and the fact that they won't even let life or death issues down during blasting times, I mean, that should speak to the level of intensity that they're experiencing right now. There are bikes allowed on the canyon, though. I see them on a daily basis in extremely dangerous areas. But I will tell you, if you can find a different route, I would highly suggest it, because this is not a safe spot, especially coming from a first responder. This is where people die, so I'm just letting you know. But there are bikes on the canyon, and they do come up. It's just that westward up the canyon from Arapahoe to Four Mile are currently not allowed.
Okay, anyone else on this topic?
Well, I certainly understand that when the canyon is closed entirely, nobody should be there, of course, right? It's the question of whether you can get a bike up there when the canyon road is open. So.
Right, and I guess I did have a question, Bill. My recollection is we have a bike path that goes from Arapahoe up the canyon. Who owns that? I thought that was the city's.
Well, I believe we own a portion of it, but it will quickly, the city portion will end and it will become a county/state facility. And so I'm sure they're closing it on our end, but that's only so that people don't ride partially down and have to turn around and come back.
And they're not blasting all day, are they, or?
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So Cindy, do staff have anything else?
Yeah, I was going to provide an update on the online petitioning project. If you
Great, thank you.
That'd be great.
Evan made some comments about it. So just to give you some background, you'll recall that in November of 2018, there was a ballot measure passed. The original plan was to use a tablet-based system that Denver had. And so we apprised council of that, and staff developed an ordinance based on that. We learned from Denver that they did not want to provide us with that system. So in March of 2019, we told council that we couldn't do it for 2019, and council said, well, go straight to regular petitioning, get rid of the tablet-based system. And so we switched over to that. We immediately worked and developed an RFP, which we issued in 4 months, which for a complex project like this is incredibly fast. So any allegation that we're sitting on this, it just isn't supported by the facts. So we issued the RFP. We got, I think, 6 or 8 responses. We selected 3 finalists. Staff interviewed 3 finalists. They're still negotiating and working out the details. The selected vendor has not been identified yet. All of the RFP was designed to solicit responses that made it possible to go ahead in 2019. They're still negotiating that and trying to figure that out. We will announce a selected vendor shortly. It should be. Now, with respect to the question of security, there is a difference between signing petitions to get a candidate on the ballot and being able to put a measure on the ballot. And so staff has tried to do this as securely as possible. When we talked to Arizona, their basic position was, well, people can fake signatures and do things on paper. We don't want to make it harder for online. And we actually have a secure system for verifying signatures. As you know, we've done ballot measures recently to make our signatures for ballot measures more secure. So we're trying to duplicate that in the online system. We hope to have a good, solid product available for the people of voter shortly. Anybody who's ever done any kind of computer implementation will tell you that a year is an incredibly short time to do something like this. We are working very hard to do this. We have sent 3 detailed responses to the 8 or so emails Evan has sent to staff. He's also visited our office. He's screamed at me for an hour over the phone. So it makes it a little challenging for us to respond professionally. We'll continue to try to do that, but it would be great if we could get the hate out of the system and have more of a productive relationship.
So, go ahead.
So follow-up, and so as someone who works in the software development field, a year is not an unusual amount of time, particularly for kind of a first-in-class kind of project like this. So I understand that. One of the things that Evan was talking about was the price, that there was a free option. My memory from what you've written us in the past was that it did not have the security level that we were looking for. Is that a correct statement?
That's great. So we got an offer from a company called MapLight to do a free system, an open source system, which concerns us. So our IT professionals thought it would be best to do an RFP that basically defined our needs and put it out there and see what responded. MapLight did respond. They did not respond with a free offer. Yeah. All of the offers were in about the same price range, so price wasn't a determinative factor. There are really good options for us, and we intend to select it. But yes, that's correct.
I look forward to hearing more.
This is on a different topic.
Oh, I have one more question about this topic. I understand that there are also some perceived roadblocks to working with the Colorado Secretary of State and the Boulder County Clerk, and I understand those have mostly been worked out, but can you talk a little bit about how staff and the vendor will coordinate with the county clerk and the Secretary of State?
So I'm not in on those conversations. I don't believe they've been completely worked out. We are working on it, and both the county and the Secretary of State have offered to cooperate. The issue is access to their database. And so we've asked for a proposal for two-factor authentication, which is the standard in most online software today. So a person would have to enter something that they knew and then some second thing. You have the ability to put an email address or a text address into your voter registration records. And so what we're trying to do is get access to that so we could send you a text or an email with a security code that then you could send back to us, verifying that you're the voter who's actually registered. Very straightforward. And what we need, though, is the ability for people to update those records if they have not provided that information previously, and then have us be able to so what would happen is, if you go in and try to sign something or endorse something, you would, if you didn't have a phone number or a email address, you would get an error message saying, go update your voter records. Here's a link to do it. Very simple. We would then query it the next day, get a new voter record. You could go in the next day. That's our hope. Then have an email or a phone number, and then we'd send you for the two-factor verification. So getting the access so we can do it on a daily basis is really important to make this very simple for the voters in Boulder to do this. So that's what we're hoping for. It also provides a very high level of security at a relatively low cost.
So I just have one point of feedback. One of the things that is a little bit of concern is whether people actually have a phone or not. And obviously they would have probably an email if they're doing this over a computer, but it seems like another option would be to mail them a code that they could enter.
So we looked at that. That raises the cost incredibly because you have to have someone there to mail out codes. So
well, I would think it could be done, well, we can talk about it offline, but it is a concern about access.
And yeah, we've actually been through that. And so the marginal cost for someone who's doing online petitioning who doesn't have an email to be able to set up a system to send out codes didn't seem justified for us, but certainly we welcome council's feedback on that.
Okay, great. Cindy, you had, sorry, Jane has more items.
Thanks. So one of the items that came up was an allegation that we are not enforcing the dark skies ordinance. We are enforcing it. I don't know if this particular resident has a particular location that they're concerned about, and if they do, then they should be reporting that to our code enforcement, or they can send it to me, and I'll send it to code enforcement so that it can be enforced.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and I think I can note the topic is James. I think Mr. Feeney is referring to the provision in our or the lack of provision, I guess, in our dark sky ordinance that really, I think, under Tom's interpretation, doesn't allow us to enforce it internally within mobile home parks. I think that's the issue. So the question was, I think the proposal is, can we, is there an amendment or a fix to the dark sky ordinance, if that's the will of council, to allow that to be applied within mobile home parks?
Certainly we could draft something, but I would recommend that we do some process on that, because that would have a significant impact on the daily lives of folks who live in mobile home parks.
Yeah, community engagement and all the normal process things, but I think that was really the question that Mr.
So
Feeney
that's
raised.
certainly something council could ask us to do, and I would recommend that we have some significant, as you'd say, I'm repeating you.
Thanks, Bob. And I would ask, there's a whole bunch of provisions we're still working on in the mobile home strategy, and I would just include that in there for the next council.
Well, and as Lisa, as you know, the dark skies ordinance is a little complicated.
I know, I brought it here in January 1996.
I think that also, I would recommend that the next council take a hard look and perhaps making it simpler and more easier to enforce than it is under the current terms. So that's a bigger project.
I'm happy to let others improve the ordinance.
Thank you, Lisa.
So
And then, is this still on dark skies?
Yes.
Okay.
As Bob was saying, he thinks James' issue is mobile homes park. James was sitting there shaking his head no. as he's doing now? He's been here so many times. Can we just ask him specifically what it is? This long?
So David Gear has given us a summary of the definitional issues that we would have to fix. And Mr. Feeney, public comments over, I'm sorry. His issue that he described is the property line is the place that you measure the light levels, and the property line for a mobile home park is the entire property line. So if we wanted to define it as pads, rental pads, we would need to take the actions Bob suggested, which is to alter the ordinance such that it specifies that property, or that lines, dividing lines between lots in mobile home parks are also a place that you can measure light levels at.
Well,
and I recall that.
Yeah, so I mean, I recall that as well. Can we just confirm with Mr. Feeney that that is in fact his specific
Your
concern?
rules provide for a council member to call someone up after.
Yeah.
If you guys want to do that.
Mr. Feeney, if you wouldn't mind, can you just confirm that it's the issue of within the mobile home park that
No,
you're
that's
talking about?
not the issue at all.
Okay.
There are two basic components. One of them, the one that you guys are talking about, has to do with property lines. Well, actually, three issues. One of them has to do with the streetlights. If we ignore those two issues, the simple thing that's been enforced since 2003 is supposed to be is simply the porch lights and the aiming of lights. And that's the thing that nobody has addressed. I was told by the chief of the code enforcement that he actually had visited a couple of the houses in the complaints that I provided, and he confirmed that in fact those were out of compliance, but nothing was done and continues to be nothing done.
So it's not about the lot line, it's about just the lights themselves. Okay, so maybe we can follow up and look into those specific
Yeah,
individual
absolutely.
problem.
So do you have a specific complaint you could email to us, like the locations, the lot numbers and so on that yours?
I can copy you on what I've sent to the code enforcement people, sure.
Sure, that'd be great.
Please do.
Just a question, because I wasn't here in 2003, but as I recall,
I was
here, but I wasn't here. The ordinance was passed in 2003, but it had a 15-year phase-in. Is that right? It really only started to go into effect from an enforcement standpoint within the last year. Is that correct, James?
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
And we'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Be in touch with us and we'll follow up.
And then a gentleman, Mr. Raj, spoke about Harbeck House, and Yvette Bowden, who is our Parks and Recreation Director, has information about that.
Good evening, Council. To clarify, when we last visited with you regarding Harbeck House and had a public hearing, we followed that direction to develop a process to do full cost recovery. That is open to proposals that would be less than full cost recovery. The entire process is posted, and we have not received any feedback from the Colorado group at this point. We expect that before the end of the year and would be visiting with council. I'm happy to follow up with Historic Boulder and Mr. Raj to clarify any confusion in that regard. Are there any questions? All of council's direction will be followed.
Great, very helpful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything else from staff?
No, that's all, thank you.
And then Cindy?
So lastly, I'm happy to see those the three things that I had at any rate pulled out. But the airport use, this piece of spaghetti that we got, it's colored blue, which is the congestion, the traffic in this area is really fairly large. And I wondered if, in terms of airport use, has been any record keeping done in terms of numbers of takeoffs and landings and the increase in numbers, and also what is the carrying capacity of this airport?
So we can look into that information. I'm really sure that we keep track of the landings and takeoffs, so we can try to provide that information and get it to you.
And specifically the increase, say, in the last 10 years, 5 years?
Yeah, we'll see what information we have.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So if I could just add to that, last week or maybe 2 weeks ago, I asked some questions about the airport. And I think it was Katie who responded to me. Thank you very much. And I think the use is less than 100 users per year. Now, I don't know how many times they go up in the air, but most of those users are for recreational purposes. So to Cindy's question, I would also like to know what kind of air quality monitoring do we have there? And what elements are also monitored?
Could you say the last thing again? You said air quality and?
And what elements are monitored?
Oh, okay.
Because the issue that's being raised, and this isn't the first time that it's been raised, but is the lead in the gasoline.
Thank you.
And I have noticed, and I will just note that we have also received a lot of complaints from people, especially in North Boulder and especially living out near the airport, about noise from the planes and flying excessively low.
And I would assume those users are people who may have either hangar use or plane tie downs or whatever, rather than people who are actually taking off and landing there.
I don't know. I think Katie said there were a lot of people were using the hangars. And we just approved even more hangars to be built there, so.
It's an airport.
Yeah, but it's under.
What?
Yeah, we'll provide you all the data that we have.
Great.
I think another big issue he's bringing up, though, with the amount of flights here it's not just our airport either, it's the other 3 airports, because then they're flying over us and dropping the same issue.
Right, and I know Superior and Louisville have recently taken it up, and I think they're addressing the FCC or the FAA, or working with the state on how to reduce that noise.
They're in particular working with Rocky Mountain Airport because that's the airport that has the most air traffic and particularly affecting them. And so there was a recent meeting, and I believe that our airport manager went to Rocky Mountain Airport to hear more about what's going on. So we definitely are staying in touch with the issues and trying to follow up on them. So we'll provide you the information we can.
That'd be great.
Just to remind council, we have sent, I think, 3 issues now, about 3 letters signed by the mayor and endorsed by council about the airport noise issue from DIA overflights and the flight path there, and asked them to move it south. So we're engaging to the extent that we can, which is largely appealing to the FAA and other airport managers. Any other issues from council? Okay, then I think we're ready to move to consent.
So the next item on your agenda tonight is a consent agenda, items A through I.
Okay, does anyone have anything on the consent they'd like to discuss?
Well, my understanding in being at CAC that we were going to have a 15-minute discussion on item 3E, just for clarification. And when I came to CAC on Monday, I hadn't had the opportunity to read the attachment because it wasn't in my packet, but I now have read that attachment, so I have some questions.
Okay, very good. Shall we go down them?
Sure.
So we have some meeting minutes to look at, and study session minutes. And then, as you point out, Lisa, we have the first reading of the motion to order published by title only, a ordinance establishing a police department oversight board. So I would ask if council members have anything they want to bring up about the police oversight board issue.
So I have a clarification question, and it has to do with, sorry, I'm trying to get to it has to do with who's going to sit on the committee to select the oversight panel. And in our discussion last Thursday, my understanding was that the current committee did not want participation by our police officers on that panel. And that was my recollection. But in reading the notes today, it says, and now I'm trying to find the packet. It says something to the effect that that there will be, it would be monitored by 2 staff members. One would be the auditor monitor, and one would be a police, a representative from the police department. So which one is it?
So what I believe to be true is that once the panel is established, it will be currently all community members, and the auditor-monitor would be a staff liaison to it, and a police representative would be a staff liaison to it. But a police officer or police management would not actually sit on the panel. I think the issue, though, was less of who sits on the panel versus who selects who sits on the panel.
Right.
And what we're understanding is that the selection committee that was proposed would only include the nonprofit representatives and 2 other people that I'm forgetting exactly who it was, and no police officer would actually be on the selection committee.
Right, and if I recall, and I took some notes from our meeting last week, if I recall, our interim chief, police chief, he said he was complimentary of the process to date and what the recommendations are, but that the success will lie in the details, and that that the next iteration of what we have will be a time for change, and that that it's important to continue or to establish trust between the community and our police members, and that there basically needs to be at least some two-way involvement in this discussion. So I'm just bringing it up as an issue, and I wasn't clear in the memo that we read, or that we got, and I read today, what staffed means and how that staff will be able to contribute to the discussion.
So just to be clear, this, as I understood council's direction on Thursday, and the feedback from the Police Oversight Task Force, they're still in the middle of doing this.
Right.
And there was general council agreement on the broad parameters. The ordinance before you establishes those broad parameters. It doesn't say who selects the oversight panel. It says that you'll get a recommendation from a police oversight implementation committee that the council will, and the council will decide later who selects and how that's done. So I think the idea here is to demonstrate the community council's commitment to this process by passing this ordinance, allowing the oversight task force to continue its good work and come back to a later council with more details on how they will be implemented. If you read the ordinance carefully, there was a lot of questions, for example, about council's involvement in this process. That's purposely not clear in this ordinance. It'll require a separate ordinance. So there's more work to be done. They've done great work so far. This ordinance sort of codifies what they've done so far, but your feedback and the feedback of a future council will ultimately shape how this goes.
Okay. No, I'm great. I'm fine with that, but I just want to raise these concerns and questions.
I appreciate it, and we'll get them that feedback.
Cindy.
And I also, three of the council members spoke last time about flexibility on the part of the task force in terms of having someone in the police department be participatory in selecting the task force.
Yeah.
And so that's, I think, a big piece of it, because if we're doing something like this, I think it's really important that we do have the city's police force involved in selecting, which is not to say that they necessarily have the last say on everything, but they certainly should have a very important say.
Yes. And so if I could read just a little bit here, just to help with this. Section 2-11-9 of the proposed ordinance says, a police oversight implementation committee shall be formed, which shall be comprised of current members of the police oversight task force and city staff, including current police employees, at least one of whom shall be a member of the police officers union. At the conclusion of its work, the implementation committee shall report to city council recommendations on the following. 1A, how the selection committee will be selected. So it's clear that a police officer will be involved in those discussions, and that they will report back to council, and council will have the final decision on how that committee will be selected.
Okay.
But just to put a fine point on what you just said, which is this is an amount, we're codifying progress, which includes a model selection. Basically, we are saying the auditor monitor model will be the basis of the work going forward with the task force. And so there is real substance in what is in this first reading, but it doesn't do all the details.
That's very well said, Sam.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sam. So, and just to clarify, we're going to have a full discussion of this. Is it in 2 weeks?
In second reading.
Yeah, so I look forward to that full discussion and getting this passed at that time. Thank you.
Yeah, CAC just figured there would be a pause here for this one. Okay, anyone else have anything on the consent agenda?
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, show of hands. All in favor? Okay, passes unanimously. Great, and I will do something now. Oh, no, there's one more thing. Call up.
The next item on your agenda is the call-up check-in for 3001 Pearl form-based code review.
Anyone have any questions, comments?
Just that I love the form-based code, makes all this really easy.
Yep.
I'm very happy we passed it.
Yep, it seems to be working well right there, and it's good. Okay, so doesn't seem like there's any appetite for that. What I should have said at the beginning of the meeting was we have 4 public hearings tonight, and the first 2 are the 2020 budget second reading. So if anybody would like to speak to the budget, go ahead and sign up at the city clerk's table. And the second public hearing is Hogan Pancoast supplemental appropriation. If you would like to speak to that, please sign up at the city clerk's table. And then the last 2, which are called public hearings, we've already held the public part of the public hearing. The first one is a second reading of community benefit. So we've taken community input on that, so there will be no public hearing on that issue. And then the other one is the use table update and opportunity zone second reading. And we had public comment at first reading of that issue. So we will have 2 issues with public comment tonight and 2 issues that will just be council deliberation. So with that said.
Okay, your next item on the agenda is the public hearing. These are items related to the 2020 budget.
So Katie?
Got it all popped up?
Yeah,
All right.
there you go. Take it away.
Good evening, Council. I have a very short presentation for you tonight, allowing ample time for conversation as directed during the first reading. So tonight, we're going to talk about the 2020 budget. Council requested additional information related to transportation funding for 2020. We'll go over briefly next steps and then motion language for tonight. The 2020 recommended budget totals just over $369 million and represents a 4.3% increase, largely due to a proposed $15 million increase in capital spending over 2019, which fluctuates any given year. Our proposed operating budget of $288 million represents a modest 1.8% increase, mainly due to inflationary increases. Again, Council discussed on October 1st whether to allocate funding from the municipal door project and asked staff to come back with how we would use that funding for transportation in the event that the municipal doors were not included. This is the $700,000 municipal door budget broken down into transportation needs, and we have staff here ready to provide more detail around it, but essentially they would propose initial funding for a corridor study and then $200,000 towards additional Vision Zero implementations. When you look at their 2020 existing budget request of all those different items listed there, you would come to a combined total of almost 1.4 for 2020 for funding for the transportation department. I'll pause here.
So, yeah, do you have questions?
I guess I do, and this is probably more for Bill. I think when we talked about the budget a couple of weeks ago, one of the things that some council members expressed an interest in, Bill, was shifting that $350,000 from median right-of-way landscaping maintenance to other safety-related things that you see up there on the list.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we went through well, I'll start by saying that we have underfunded median maintenance for some time now, and it has been something that has been a significant concern for our residents. And so we worked with a group, BCIA, I believe they're called, to develop a set of standards for median maintenance and to fund it adequately this year using some one-time money. We've also done an assessment to determine what level of funding we would need to continue that level of median maintenance going forward, and that is what this dollar amount represents. So having gone through that process with the public, we would not want to fund less than what we committed through that process to do.
Can you give us
I feel like that's the amount that is necessary to meet the minimum standards that we came up with.
Can you give us maybe an order of magnitude here? How much do we, before the addition of the potential 350, how much do we spend on median maintenance right now? Just order of magnitude.
I think I have that. So I've been told it's a 39% increase.
So it's about $1 million now, and be going up by another. Okay.
Yeah. And that just represents funding to, weed and mow and so forth, the medians. There's also a fairly substantial unfunded component around irrigation.
So it would be fair to assume that that a lot of that 350 is labor costs?
Yes. We're relying very heavily right now on contract services.
Right, and that's where I was going to go. We're very fortunate in parks and open space and some other departments to get lots of really great volunteer effort. And I understand medians are dangerous places. So I'm not being casual about this. Yeah. But I wonder if with the right training and the right protective gear and the right supervision, we could get some free labor to do some of this. Because I know some people in the community are very passionate about medians. So I don't doubt that there will be people who will raise their hand and say, geez, if you give me the tools and make sure that I don't get hit by a car, I'd love to get out there and do some gardening. Because we have just, I think we just had the volunteer dinner the other night. And Tanya would know these numbers. But it's like $1 or $2 million worth of volunteer labor in things like parks and open space. So I'm just wondering if we could reduce that 350 and have more volunteer labor and redirect it towards safety.
So it's my understanding that we're already taking advantage of a considerable amount of volunteer labor. In fact, the people who worked with us on BCIA are some of the most prolific volunteers that we have.
So I'm going to call on myself for one brief clarifying question. I just want to make sure, Katie, that the 1.43 million shown there is what the increase in the budget would be for transportation?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Bill, thanks for those answers. So I get that was an effort to figure out what the appropriate level of service would be for the medians. But I do just have to call, I feel like we have similar problems with our street maintenance, right? So like, I would say that the level of funding we have there is not adequate to get those up to sort of the level we would like them to be at. And we also hear from residents about that. I mean, would it be possible to do something like a $200,000 increase to the median that wouldn't quite hit the ideal service level, but would make a lot of progress, and meanwhile give us some additional funding for making some progress on our street conditions?
So obviously, whatever funding we're given, that's what we'll work with. Anything less than this, and the medians will look quite poor, and we would expect the community to be responding in the way that they were responding in years prior, which is why we were instructed to engage in the process that we did and come up with this particular plan.
Right. So, yeah. So we'd probably still get complaints, right? But it would be better than before if we funded it at an additional level. Right?
It would certainly be better than it would be before.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Okay.
Cindy?
I wondered, Bill, what plan the city has going forward to reduce the necessity for median maintenance?
Well, we certainly...
Since this is obviously really, compared to things like the maintenance that Bob was talking about, this is an extraordinary expense.
No, I mean, certainly this is much of our own doing, right? I mean, we build really great projects and we put great landscaping in them. and then we have to maintain them. So we're looking very critically at our capital projects as they go forward and trying to make sure that they are much less of a maintenance burden upon us. There certainly will be the possibility to go back in and look at other corridors, perhaps when those corridors are under construction for multimodal improvements or that sort of thing. But it probably won't be cost effective to just go back and tear out medians and replace them. It'll probably be as part of a larger project. But we're certainly looking at how we handle new capital projects.
To reduce that
To
cost.
reduce that, absolutely.
And insofar as the maintenance goes, the thing that has concerned me over the years has been when we've had drought conditions is the trees dying, even mature trees.
Yeah.
Much less the shrubbery, but the mature trees having, particularly given the climate issues.
And that has a lot to do with our irrigation, which is also not been well maintained and is a substantial unfunded need.
So is the irrigation addressed in this median maintenance?
No, that is part of transportation's larger unfunded need.
Well, how can you have vegetation without some irrigation?
We have funding for irrigation. We just have a lot of additional need for irrigation to get it completely back up.
Yeah, I mean, you're between a rock and a hard place because I think the medians are important in places for trees and just beautification of the city, and the trees do a lot of work for us in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So I would hope that in this reevaluation that staff could look at different types of plantings, and I'm sure you have, but I would hope that you look at city types trees, and I know you do, and we have a forester who does that. But so I have a question about some other transportation things. So one of the things that is very important, I think, to several council members is the neighborhood traffic mitigation program, and that's not listed in these priorities at all. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, well, neighborhood speed management is considered a part of our Vision Zero, so we certainly could use Vision Zero implementation funding to enhance that, but that's not, that would not be our primary intent. We certainly would love to have more money to do more neighborhood speed management. The rate at which we can build speed management projects right now is slow, and we're probably going to be building 2 complex projects a year, and right now we have 18 in the queue. So more funding would obviously allow that to be expedited. But largely these projects are associated with the third Vision Zero goal, which is encouraging people to feel safe and not directly dealing with stopping crashes from occurring, especially severe crashes from occurring. So we will focus first on actions which are going to stop severe crashes from occurring, and then actions which are going to stop other types of crashes from occurring.
And is that in here?
That would be how we would choose to spend the Vision Zero implementation funding. That would be actions like building protected intersections, changing traffic signal timing, corridor studies to build out protected bike lanes, that sort of thing.
So is that this $130,000?
Well, the $130,000 is the new engineer who will manage the Vision Zero program.
So I don't see just a line item for Vision Zero except in additional funding.
Correct, unless there is additional funding.
Okay.
So I'm going to jump in just a second, because one of the things that we I think, tried to put forward in the memo is that so much of what we already do, the funding we already have, is part of the Vision Zero plan, right? We maintain the streets so that people will not be in accidents. We fix the potholes. We care about the traffic signals. So we spend millions of dollars already on Vision Zero, and this new transportation engineer will be in charge of making sure that we maximize the results of the dollars that we spend. So the additional amount of 200,000 would be in addition to the already millions of dollars that we spend on Vision Zero.
So that's good. So I don't have any more questions for you, but I do have a comment and just to.
Can we wait? We only have a few more slides, so if we keep it to questions.
Yeah, but there were questions about, there were council comments about, in terms of additional funding, that libraries would also be included.
So I have a whole thing queued up here.
Yeah, but I don't see that in the presentation.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, because I had a transportation question. Can I?
Well, so, no, that's a fair question, phrased as a question, which is, we captured specific things to talk about, and I think it's fine if we just go through them separately outside of the presentation, but let's finish this, and I promise we'll go line by line.
Great. So again, next steps, we're at public hearing tonight. You also have before you the special districts that you also serve for as the board of directors before you for the budget approval. We do have a third reading tentatively scheduled for October 29th. If needed, and here is motion language. You'll notice that very small box at the very bottom are all of the different districts that you would reconvene as, just in a brief title. One thing to note here is that the fee ordinance that you saw 2 weeks ago has been updated to include the Energy Impact Offset Fund. That was a last-minute addition that we didn't capture during first reading. So regardless, the fee ordinance would need to go to third reading, or you could pass it on emergency tonight, but there isn't a huge need to do that anyway. So you will see that regardless of the overall budget discussion. So now it's your opportunity, and we're happy to talk about.
And we've got plenty of slides to answer questions. Yes.
So just to process discussion here, here's what I've captured as subjects. We've got the doors on the municipal building. We've got a series of transportation issues. There's a question about the reserve level and if we want to use some money there for something else in the 2020 budget. There's issues with the library, both operational and the North Boulder facility. Then there's a cluster of police and public safety questions that have been raised to discuss. And then I had written down that there's just a desire on council's part to talk about tribal consultation and what we're planning on budgeting for that and how that's going to be set up for next year, because I know that was an issue that we didn't really anticipate fully what the budget impacts of that would be. So I would suggest that with the public having heard what we have raised already. CVB? Well, the CVB budget as well as reserves as potential funding sources. And then Mary had also raised a transportation issue as well, and some input on the doors. So I would suggest we go to the public hearing, get the public hearing done, ask questions that might arise from the public hearing of staff and then our questions, and then kind of go through these one at a time. I know they're interlinked because we have to come up, something has to pay for something else. So council good with that? Sure. All right, why don't we open the public hearing?
Okay, Mayor, we have 5 people signed up.
Great, and let's start with Mark Ricketson, and then Kimberly Gibbs. Kimberly Gibbs will be after Mark.
So this is a follow-on to my conversation about lead pollution generated by aircraft activity.
And
one of the reasons
needs to be related to the budget, if that's okay.
Well, I'm getting
okay, great.
So the budget issue is that the city is considering taking another federal tax subsidy through the FAA, which is called an AIP grant, and using that money for infrastructure development at the airport. The problem with that, as you probably know, is that you also get the strings that come with that, which are called the grant assurances.
Which are called what?
Grant assurances. And the grant assurances basically say, that the FAA does not allow the city of Boulder to have any control over the activities of in and around the Boulder Airport. Airplanes can fly anytime, anywhere, as long as they're safe. They have, and I've talked to the Boulder management, the airport management, and they said, yes, there's nothing we can do about this. We have a published noise abatement procedure. I've got tons of examples where it's completely ignored. I've talked to pilots who I know who have said it's a joke. The point is, in the budget, we should not take that money. What we should do is step back, take a deep breath, and figure out how we're going to deal with this issue. Because if we take that money, then the city is basically saying we are giving up control for another 20 years. And there is a process, what I understand, I'm not an expert at it, but there is a process by which the city can address the use of the airport and can petition the federal government to convert it to a better use. If you look at the economics of that property, it's ridiculous. $700,000 in sales and tax revenue, and if you compare that to the Boulder Valley Regional Center, which is generally about the same size, $170 million in sales and tax revenue, 225 times more valuable. Mark Wallach, who's running for a seat on the council, has been advocating for middle-income housing, right? What better, where are you going to find that kind of property anywhere in Boulder? So the point being is there's a lot of options here on the table. I think my recommendation and my hope is that the council will say, look, we need to take a better, deeper look at this. Let's step back. Let's not take this money right now. It's not going to go away, right? The feds have got lots and lots of our tax dollars they want to give to us. So let's take the time. Let's form a working committee, bring in citizen input. I'll volunteer. I'll be part of that. And let's get the facts on the table, and let's make some good decisions around it.
Thank you, Mark.
Sam, could we have Mr. Ricketson introduce himself and give his address for the...
Oh, sure. Just your
started
name.
Talking.
And
Mark Ricketson. I live in Gun Barrel, Willows area.
Thank you.
Could I just, are you talking, is the money that's coming in which is to build new hangars?
No, this is for, according to the AIP, well, the AIP documentation, I could not find the details on, but I think it's for runway.
Yep.
It's for a runway improvement.
Runway improvement, so we can get more planes flying.
So we can make it safe for
$5.4
the
million.
current airplanes.
I raised this last week, and it takes our airport budget from 5.8 up to 5.8 million. 5.4, which Katie explained to me, is this grant, this capital program.
Let's keep going with the public comment.
And you've already taken
Mark, thank you.
4.6 million.
Thanks. Kimberly?
Good evening, Kim Gibbs. I live in Gun Barrel, and I'd like to talk about the airport budget as well. I'll be piling on to Mark's comments. Gun Barrel and many areas along the Front Range are truly becoming sacrifice zones for aviation impacts. My neighborhood certainly is. I'll be following up with some clarification about that graphic that you received. A lot of that is Rocky Mountain Metro, where we've seen significant increases in traffic. A lot of those flights are coming up to Boulder County using the Boulder Airport for touch and goes and then loitering around Boulder. So the airport budget, 5.8 million total. 5.4 million is for that runway and taxiway rehabilitation, and 5.1 million of that, so about 94%, coming from mostly federal grant funding. So I want to talk about the grant funding because it sounds like free money and something that you'd want for those capital improvements, but I want to emphasize that the grants come with those 39 obligations that really completely prevent any local control. There is excessive noise and pollution, and it is increasing, and when you take those funds, you have no authority to regulate touch and goes, create a curfew, skydiving operations, flight training. You've lost all control over that 130-plus acres, over the noise and other pollution impacts. The FAA grant assurances, they serve to enslave the community, okay? And I believe that you and Boulder citizens should be the decision makers about how to use that land and whether it makes sense to use it as an airport, a recreational airport, or something else. You may not be living under a lot of flight activity now, but please know that you're only one decision away from being under the next flight path that decides to choose your neighborhood. The staff notes indicate, so it appears to me that Councilmember Morzell has been one of the few members asking questions about the potential of repurposing the airport or even restoring local control. And I want to emphasize that restoring local control is important, and it starts with foregoing those federal grants. There is a better way to fund the airport. Staff notes indicate that doing so, repaying the grants, would result in legal exposure, and you'd have to, sorry, next time, thank you.
Thank you. James Feeney, and after James, Junior Von Damelin.
I'm James Feeney from North Boulder. 6 months ago, I raised the issue of carbon monoxide detectors and asked how it was that inspections for carbon monoxide alarms required by International Fire Code of hotels and other commercial buildings were not being performed, while at the same time, there are people on occasion being taken to the hospital for carbon monoxide poisoning in Boulder. Nobody from City Council followed up with me. In my own conversations with the Chief Fire Marshal, I've been told that fire code inspections are not being performed because of insufficient funds in the city budget to hire needed fire code inspectors. These fire code inspections are required as a matter of oath and duty of city manager to enforce the ordinances. So that's the International Fire Code. My question is simply, is there now sufficient funding in the city budget to hire the needed fire code inspectors? Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Feeney, Julie Von Damelin, and after Julie, Evan Ravitz.
Good evening, I'm Julie Van Damelin. I live at 3885 Northbrook Drive in Boulder. I'm the executive director at EFA, but tonight I'm wearing another hat as the chair of the Human Service Alliance, which regroups, it's a member organization regrouping about 50 human service nonprofits working throughout the county. First, I want to thank staff who came to our General Assembly meeting and presented on the funding cycles and how to approach that, and it was a really, really informative meeting. So I just want you to know that your staff are doing outreach on those funding opportunities, and thank you. We support the funding in the 2020 budget proposal to the community partners. I think we're important service delivery agencies and can reach into populations that are difficult to reach. We particularly want to thank you for the sustained support for homelessness solutions, both for the adult individual homelessness coordinated entry system and for preventing families from becoming homeless through the Keep Families Housed program. We also are very grateful for the Health Equity Fund funding in the budget. It's allowed just a multiple of positive programs around healthy food, nutrition, education, access to health services, and like that are really important for lower-income populations in Boulder. The third, the Human Service Fund, which is one of the main sources of funding. Although the 2020 budget proposal is flat in terms of the overall amount, and Councilman Yates, I did remember that you promised doubling the funding at a event, so we'll leave that for you to handle. But the flat funding, the $2.1 million, is really critical, and where we're really appreciative there is the move to multi-year contracts. It's reduced administrative burden on nonprofits that have those bigger programs and more and it's allowed us to have predictable funding So we think that's all great kind of innovative work that you've been doing to support human services. So really, no ask, just a big thanks. And we look forward as partner agencies in the Human Service Alliance to continue working with the city.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Julie, just thank you so much for EFA's work in particular, but all of the nonprofit partners in the Human Service Alliance. We couldn't keep our city as safe and as healthy as we do without all of your help. So thank you.
Thanks.
Evan Ravitz, North Boulder. First on the $700,000 door. Especially since you're talking about moving city offices out of the floodplain, this is a tremendous waste of money. And I understand it's supposed to be that every building has a front door, but there are times for exceptions. For example, the exception to the blue line that we voted in the 80s to supply water to the Flagstaff House. Maybe $100 signs saying doors on north and south sides with little arrows. On transportation, I think it's a travesty to be spending any money on the prettification of medians when people are dying like flies on your sidewalks and bike lanes and stuff, and the roads are in terrible shape, which contributes to that. When you're on a bicyclist in a maybe 2.5-foot wide bike lane, and then there's a big pothole or a blob of asphalt, and you have to get out of the way of it, and maybe there's a car just 2 feet away. So the roads are in terrible shape because for my entire time here, we've been running buses 3 times as large as they need to be on the roads. And due to the fourth power rule, which I hope you all are aware of by now, it's almost exclusively large trucks and buses which do 99% of the damage to the roads. And with the buses, it's completely unnecessary because they mostly, or many of the routes should be 15-passenger vans, not 43-passenger heavy buses. And finally, on the $400,000 for online petitioning when we have an offer of a free system. I did the research today, I emailed it to you. Apparently, not a single one of the 37 states with online voter registration uses the 2-factor authentication, which is what drove the price from $0 to $400,000. And if it might be a good idea to have 2-factor authentication for voter registration, because when you register to vote, that gets you the right to vote for the rest of your life. When you sign a petition, that's a one-time thing. It doesn't need more security, arguably less. But the best thing would be if the whole thing operated at the Secretary of State's website in an integrated way using the same security.
Thank you, Evan. Lynn Siegel.
Lynn Siegel, Mountain Heights. This looks like kind of an indictment for the city council on this budget. This does not look good. I hope we're going to have a good new council. Whew. You know, I haven't really sat through budget meetings before, but this is eye-opening. The $700,000 door to the municipal building. Now, the homeless are stationed all out here in front of where the door's going to be, and then I see them suddenly all gone, and then they're under the library. And then I see they're out of the library, and then they're at the municipal building. So we've got some mobile homes, that another form of mobile housing that's going on here. You know, there's no place. We cannot be conducting our business like this with subsidies like 311, 6 different subsidies for 311, and yet that's causing the wealth disparity in this town, that's causing this homelessness to increase, and then you're chasing after the homelessness, and it's chasing your tail, and it's inefficient. Just like the large buses are inefficient. There's so many levels of inefficiency here. There's so much poor planning here with our transportation situation, with potholes and climate change causing greater asphalt falling apart. I can't say enough about the lead pollution, the airport, the $700 million versus the BVRC, $170 million. My God, what are you folks doing here? Really? What's going on? Homelessness, how to fix it. It's an industrial complex that you have going here. I've always said philanthropy is the barometer of social injustice. And there's way too much philanthropy in this town and not enough social justice.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and come back to council. I will make one comment that it looks like, to me, CAC underestimated this budget discussion. So that's good that we will have time to go through everything. But why don't we, so what I heard from the public as far as specific items to add to our discussion were the airport budget and any questions around that, and then fire inspection for carbon monoxide. So why don't we start with the easy ones before we move into the hard ones? And the easiest one, I think, might be to ask about what the fire chief has to say about their inspection budget.
So I believe the fire chief isn't here today, but let me say to you that when we prepare the budget, we ask every department to put forward what their needs are. And in this budget, the fire department put forward a need for a new battalion chief. We had projected that that position would be eliminated in 2020, but we ended up, because that is what they requested, adding that back in. So that was the highest need of the fire department. The fire department is going to be in front of the city council in December with their draft master plan, and so that would be the time for the council to inquire about any needs that they might have. And I'm going to tell you that the master plan should indicate what their plans are for the next 5 years with regard to their needs. If the fire marshal believed that there weren't enough people to do enforcement of CO2 monitors, I believe that person, would have talked to me, carbon monoxide, I'm sorry, would have spoken with me and with the fire chief about it, and that would have been put forward. So this comes as news, and I actually don't think it's an issue. I think we are enforcing appropriately. So I don't have more to say to you than that. We're enforcing.
Okay.
Jane, if I might add on to it just as a reminder, in the 2019 budget, we did eliminate an inspector position related to recreational marijuana. That was added back in quite quickly after the budget was approved during your ATB. So they, it could have, one, been a timing issue of a conversation, but two, I do believe, based upon what I'm hearing, both with the line doing inspections and now being back up to fully staffed with their inspectors, that, again, to tag on to Jane, I have neither heard of any concerns as well, but we can certainly follow up.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we'll hear, that should be a question that gets addressed in the master plan.
Absolutely.
Discussion, and then there's always, if we choose to do anything, there's the adjustment to base in the next year that we could do. Right. Okay. Anybody else want to say anything about that? Okay. So that was an easy one. So what I have, I think there's one more easy one on here, and that's the tribal consultation and how that was going to be funded. So we're having one next year, correct?
Yes, we have made a commitment to have one every year, and we learned last year how much it costs. It's around $75,000 per year, and that is in the budget this year. Half of it is from the general fund. I think it's in general governance. And the other half of it comes from the open space and mountain parks area, because the areas that the 13 tribes are interested in are almost exclusively, and I think is exclusively, open space areas. And they are, in fact, at least one of the tribes in negotiations with the open space department to have use of certain open space facilities. So there's a very strong connection between the tribes, the needs and desires that they have with regard to our land and the land that they formerly occupied, and the open space department. So that's why we split it between general fund and open space.
Well, I mean, from the consultation meetings last year, or this year in March, it was very clear that it was important to have open space there. So
Yes.
it's, it was and it also seems clear that some of their funding of this is planning for the future and future uses.
Yes.
And I mean, I think this is an incredibly important initiative, and it's the day after Indigenous Peoples' Day.
That's right.
So, I'm glad we're doing this.
Do you have something, Cindy?
I just want to say that, just say any group wanted to come and they wanted the airport land, would we be having the airport then paying X amount because of the interest?
I think the history here is a little more complex and deep. And so from my standpoint, to your question, there is kind of an obligation, and it's not a permanent ownership. It's not, I don't think we're considering fee ownership. I think this is use for religious and cultural.
And I have no problems with any of the use. What I have the problem with is who pays for it, and it seems to me that it should be more evenly paid for across the city, rather than just out of the OSMP budget, that was what my analogy was supposed to convey. It was clumsy, to say the least. So that's the thing. I mean, I don't understand why it's not all out of the general fund, for example, because the city is taking up the lands where these people were. It's not just the open space lands. I just throw that out there just as a thought.
Cindy makes a great point. The Native people occupied all of the city of Boulder. In fact, we have burial grounds right outside here. And we use that for a park. And that's maintained by Parks and Recreation. So I don't know how the funding is more equitably distributed, but I agree with Cindy, and I agree with, people wanting to use open space lands for their ceremonies, for their religious ceremonies. I have no problem with that at all. But it is interesting to me that all of the city of Boulder was once occupied by Native people. And we now have occupied their lands in much different ways. And I guess I don't know why we just put the onus on one department instead of distributing it more equitably.
So if I could make a process suggestion here, we're going to have a lot of these discussions, and I think we need to see what we can resolve tonight, and if there's something we want to resolve on third reading. And so, I would say straw polls might be the quickest way to move through that process and see. So on this straw poll, who is interested in taking the tribal consultation budget and putting it all in the general fund? Okay, so this one will have to move into who would like to keep it the way staff has proposed? Yeah, so.
It's already split. Seems reasonable.
Right. So it doesn't seem, it's a tie, so a tie fails. So we will just move on with it the way it is to the next subject. And is this okay? Is this okay process to get through this?
Doing great.
Okay. All right. So then I want to move to,
For low-hanging fruit, you want to move from easy to hard? I have a real easy one.
Okay. Yeah, easy.
Okay. Katie, can you put up the slide on the, I just had a question about the use of the general fund reserves specifically related to the municipalization endeavor. I know we're going to have a broader discussion about the reserves, but I just wanted to, because we had some original proposal in the first staff memo about the use of the reserves, and I think that's kind of tailored down. So Katie, maybe you can kind of walk us through the reserves that we actually will be using.
Yeah, I'll walk you through this, and then Bob Harburg is here to explain kind of what we anticipate for the remaining year. So what you see before you is how the original tax was structured, including kind of the staggering of the revenues versus the expenses. And so what we anticipated was that by the 2019 budget, you would see that we would, quote, overspend the approved budget and dip into reserves by just less than 3%, right? That's the cumulative orange number. And then over the next 3 years, repay ourselves back so that by 2022, our reserves at that level would be whole.
And can I just ask for clear?
Yeah.
And back to what we would project for 2022?
That's correct.
Okay.
What we know today, though, is that in 2018, we did not spend the $6 million that we had originally anticipated. A lot of timing issues, as I'm sure you're aware of. And so we underspent by about $3 million, so in essence, increased our reserves, for lack of a better word. And in 2020 or 2019, have so far spent $2.3 million with remaining expenses of $5.4 million. I know that seems large, and I will say that there is some timing issues. For example, we most recently paid a bill that was invoiced for May, and so there are some significant kind of lags in how we're receiving our bills. And so I think this is a reasonable estimate. What you'll notice here, though, is because of the increase to reserves last year and kind of drawing down this year, we in fact do not anticipate touching our reserves in 2019, and again, those expenses will then hit the 2020 budget more so than what we had originally projected, but still repaying ourselves back by the 2022 budget.
Okay.
Can I drill into just a little bit into the to the big numbers on the bottom?
Yep.
And so we spent $2.3 million so far this year, and we expect to spend $5.4 million between now and the end of December. It looks like the really big nuts are $3.4 million to Excel and $1.5 million in engineering. Tom, can you speak to those, or is there somebody in the room who can speak to those?
Bob.
Seems like a lot of money in a real short period of time. Maybe it's just timing. I don't know.
I think it's a lot of timing. Go ahead, Bob.
Good evening, Bob Harburg, Project Manager, Electric Utility Development. So Bob, you're correct. Those two big numbers, I have a little bit more information to share with you about those. A large portion of the $3.46 million for Excel is we've obligated to pay for distribution separation engineering. We've actually posted a letter of credit for those. We anticipate that the bulk of that money, $2.2 million, will be spent this year. They've been hitting this hard the last few months. They've provided us with their draft final design that we are now reviewing. And as Katie noted, the last bill we received was for costs incurred in April and May, and they've done a lot of work on that distribution separation engineering task since then. We also anticipate that there's going to be about $500,000 of substation separation engineering work. This is out of another allotment of funds of over $2 million, but we've had some delays in moving forward with the substation separation engineering design. And then there's also about $700,000 for ongoing legal technical negotiations and work, a lot of that related to the resolving the PUC case. And again, we haven't seen those bills come forward yet from Excel. Moving on to the separation engineering work item of $1.5 million, the vast majority of that is associated with a contract with Nelson Electric Engineers. That's about $1.13 million. Again, a lot of that work is being performed within about a 2-month time frame from now. and we have not been billed since July for their work. So they have done a lot of work since then. We're shooting to get all this information compiled and ready for cost estimates early next year, and that's why so much of this is being done right now. Another significant aspect of that separation engineering, again, relates to the substations, which has been significantly delayed. We have a contract with Exponential Engineering for over $1 million, but we only anticipate that about $300,000 will be expended this year, even though we've encumbered over $1 million for the substation separation design.
I think that's real helpful, Bob. Thanks for breaking that down. Just one more question, if you don't mind. It's probably more directed at Tom. So when the voters approved this budget, this 5-year budget, they gave us $17 million, and it looks like if Bob's estimates are correct, we will, through the end of the year, have spent about 10.5 of that $17 million. I'm adding 2.8 plus 2.3 plus 5.4. So about 10.5 of the 17, leaving about 6.5 or 6.7 million left for the remaining 3 years. Is that going to be enough for you, Tom?
It's hard to say, Bob. You know how hard it is to predict legal costs. It's well within the ballpark for our engineering estimates. They've done a great job of figuring that out. But you never.
Is your mic on?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just not talking into it, Sam. My apologies.
That's all right.
So I hope so, but I can't tell you for sure.
Okay.
Okay, so that was just informational, sounds like. Okay, great. So as I look at the things that we have left, I think the airport might be the most contained thing. It has a bunch of issues associated with it, but it's kind of like what we do or don't do would be a one-step decision point. So I would raise the airport issue and let people, okay, go.
Jane, I don't know if you know this, or maybe Bill does.
Yeah, I think Bill needs to come up and start getting ready to answer airport questions.
So, Bill, some of the speakers mentioned, I think they referred to as an assurance or just a covenant of some sort if we accept this next federal grant. I assume, because we've been receiving federal money for many, many years on this, that we are subject to some covenants or assurances to the FAA already. Is that a fair assumption?
Yep. So I'm going to start by saying, as I told you before, I'm a traffic engineer, so I'm going to do my best to answer these questions, but we are fortunate to have our airport manager here as well, Dennis Godfrey, so should I misspeak? Please step up and correct me. So a lot of what you just heard, I think, from the public is true. We have an airport. We've had it since 1937. Planes fly, land, take off, and generate a lot of noise, and that generates a lot of quality of life issues. What isn't true, though, is that the decision that you're making tonight is a decision around whether you are encumbered or not encumbered by these grant assurances. Because while this would be taking on an additional approximately $4.5 million of grant assurance that would last for the lifespan of these improvements, and the improvements are necessary maintenance to the runways. There is already currently estimated $106 million in grant assurances that don't have a time frame. And that is what, more than anything, creates the situation that we have with FAA and the need to follow FAA regulations. So I certainly understand the logic of the people who were testifying, but it's important to understand that this decision about obtaining or not obtaining this $4.5 million has no impact whatsoever on whether we are subject to FAA regulations.
Thanks.
I thought it was 5.4 million. That's what was in the budget.
Is that?
Yeah, it is. It's 5.
Okay.
Okay.
For the runback.
So my question is, and I don't know who it would go to, but is there a time limit on accepting or not accepting this current 5.4 million? So that we would be able to actually take a step back and have a community discussion as to whether we want to continue using the airport land as an airport?
Yeah. So I know that the money is scheduled and budgeted with FAA in advance. So it's not a situation where we can say, we don't want your money now, we'll take it next year. We take it in the year that they give it to us. We certainly couldn't put it off for a long period of time.
No, but for a community discussion. I mean, it seems like this has come up over time, and I know I've certainly been raising this issue for 20 years, and there's never been any kind of community discussion on it, and I appreciate people coming out and raising the issue.
Yeah. So I think what you're really asking me is, could we engage in a robust public process around whether we should or shouldn't have an airport there, which is probably the question that would be the only way that we would, I see any way that we would get out of the financial.
Whether we continue our commitment to having it as an airport and take on an additional obligation to the FAA.
And whether we could do that and do that in a timely manner enough that we could then still at some point in the future accept this money from the FAA, I would question.
Or decline.
Well, you could always decline, but if we were to decide that we did want an airport and we wanted to accept that money, then I would question whether you would complete that public process in time to still get that money.
Right, I'm sure they would come back with additional money at some point. I mean, they've been coming up with money since 1937, so.
But always in the manner in which we're going through now, which is that we schedule it with them ahead of time.
Right.
The money that they have for next year is scheduled for somebody else.
Right, and that could be delayed. All I'm asking, and what other residents are asking, is that we have a community discussion about this. And I think there's a large discussion of, is this the best use of this land? And I guess I would like to see at least some delay so we could have a discussion as to whether we use it for 100 residents in Boulder or we use it for many more people who need to be housed. So that's the question. I would also ask you if we could get a list of these 39 obligations that one of the speakers wrote to with respect to how we lose control over that property and how the city has no say in what goes on.
So
could we get that list?
Do we have? Yes. Yes, we can provide that.
Okay, that would be great.
Aaron.
So I guess if I can respond to that a little bit, the airport, we understand there are recreational uses and those have noise impacts sometimes. But keep in mind there are also transportation functions to the airport, but also life-saving aspects to it, right? So as I understand that the airport provided invaluable services during the floods in 2013 and often in other kinds of emergencies as well, right? So and I think it's important that when our staff says, well, we might lose the funding if we delay for a while, to say, well, then we might lose the funding. Now, I mean, we might not, but we might. I mean, I think we need to listen to what we're being told, right? So, yeah, and so I think given that the runway is reaching the end of its useful life, as I understand, it's coming up to the time where you have to repave it.
Yes.
We have $5.4 million in front of us from the FAA. That we should accept that money and make sure that our airport that's been running since 1937 can continue for a while. I mean, I think if people wanted to engage in a public process on getting rid of the airport, I think we would not want, I would say personally, I don't think we should engage in that process at the risk of losing the funding that allows us to maintain the airport in a safe manner.
Great. So I have some questions before we get into more conversation. So if we don't fix the runways this year, so it's repaving, I assume?
It's a complete resurfacing of the.
So if we were not to do that this year, would that be a safety hazard in the next year?
Dennis, would you say that?
Next year, perhaps not.
So, So probably not in 1 year, but soon thereafter. And the important stipulation is we're charged, our obligation with the FAA is to have a runway that meets their safety standards, right?
Okay, okay, that's fine. The next question would be, tagging on with Aaron's comment about emergency air services, does the FAA require that we have recreational functions at the airport? Could we keep it open just for emergency services? What are the requirements that the FAA has around civilian air use versus emergency air use?
For an airport like Boulder, we are required to let all aircraft that fits the parameters of that airfield, that runway, take off and land.
Okay.
So we could not restrict it in the manner you described.
So the $108 million that you described, or 106 in previous obligations, you made a comment that those don't have a duration to them.
That's correct.
Is that true? So why does this one have a 20-year and many of the others did not have?
There's two kinds of grant assurances. There's grant assurances that you take on for specific improvements, like this runway, and the expectation there is that you have to keep the airport open for the lifespan of that facility, and that's generally 20 years. But anything that has to do with the purchasing of land is not time committed, and so and we've spent over that time period $106 million. Well, we've purchased land that now has a value of $106 million, and that money, that debt doesn't go away. Those grant assurances don't go away.
Okay. And then is the resurfacing of the runway intended to increase capacity at the airport, or is it just intended to maintain the current capacity?
To maintain, right.
Okay, so
in fact, our airport manager, I know, worked very hard to ensure that we did not take on any additional level of aircraft.
Okay, so what we would be doing by doing this is essentially a maintenance function. And I will put out there, I'm probably going to support accepting it and keeping it in, but then having a long conversation if the next council wants to, because the next council is going to set a work plan. And so this would be a good discussion to put on that, do we want to have a discussion about airport uses or not? And if the council prioritized it in the work plan, I think we could go through it. And there are some other questions that I'm not going to ask, which are about, other uses for land which is currently vacant.
Yeah, I was going to say kind of largely what you said there at the end. I just want to bring us back to what we're trying to do tonight, which is to approve a budget. Yep. And so the question is not whether we should have an airport or whether we should accept this grant. It sounds like we've already accepted the grant. The question really is, should we allocate in our budget, I think it was $400,000 was our match, $400,000 towards this grant that's already been made. And so that's the budget question. Should we allocate $400,000 to the airport?
That's correct. And that's money that's in the airport budget, a separate fund.
Right. Yeah. So I just want us to, we can have, as Sam said, we can have an interesting discussion, maybe next year if that's what that council wants to do, about whether we should maintain an airport and whether we should accept further grants. But I think the question for tonight is, should we allocate $400,000 to the airport?
Okay. Anybody else? So I would ask the question, who would not like to allocate the $400,000 to the airport? Okay. Sounds like we're...
No, I might. I'll just be an oddball.
Okay. So it sounds like we're clear on that one then. We'll continue with the airport budget. Okay. So looking at this, it feels to me like we can also approach the library budget as kind of its own separate bucket, except to the extent that if we decide we want to increase it, we will need to identify sources of funding.
Right.
Well, and so I wonder, kind of the biggest question mark on funding is whether the reserves go up to 20%, and there's kind of a different amount of money on the table depending on that.
There are two questions.
And then the doors,
I believe, well, there's, on resources, some people have raised CVP budget.
And that one too.
And then there's the reserves. And then I think the rest of these are more or less how we spend money. Mm-hmm. And so if people would like to start with sources, that's fine. Or if we are going to eliminate a use, that's also fine.
Either way. My answer on how much we fund something depends in part on how much money we feel like.
So we can start there if we'd like, but it's chicken and egg, right? Because you could say we can free up this much, but what do we need?
I'd like to start with libraries.
Okay.
So my understanding, I've been following the planning issue of the North Boulder Library, and recently the planning board had a concept review of the North Boulder site. And one of the comments that came up from one planning board member was his desire to see 14th Street implemented. Put in before the library was built. And in fact, 14th Street was part of the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, but it just has never been built because usually that falls to the property owner. And in this case, the property owner is the city of Boulder. My understanding on this unanticipated costs, and we can talk to the director of our library, David Farnan, about that additional expense. So could you speak to what the anticipated cost of the North Boulder Library was before going into that concept plan, and then what the actual cost is now realizing that 14th Street needs to be constructed?
Well, good evening, Council. David Farnan, Library and Arts Director. Point of clarification. So just in total transparency, Lisa called me today, and I think there's been some confusion, right? So I was not talking about 14th Street when I said that there was an additional road. So the cost for 14th Street, we do not have hard cost on that.
Okay.
The majority of that is not city-owned property. There's a 0.8 of an acre of property that's owned by the mobile home park owner, Meadows Mobile Home Park. So we don't actually own the property, which 14th Street would go on. And the cost for that, I don't have. Again, full transparency, we don't have hard costs on North Boulder yet. We anticipate them within the next month. The plan, as we have it, was initially scoped in 2016. We imagined it was going to be around $8 or $9 million. We asked for 6 from the CCS tax and then agreed to lower that to 5. We have applied roughly $3.5 million of library savings and DET and impact fees to the project. So we're at $8.5 million. I don't have the hard numbers, but I fully anticipate that the cost for overall delivery will be about $10 million. Now, the road that Lisa is referring to was I think a brilliant solution that did emerge in the concept review, and that's connecting 13th and 14th Street to a secure fire access, better neighborhood motion for the cars, and for us, obviously, much better access for people with mobility issues so they can drop off in front of the library. I estimate, I don't know, I've never built a road. I'm suspecting that cost will be somewhere in the vicinity of $800,000 to $1 million, depending upon the finishing, how it's done. So there's been all kinds of talk about the road will be there. I don't think probably what most people in the community want is a straight asphalt connection.
And so 14th Street is not right now in the plan?
And no, it crosses private property, Lisa. The majority of it does, and it would also require, as I understand it, a 500-year flood bridge to cross the creek. So, I mean, again, I'm not an engineer and I'm not a cost estimator, but I think that cost of 14th Street is probably in excess of 3, perhaps in excess of $4 million.
Okay, so that's very helpful. But the fact is that this east-west road was also introduced in the concept plan.
Yeah, there's a bunch of really brilliant ideas that I think came out of concept review. A lot of it having to do with connectivity outside of the library, connecting bike paths, walking paths, pedestrian paths to connect over to the walking trails, a road. I did not, and I mean, that's my fault. I did not anticipate those in 2016.
Okay, thank you. So I guess, I would like to see, thank you, David. I would like to see.
I have a question. David, I'm sorry, I have another question if that's okay. So what would your thoughts be on when you'd have the hard costs?
I should have them in 30 days.
In 30 days?
We anticipate getting through site review this month. We're close. I believe the planning folks have instructed us to come forward, and so we're waiting for our architect to cross a few Ts, especially with regard to bike connectivity and some plaza improvements along Broadway leading up to the library. So then we're going to go right to a cost estimator. We've not gone to a cost estimator for hard cost right now because we are not through with that site review.
So then, in order to do tech docs and the next layer of granularity, you'll have to go to an estimator probably.
That's correct.
And so how long will the estimator take? So 30 days you get your site plan approval. How long for a cost?
We have some fairly good estimates now, and I think I'm in the wheelhouse. When we do a hard cost, that we have scheduled for January. So we will have the cost estimates back from the cost estimator by January, early January.
Perfect, thank you.
So I would, thank you. I'm just going to.
Do you have a question?
Can I just follow up on Sam? Sorry, Lisa, I'll get right to it. But David, I mean, let's say that the costs, the hard costs are a little more than we have budgeted. What would we have the opportunity in like an adjustment to base to fill that to make sure that the library branch stays on track from a schedule perspective?
That's not really for me to say.
Yes, we'd have to figure out where the money was coming from, but indeed, we could do an adjustment to base. And a thing that I know David's doing is he's seeking other funding opportunities in the community, and we believe there might be an opportunity for that. We're not sure. So there's more work to be done.
Yeah, we're in the midst of a fundraising campaign. We're hoping for a hard commitment on the amount by May.
Yeah. Okay, great. But you're on track basically right now for the branch.
Oh, yes, I think so. Yeah, we're right along schedule. I mean, the review process takes time. It's actually been really good for us, and we've learned a lot, I think, in site review. And once we get done, this is next step. We're rocking and rolling.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry.
So any more questions? Okay, Lisa.
So we had told the Library Commission last year that we would make significant upgrades or improvements to the library budget. And so and last week, when we were talking about the budget, we talked about that we would be interested in, if we did not take this $700,000, which is a cost I did not anticipate for the doors. Who would have thought this door would cost $700,000? That some of that could be used for the library, and specifically the North Boulder Library. My concern is any delay on constructing the North Boulder Library, as we all know, will only increase the cost of the North Boulder Library. And it's been in the library master plan since 1989. It was approved in 1995 in the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan. And so the North Boulder community has been waiting over 31 years for a library. And so I would like to see that library be as fast-tracked as possible. And so I'm requesting that, we're not talking about sources of money yet, but that perhaps we could consider some additional funding go towards the North Boulder Library in our budget. And two sources of that could be CVB funds or the reserves. And the $700,000 if I vacate my door request, which I can count.
I just want to make sure I understand your request, Lisa. Are you asking, well, I guess I have two questions. How much are you asking for? And then second question is and for what? In other words, are you asking that we shift potentially, is this for the construction of the library or the operation of the new North Boulder Library?
Maybe we should do some for both. But
so we've already programmed the operational costs for a future year, and it's in the fund financials. So this, I think, would be for capital costs.
Yeah, and what we're looking for in terms of reserves or this would be one-time capital cost. And so in speaking with Director Farnan today, I was surprised. I wasn't surprised that the road was in there because I watched the planning board meetings, but I was surprised that, this had this amount, 800,000 to 1 million was an additional amount, and that's not hard costs, or that's not hard, but estimated as an additional cost to what was projected as the North Boulder Branch Library.
So it sounds like since the budget team has already allocated operating funds for the North Boulder Library after it's opened, what we're really talking about is the capital dollars. But it sounds like it may be a little premature for us to try to pick a number, let alone find a source for those capital dollars, since we just simply don't know what the shortfall is. And it sounds like you may also have other sources of funding, so that it feels like we're maybe 6 months-ish or so too early to know what that number might be. And there's probably 100% chance that if we guessed tonight, we're going to guess wrong. Will either be too high or too low, right? And so I guess my preference would be to wait to see what numbers are that David comes up to, and also to see some of these other promising sources, and then evaluate that mid next year. And if we are short, I agree with you, Lisa, I don't want to hold up the construction of the library by any means, but it sounds like we simply don't know what that might be. So I guess my preference would be to not, whatever the source is, not try to pick a number out of the air and throw it at the library construction, since we're not too sure what that might be.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that. I know we don't know exactly what the number is, but we do know it's above what we have estimated for the cost of the library. And so I think we already have, or staff has, put this $700,000 into our budget and for the doors, or the door. I have questions about the doors at some point, but I still think we could put a few $100,000 to $500,000 into the library that would be easily used by the library as a capital improvement.
So you have a couple options with regards to this, and not necessarily having to make a decision and feel stuck to it tonight. We likely anticipate, due to ballot items coming forward in November, needing to do a February adjustment to base. So one of the things you could say is keep the $700,000. We're not exactly what it'll be used for then. Have the discussion in February during this adjustment to base process. We'll have further information related to the exact costs, maybe get a little bit more about these external funding sources nailed down, but that is one solution to where we don't change the budget appropriation necessarily, but we do kind of hold it and not move forward with the doors or anything else until we have further information.
I like that, Katie.
So I agree. I think that's the prudent way to move forward, is to get our numbers and then look at the adjustment to base. And, I have a full commitment to getting this library done on time. It's been something the community's wanted for a long time. It's going to be a great amenity in North Boulder. And we will just monitor and watch the schedule and hear from David as we learn more. And it's nice the timing lines up like that, because that means we will probably have pretty good numbers to be able to talk about this at the adjustment to base.
We'll work on it.
And I'm fine with that, and I appreciate your suggestion, Katie.
Okay, so shall we say we're going to leave the library alone for now? All right. Okay, then next, so we'll hold the doors discussion for a little later and see where we get on some of the big ticket items, because the doors may become a source of funding or may not, depending on what we think about them. I will say the next big spending cluster is police and public safety, and it's a conversation we've heard a lot about. There are questions about the door, somehow relates to that as well. Then there's the issue of needles in town, and are we adequately funding, pickup patrol? People have brought up the homeless outreach team and the police, and we should probably talk about whether more funding is needed there or more focus. So is it a budget issue? And then Lisa has raised police levels and police funding. So shall we dive into that? Because that and transportation are two of our big remaining uses. Okay, who would like to start us off?
So Carrie Weinheimer, our interim police.
That'd be great.
Oh, but you've got syringe disposal up there.
We have two different slides, so if you want to touch on syringe disposal, this is simply taking the exact wording from the update that you had before, highlighting kind of the increase that you've seen since 2016, 250% increase in spending around hazardous cleanup. I know that parks and police patrol daily, and then, they've done a lot of coordination around mitigating employee risk. So we're happy to talk about this. The next slide is around police staffing as well, though.
Why don't we take them one at a time and try and talk about this one? So it says daily cleanup around the civic area, and that is nice, but what about other park areas? So I think the Park East event was a different park. And so I think the concern is public spaces generally speaking, and highest level of concern, public spaces that have children in them, because they have less experience with watching out for hazards like this, so.
Good evening again, Council. Yvette Bowden, Director of Parks and Recreation and Community Vitality. The Parks and Recreation team is organized in a series of zones. We cover 1,800 acres of urban park space. Some we do more intensely, like Pearl Street Mall in the civic area, but we do cover all zones every day. We tip the trash, we visit, and we try and do that between dusk and dawn. That is never going to be, unfortunately, regardless of the amount of staff that we had, enough to cover all needs. The figures that you have there represent our coordination between our department and other departments, including Public Works, Transportation, all the other groups, and certainly Police and Fire, as we have tried to supplement that service through contractors and volunteerism and other things. Still, we do see an increase in the amount of debris. Encampments are also associated with a large amount of debris, but not solely. And we have also got in that figure some resources we've deployed, including, with your direction, portable restrooms, which include sharps containers that you heard a little bit about in prior meetings. At the end of the day, I can tell you that recently, since the last meeting, we have visited at least twice as often to the parks that were mentioned, with the assistance of the police department, and we have not uncovered more debris than we have in some other parks, but we certainly will make it a habit to continue to do as much as we can. We will also prioritize that in upcoming volunteerism. We do have, and I think it was referred to earlier, mobile activities. Sometimes it's one area of the park, sometimes it's another, sometimes a different park, and it isn't really something that we've been able to benchmark with other communities to do otherwise than what we are currently doing. But we do appreciate council's attention. We are very sensitive to the safety of all park visitors, of all abilities and ages, and we thank you for that.
So, any more questions? Okay. So what would we like to do? Oh, yeah, this is probably good. So do you have any comments to begin with on the syringe issue?
Evening, Council. Kerry Weinheimer, Interim Police Chief. No, not really. Our focus mainly is on safety for the larger encampment cleanups and being there to assist with that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. I know there were a number of questions floating about police staffing, historical numbers. So if you want, I can kind of run through that and hopefully answer many of those questions. Mm-hmm. And then if there are more specific questions, I can take those.
Thank you.
So our current staffing as we sit today, our authorized staffing is 184 officers as we sit today. Lisa had asked about staffing over the past 20 years. I can't come up with a year-by-year staffing, but in the late 1990s, I think it was 98 or 99, there was a public safety tax that was passed, and out of that funding, we increased staffing by 24 officers over a 3-year period. And that public safety tax was extended in 2002, that I know for sure. That was the largest single increase in staffing in my 29-year career. We built up to about 181, and then when the recession hit, we were cut back to 173, which is where we stood at the beginning of our master plan, which was adopted in 2013. We had 173 in 2013. We went to about 176 the following year, and we've built up to 182, which was the master plan number. We hit that this year in terms of authorized staffing. We added an additional officer as an adjustment to base for marijuana enforcement, and we converted an existing civilian supervisor position to a sergeant position, a budget neutral transfer. That gets us to 184 today. We currently have 8 actual vacancies, but I'd like to delve in that a bit because that number underscores what the true vacancy is. So we have 8 actual vacancies. We have 16 officers in training, so they're not solo qualified. And currently we have 11 officers on either some form of light duty, be it from an injury, an illness, family leave, et cetera. So that brings us down to an actual fully capable staffing of 149 officers as of today. Historically, we've averaged about 10 to 12 vacancies per year. So far this year, we have hired 13 officers, and we still have 8 vacancies, so that gives you some idea of where we're at. There's sort of a cumulative lag effect that we've faced because in several hiring cycles, we have not been able to fully fill all vacancies. I think were a couple of years where we had 10 or 11 vacancies. We were only able to hire 8 or 9 because we weren't able to get enough qualified applicants, and we weren't going to lower standards just to fill positions. And of course, those have a cumulative effect as time goes on. It takes a minimum of 44 weeks to train a new officer. That's on top of the hiring process time, which can be 2 to 3 months. We have done a concerted effort to shorten the hiring cycle by being more nimble, running sort of a continuous hiring process, but we're still kind of beholden to the academy schedule for new officers, and that's January start date, an April start date, and a July start date. So we still have to work around the academy start dates and being able to get enough seats in the academy to put all of our officers. Just an interesting note on our demographics that might help you. Of the 30-some benchmark cities, we have the highest average age of a police officer. It's 43 years. Carlsbad, for instance, I think is about 35. So we have a more aged workforce than many of our peers. And there's a nationwide shortage of police officers. Every department that is trying to fill vacancies is facing the same difficulty. We're all looking for the same qualified applicants. So there's a great deal of competition for those applicants, and that just kind of exacerbates the problem. We're going to begin our master plan next year. I know there were some questions around what's optimal staffing, what would we like it to be. It's hard to stand here today and give you a solid number, but I would anticipate somewhere between adding 20 to 30 officers over the lifespan of the next master plan, which we will begin in 2020. And I think we have a check-in with you late in February of 2020 to have some discussion around the master plan. So I think there were some questions also about how we're staffed on a day-to-day basis, if I remember right, Lisa?
Yeah, I just was curious, I don't know what you call the squad or the group, but you have X amount of patrol officers on the ground, and my understanding is that it's somewhat lower today than it has been in years past, and I don't know that for a fact.
Right. So actually that number I threw out earlier, if we have 149 fully capable officers, is actually better by about probably 3 officers than it was this time last year. So it is a little better. Day-to-day staffing fluctuates quite a bit. We staff based on call load because our call load over the last 5 years has been fairly predictable. So what we staff at 5 a.m. is going to be different than what we staff at 5 p.m. or 10 or 11 or midnight.
Right.
So it fluctuates based on time of day, day of week. Just by way of example, today was a pretty well-staffed day. Day shift had 2 sergeants, 10 officers, and 3 overtime officers. 2 of those officers were patrolling municipal campus. 1 was on Pearl Street Mall. So That was today, but it varies from day to day.
No, thank you. And do you have a question? Yeah, no, I think you've answered my questions.
So I think the one question I have is the schedule on the hot team staffing, because there's a lot of community concern around that, and it's been a really nice service provided by the force.
And if I could add to that, if there would be the capacity to have backup so that we aren't without a hot team.
Sure.
And just to clarify, that's the homeless outreach team. On the
Right, homeless outreach team. So the homeless outreach team was staffed with 2 officers. One of those officers is on extended leave for medical condition. The other officer is on light duty currently. The homeless outreach team functions have not gone away completely. The one officer who's on light duty is still trying to help a lot from the office and coordinating with municipal court and with the other service providers. Our mall officers have taken up some of the slack in trying to go locate people who need to go somewhere for services or to help out with the muni court navigator. So the functions are continuing, not at the capacity they were when we had a fully staffed hot team. The problem that we face is, as I said, we have 16 officers in training. 5 of those are going to come out on the street on their own next month. We have 2 anticipated promotions happening to fill 2 retirements after the first of the year. That's 2 of the 5. The others are going to backfill watches that have been very, very short to cover calls. So there really is no backup at this point. So they're in the pipeline, but it's a long pipeline. We are having some discussions, in fact, tomorrow with Health and Human Services, or Housing and Human Services, to talk about some different strategies to look at how we do that service. Some discussion around, is that solely a police function, or do we try to draw on some other service providers and leverage our ability to reach out to the homeless without having frontline officers doing all the work? Because my feeling is that is not necessarily where we want to put our police resources. I think we have a role in that, but I think we could get the same or better benefit with a reduced involvement by leveraging some other resources.
Thank you.
Chief, thanks. Thanks for that, Chief. And just following up on that last point, I was involved with the establishment of the homeless outreach team back in 2016. And I know at least back then it was contemplated that the police-only component of that would be relatively short-lived, and that there would come a day, and it sounds like that day has come, where we the police would be partnering with human services. And I just know from personal experience that that's considered best practices around the country as well, is to have human services people on the line, on the street, in partnership with the police, interfacing with our unhoused people. And so I'm glad that you're taking that step. I'm sorry that it had taken some disabilities to get us there, but I think we're heading in the right direction. I would strongly encourage you to find a partnership with, whether it's our own human services department or other nonprofit providers.
Sam? So this probably isn't for you, the question, because if we do that kind of outreach, is there money for that in this budget? To do, if we remove it solely from the police and have it move into human services?
No. That would be something that the Housing and Human Services folks and the police department would figure out what that staffing looks like, how many FTEs it would require, and then they would provide more information to us, and we would come back in the early part of next year with an adjustment to base and recommend where that funding would come from.
Because this is something also the municipal court has talked about in terms of their outreach.
And they do have a homeless navigator that they're in the process of rehiring. Someone, moved on to a different job, and that position has been very valuable, as Linda Cook has talked to you about. So that's a position that we very much value and that will be continuing. And once that's filled, and it could actually be filled by now, I haven't heard, but it was filled. That person will relate with the police department and with any Housing and Human Services staff members that we would add. So we would coordinate all of those efforts.
And my concern would be that we would again have more than one person. I know 2 years ago, the municipal court, the person who was there then was talking about how grateful one would be to have additional resources. And what we hear is that we need additional resources in this area, regardless under which department they're staffed. And optimally, there is a better place than the police department to have it staffed. So the question is for this council, I would think, is moving it forward as expeditiously as possible and getting the staffing done.
So I do know that HHS is working with the county to apply for a grant that would help offset some of this. I don't have a lot of those details. In fact, we're meeting tomorrow to discuss this further and look at the different models. But I was given that information today that they are in pursuit of a grant.
Great. Aaron?
Yeah, so just to echo what Cindy and Bob has said, thanks for all that information. I just want to echo that I do feel like it's a really important function, and that it may well not be best suited to the police department, but look to staff to, whether that's human services or quite possibly one of our partners in the community, in the nonprofit community, to figure out how we can make sure that that function is still happening in our community.
So can I add just a little bit? One of the great bits of progress is a lot of the barriers are broken down. There was a lot of mistrust between human services and the police and the court over the years, and human services didn't want the police and the court involved. And now that there's more of a problem-solving approach, I think there's actually an F-15.5 in the municipal court that's doing the homeless navigator, so there is some backup, Cindy, for that. They work with our office closely. They work with the police. We're on the transport issue that's been sort of dropped, but HOT, I think Judge Cook and I met last Friday with some other folks, and I think we've worked that out with James Cho. So we are making progress in this area. The team, the HOT team that they had was outstanding, 2 outstanding officers. It's hard to replace that quality of folks with new folks. They're working on it. We're working on it. Judge Cook's working on it. And the thing that I can assure you is that those barriers that used to be there, and in my experience, I've been doing this a long time, when I said as a prosecutor, I want the human services in the court, they'd say, no, you're just trying to put people in jail. And now they get that that's not our goal. We all want to try to solve the underlying problems that were being addressed. This whole city is working. We tried to do a municipal court update this year to talk more about all these things that are happening. It got pushed off till next year, and we'll do that. But I want to show you that this system is working better than I've ever seen it. And as I said, I've been doing this a long time. The underlying approach from everybody working together to solve the individual problems and not just prosecute crimes. And you'll hear more about that as we talk about this.
That's great to hear. I just want to be sure we have the funding for it.
Yeah. And I want to come back to one of the original purposes of the HOT team was to build trust, between law enforcement and the unsheltered community. And I think it's been, at least as described, a great success so far. And the point of that was also so that homeless folks who may have been crime victims would be willing to report and not avoid the police out of fear of somehow being persecuted or prosecuted. And so I really think there is a police role in this that is an interface role which keeps the trust in the community. I don't know what the right mix is. It's hard to say, but I just think bringing the police into that function has also broken down some barriers.
I agree, and I think, like we said, that mix is what we're going to explore, what the right mix is.
Good. Okay.
I just want to thank the chief for bringing forward
Sure. I
these.
also just want to add real quickly, Jane has given us standing authority to overhire. So anytime we do get that number of applicants that are qualified and meet our standards and we're able to overhire by 1 or 2, we're going to. But it takes
That's
a long time
excellent.
to get caught up. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that information, I think there are 2 things to talk about. One is, do we want to or feel the need to increase the budget for the syringe collection and safety? And I don't know if anybody has any opinions about that. I would invite them.
Well, I did hear from Yvette that cleanups have been increasing since we talked about it last a few weeks ago. So that's heartening. I mean, it seems like we do need to devote some additional resources. So if you're able to do somewhat more with your current resources, then great. But if it requires additional resources, then I would invite Jane to tell us that.
Yeah, so maybe make a suggestion. I didn't hear that ask for more money for this particular program tonight, so maybe we can just make a standing invitation that if staff ever feels they need additional resources for this important health initiative, that you'll let us know.
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, it's an issue of great community concern, as we've heard. And so, yeah, please don't be hesitant. You know, the numbers are not large, but if the upside is significant, then I think we want to make sure not to miss the opportunity. Okay. So then, police funding. Anyone have any thoughts on what we just heard?
No, I just appreciate the answers from Katie and the chief, and I'm not going to be here, but I look forward to the police master plan and continuing moving forward in serving and protecting our community. And I appreciate the police officers and all their work, so.
Yeah, I think in terms of the budgeting for it, I'd like to wait for the master plan to see what they come up with, but I do think that it's something that clearly there's a long pipeline, and that seems to be the biggest issue, not the fact that we're saying you can't hire. But I do think that making sure that we have well-staffed and knowing that that pipeline exists and that we have enough people in it, because again, that could get really detrimental to the safety of our community if we're not having enough. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what that comes out to be.
Very good. With that, there's only a few more items left. That is.
Go to doors.
Well, okay. So we've got doors and transportation safety funding and transportation maintenance funding, and then we've got potential sources of funding from the CVB and the reserves.
So can I just say, from the transportation perspective, I would actually kind of like to back into it from the sources of funding, because I would.
Okay. Okay.
Maybe we can talk about sources if that's amenable to other people.
Do you still want to talk about doors, Lisa, now?
Well, if Aaron wants to go ahead, I'm fine with it.
Okay. So, remind us, Katie, 1% reduction in reserves is?
Roughly $1.4 million.
$1.4 million, okay. And then CVB, I think we have some numbers in an IP about the funding, 2.1 million or so?
So in 2020, and again, this is based upon how the contract works, is we anticipate what we received the year prior. And so we're anticipating for the 2020 contract, the revenues brought in for 2019 are going to equal about $2.3 million. And then just kind of roughly with 20% accommodations going towards that contract, every 1% is about $85,000 just off the top of your head, if that helps.
So would it be helpful for folks if, since I'm the liaison to the CVB and I have been for 4 years, it might be of value for me to kind of lay out a little bit in just a very high level what the CVB, what that money that Katie just mentioned is spent on. So let's just use 2 million-ish as a round number. That number is almost exactly half program expenses, and I can drill into that if you'd like, and half non-program expenses or fixed expenses, non-discretionary, things like rent and things like that that are kind of not easily adjusted. And so about $1 million of that is program expenses. About a third of that $1 million are for community programs right here in Boulder. They're not about tourism. They're not about putting beds in heads or heads in beds. It's really about, and I can give you a list of some of the things that are spent on that. And so I think, as we look at the CVB budget, I do want us to remember that last year at this time, we took $126,000 out of that $1 million program budget, so about 12%. So it was a pretty big hit to the CVB, and they made adjustments and they reduced their programs and their support for some things. I want to give you an idea of the types of things that the CVB did support this year, particularly focusing on community. Give me just a second to call this up. So about $100,000 were made in grants. And I should just point out, as is typically the situation in grant arrangements, there were a lot more requests for grants than the CVB could fund. The CVB was able to fund $92,500 in grants to local organizations here in 2019. And that was actually a reduction from where the CVB was in 2018 and 2017, in part because of that $126,000 that we reduced their budget by. And I'll just give you a quick list of what where that money went. $10,000 to the Colorado Latino Festival, $10,000 to the Environmental Nature Outdoor Film Festival, $5,000 to the Museum of Boulder for its 75th anniversary exhibit, $5,000 to the Pavlova Project, $10,000 to Boulder Open Studios tours, $9,500 to First Bite Boulder, $8,000 to Flatirons Food Film Festival, $10,000 to a program by the Boulder Philharmonic called Hearing Boulder, $6,500 to the Bluebird Music Festival here, $10,000 to the Modern Masters presentation by the Boulder Ballet, and $8,500 to the Versatility Dance Festival here. And so that adds up to about $92,500 in local support for local events and organizations.
Can you send us that list?
Yeah, I'm happy to. In addition to that, for the last 3 years, Jane, the CVB has funded the Park to Park bus program that we have, and the CVB has provided $75,000 of that funding to provide the free bus service up to Chautauqua. As a matter of fact, there's discussions, because that program has been so fabulously successful, about expanding that program to maybe other days, maybe to Sanitas, other places where we have the burdens, because the program has just been fantastic. This money well spent. So as we look at the CVB as a source of funding, I just want us to be cognizant of the fact that we did cut the discretionary budget by 12% last year. And if we made further cuts, it would come out of these things that I just mentioned, whether it's the Park to Park program or the local community programs. And I'll just kind of maybe close on the tourism side of things. And this is something that I think I shared with you all back in December of last year after we did that cut. And it's kind of a cautionary tale. In the 1990s, because of a glitch in Tabor, the Colorado State Tourism Board had a reduction in its funding of about $12 million. It was kind of unintentional. It was a bit of a mistake, but for a few years, they lost about $12 million in their funding. Within 2 years after that cut, Colorado's annual tourism revenue plunged by $1.4 billion, so almost 100-to-1 loss from the loss of the funding. And that was in comparison to other states. And we weren't going through a nationwide recession. And within 5 years, that drop had increased to $2 billion a year. And until that funding was restored a few years later, Colorado lost 30% of its tourism market to other states. And it took until the mid-2000s for Colorado to regain that tourism share. And so, there's a direct correlation between what we spend on tourism and what we receive in tourism. Of course, as we all know, tourism makes a substantial contribution to our accommodations tax, our food tax, and our sales tax here in the community, which in turn provides us with many of the amenities we have. I think, I remember from the retail study, we have a pull factor of 1.5, which means that we get about 50% more in sales tax than a city of our size deserves, which means we have more money to spend on libraries and parks and open space and some of the wonderful things. And so if we reduce the CVB's budget, I just want us to be cognizant of the fact that probably the first thing to go will be those community programs in the Park to Park. And then if we cut even deeper than that, the next thing will be our support for tourism, which in turn will reduce the revenue that we receive from those tourists that come to visit.
So how much is their rent, Bob?
See if I have that number for you. Hold on a second. I don't have the whole budget here, but I do have a little bit of a breakdown.
Can you send us that document?
Yeah. Well, most of what I read is from the memo that we all got back on June 28th. There was an IP that Jane's team sent out June 28th, and Katie, I think, sent that to you, Lisa, in response to your question.
Yeah, no,
you had a question a couple of weeks ago, and Katie sent that to you, but I can refresh that and make sure everyone has it.
I didn't know if it was in addition to that or not.
Cindy, I'm looking at occupancy costs of $11,000.
A month?
No, that's a year, per year. In 2018, it was 10,000. In 2017, it was 8,000. Right now, it's 11. Projected for 2019, 11,000. 11,264.
Can they tell us where that office is? Because I could use some space to rent.
Their office is actually in the Chamber of Commerce building. They lease space from the Chamber
Very
of Commerce.
economically, that's great.
Yeah.
Very economic. Yep. How many employees?
Have that. That was also in the memo that Jane sent us.
10.9.
Yeah, 9 or 10 employees. Yeah, thank you.
And
I actually think
there's
that they,
9 part-time.
I think they ended up reducing a headcount position and letting somebody go as a result of the budget cut we did last year.
Okay, so I'm just going to bring up some more numbers because I find them interesting. These are on the income side. And if the numbers Lisa gave me are right, that the budget in 2010 was $700,000, and in 2019 it's 2.1 or 2.3 million, you look at the average annual increase, it's 13% annually. I mean, that is a pretty hefty increase. It's well above inflation, and it's well above the rate the city budget increases at generally. So what I guess that tells me is there are more tourists coming into more beds than there were before, because shouldn't that income be related to the number of bed nights that?
And I want to be clear, the 2010 numbers did not include the change in allocation. That didn't occur until 2012. Again, the vote was 10. The contract for 12 was based upon 2011 figures. And so it's probably more accurate to look at the increase of how our contribution was the same. So in 2012, it was $1.3 million compared to now 2.3. So just when you look at the 700,000, that doesn't include the change in the ballot contribution amount. So it's not exactly apples to apples.
I just observe in 2007, more recent history, in 2007 it was $2.3 million. In 2018 it was actually $2.2 million, and this year we're talking about $2.1 million. That's the budget. So actually it's been flat to slightly declining. And you're absolutely right, Sam, with that ballot measure and that increase in funding, some of which goes to the general fund and some of which goes to the CVB. The CVB was able to do some of the things I just talked about, the park to park and these local programs, which really wasn't part of their mission before. And so I think their budget, and do you have the 2016 numbers? I thought you had provided those as well, Katie.
She did.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head.
They're 1.925,
Yeah.
309.
Yeah, so I think, so it sounds like the numbers have been kind of hovering right around $2 million for the last 4 years.
So just to make sure I have the numbers right, 2012, 1.2 million, and then 2019 is 2 point what, Katie?
2012 was 1.364916. I've got this is from Bob Icahn.
And what was 2019 projected at?
In 2019, this ended in 2017 with 2.136.
So
I don't know off the top of my head. I know that the 2018 or 19 contract had decreased because we had shut down some of the, we had less beds. It is, over the last year, we're seeing a pretty significant increase in accommodations tax due to the new hotels going on. So 2020's proposed budget is actually a reflection of almost a 5% increase in accommodations right now.
And aren't we adding short-term rentals to that too, which?
No, so short-term rentals is a different revenue source that doesn't go to the Convention and Visitors Bureau, but instead gets transferred after taking administrative fees to the Affordable Housing Fund.
Oh, that's good.
Do I remember correctly, Jane, that we also, the deal that we struck with CU, so to speak, on the accommodations tax that might be earned on the CU Conference Center's hotel would also not go to CV. It was going to be redirected for another purpose.
Yeah, that's right. I'm forgetting exactly what it was.
I thought it was to subsidize nonprofits that were going to use the conference center.
Yeah.
The numbers that you sent out, Katie, to Lisa in response to a question a couple of weeks ago, these were actual I don't know if they were budgeted. These are the payments to the CVB. 2016, 1.9 million. 2017, 2.1 million. 2018, 1.7 million. So 192117, right? Okay. And do you know what the 2019 numbers are going to be? You don't know?
I don't, Bob. Not off the top of my head. I apologize.
So this is just kind of an aside, but how are you getting does the university give a portion of their taxes, like admissions taxes, to the city now?
I think it probably depends on the type of event.
I'm talking about any university event. And if so, why would they all, when you're saying now they're going to give accommodations
This is
taxes?
well, you said admissions. This is
I did
accommodations
say
tax.
admissions, but I'm just asking what's making them change their mind about
Well, it was the part of the negotiations on their conference center, because what we asked them to do is to oversize, in their view, it was oversizing the conference facilities so that there would be an opportunity for nonprofits to have more access to the right size conference center to hold local events. One of the things that has been an issue in our community is that people often say that there isn't a space large enough for like a 500-person event to go to. And so they often go to Broomfield. And so we were asking them to make the open space part of their conference center, the ballroom, a larger amount so that it could accommodate nonprofits and others from our community that would normally take their events to Broomfield.
And what was the final square footage we ended up at?
I don't remember. I think it was 21,000 square feet, around there. But it might have been 15. I don't recall. Yeah.
Jane, isn't that what the civic use pad, though? I mean, now that we're putting in the civic use pad, isn't that?
No. The civic use pad will definitely accommodate some of the smaller events for nonprofits, but not the larger ones.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I made the corrections because I didn't have that change, and it's about 7% annually. So looking from 2012 until a projected 2019.
Well, that's probably spot on, because as it turns out, Aaron and I were at a hotel motel association meeting today, and between 2013 and 2019, they indicated that the number of hotel rooms over that 6-year period of time was 6% increase. So it would, and there's almost a direct correlation between accommodations tax and number of rooms. So yeah.
And so the one question I'd ask is, given that the budget has gone from 1.4 million to, we think, 2.1 million or thereabouts, is do we need that rate of increase of what's going on there? Now, these community programs, I like them, of course, Park to Park and the 90,000 to Boulder events, but that's a small piece of the overall budget, right? That's like 160, 70,000, and I'm just pointing out that we should keep in context that the pool of money has grown, but does that mean that the pool of services needs to grow, or should there be more focus on these community events and less focus on the tourism promotion function?
Well, I think that the numbers have certainly grown since the early 2010s when the tax was first put in place. It hasn't grown in the last 3 or 4 years. It really has been pretty steady. I read the numbers. I can read them again. And keep in mind, only half that budget is discretionary. So we took away 12% of their discretionary budget last year. And so we can take away more of the discretionary budget, but the first things that will probably go, because remember, their mission is on tourism. These extra community benefits really are extra. That's what this additional money that has been obtained through the growth of accommodations tax and growth of the rooms has allowed them to get involved in some things. A Jaipur Literature Festival, remember they funded those for 3 years. As a matter of fact, there's a request right now on the table by the city staff of the CVB to fund a program. And what the response back to the city staff was, well, if our budget gets cut, the answer is no. So it's a little circular, because we get asked by the city, that's I'm on the CVB board because of my liaison. The CVB board gets asked by the city to fund things like Jaipur a few years ago, like this other program that's coming down the road. And so the responses are not to be petulant, but the responses are going to be, geez, if we cut our budget, the answer is going to have to be no, because we simply won't have that money to provide the support to the things the city. I mean, you can go through that list of things I just listed. Some of those could have been funded by the art budget, right? We could have just shifted those over to Matt Jazansky's budget and say, hey, Matt, you support the Latino Festival, for example, but it's a way for the accommodations tax to fund local community amenities. But if we want to cut that off or shift that over to arts, we can certainly do that.
Well, but I think also the things that they fund have a nexus to visitors.
Right? They do, because there are things, as you went through the list, you heard there were things that both are of interest to our community, but also probably of interest to visitors.
Right. So and I think part of the danger here is that as you reduce funding, that maybe in the short term you get a little bit small boost to the general fund, but in the long term, I think we would very likely end up with declining city revenues overall. So it might be kind of handy this year, but I think it's going to hurt us in the longer term.
So, Aaron, you think that some minor adjustment to this budget is going to make Boulder become no longer a destination? Tourist destination place?
Less so.
Less so. I don't know. You know, I brought in this has to do with El Dorado, of course, but even the local curmudgeons, this is overcrowding on all of our spaces and open spaces, city spaces, et cetera. It started off with El Dorado, and people just took off on this. And if anyone reads these, this is the editorial advisory board and the camera. They can be pretty curmudgeonly, but this is something, I don't think we're going to lose our destination status if we start, particularly given, as Sam was just saying, with this kind of increase in this short a period of time. The story Bob told about what happened in the 90s is the favorite sort of fire sale story about, oh my gosh. But that was before the governor hired someone who specifically brings tourism to the state based on outdoor recreation. And we're now up in the billions and billions of dollars for that. The overflow is what the city is now getting. How many more hotels are we going to be building? How many do we have now? 20 hotels, 2,400 rooms? I mean, what? So how many do we keep growing? Is tourism actually, this community has been built on university, federal labs, and entrepreneurial endeavor. And so tourism is fine, there's a place for it, but in terms of letting it just keep growing and growing and growing, I think that is an error.
I don't think that accelerated growth is the objective. I think it's to kind of maintain things the way they are now. What we heard today at the luncheon was that the number of hotel rooms we have right now is adequate for the need that we have in town. So it's not a matter of growing 10% a year in terms of visitation, but sort of keeping us sort of steady state.
So we're going to get there's supposedly 2 new hotels are on the table, right up at the top of Broadway?
Well, they're going to meet some additional needs. I mean, I think.
Yeah, but I want to kind of bring us back to the budget. We're talking about CVB budget, not whether we should build hotels. The CVB is not in the business of building hotels.
The budget, however, frames a good part of the policy in the city of Boulder. So I think that these things can well be discussed, Bob, at this appropriate time, since we actually don't get reports during the year unless we ask for them.
Well, there was a report given on June 28th. I don't think
Unless we ask for them.
No, that
was a regular.
Twice a year report. It's a twice a year report that comes from the CVB. I'll just say that we just, if the first $75,000 you take out of the CVB budget is going to be the Park to Park program. So you're taking it, and I don't know where that money comes from. Then Jane, I don't know if the Parks Department and Transportation Department picks up the slack or where that comes from.
Well, we'd work with the 2 departments to see if they had extra funding, and if not, then the city manager's contingency could possibly take it.
I'll just note that many visitors come and visit the Dushanbe Tea House, walk along our Boulder Creek path, go to the Peace Garden, and I think will come and visit our Sister Cities exhibit. I'm just making that point, and it was brought to my attention that our library is one of the top 10 places that tourists come to visit. So it's a destination spot. So I don't know if CVB would like to put some money into the library or into the Sister Cities Plaza.
They certainly could be requested. They actually did put, I think, $40,000 a year in for 3 years to the Jaipur Literature Festival, which supported the library. And so when the city comes to the Convention Visitors Bureau with these requests, including the request that's on the table right now, they usually accommodate it. They usually say yes. They're looking for community programs. A third of their
Well, I found 2 for you.
There you go. Thank you. So maybe that's the solution. If there's certain needs in the community that are, more or less tied to tourism, like Sister City is a great example. That may be a more effective way is to ask for a redirection of those funds towards community programs that also are of interest to tourists, rather than simply taking the money away and then having other departments have to pick up the slack.
So I wrote an email this afternoon about CVB funds and about the doors and using that some of the CVB monies be allocated over 2 or 3 years. I think I don't have support for as much as I would like for the doors. They were far more expensive than I ever anticipated. The council voted unanimously to go forward and ask staff to come up with an estimate, which I appreciate that staff did. I guess, it's all about prioritization. And one of my concerns about the door not going in is the mess we have right now in the front of the Muni building. And I appreciate staff saying that they could identify $90,000 to help beautify and activate the Sister City Plaza. But there was no real description of how that would be activated, other than changing the seating. And the seating is already occupied by those who choose to be there. And for me, it's a public safety issue and a public accommodations issue of people not feeling like they can go to the Sister City Plaza. So I would, while I'm happy to back off on the doors for right now, in exchange for a significant amount of that going into, to be used as adjustment to base for library, North Boulder Library, I would like more information, and I don't know if Yvette is still here, on how that area is going to be activated and made safer and made more welcoming and inclusive to all of our residents. And then I had a question from the budget that you had just put one tile, but we've added 2 new sister cities, so we need 2 tiles.
Okay.
Yes,
So-
we do.
So do you want a response from Yvette now, or
Yeah,
do you
is
want
Yvette around?
Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Only if Yvette is ready to respond, should she respond.
Oh.
Good evening again, Council. Pretty much what Jane said, but I will add this. Since we did the first phase of improvements in the civic area with the Community Culture and Safety Tax first issuance, it has really fallen heavily on Parks and Recreation to activate the entire civic area. We have done so without requesting additional funds. And we would look, as we always do, to make all of our parks and spaces great places to visit. We will continue to do so and look into infrastructure that might help. Everything will have to go through a lens of whether or not it can be maintained at a good level. And I don't think I have any easy answers for this. I wish I did. And we'll continue to look at that, from active activation to infrastructure improvements we can make in consultation with FAM, with the police department, and with our colleagues that work at the municipal campus.
Well, thank you for that. Yvette, a few years ago, you did wonders in terms of improving our bandshell and the lighting in the bandshell and making it more open and able for people to see. And I think it did improve the safety. So I'm wondering if more lighting, but I'll leave it to you to figure.
We'll get creative.
Figure it out, but that the Sister Cities Plaza does need to be activated in a way that others feel like they can be safe and enjoy the Sister City Plaza.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
No, it's not for you. I was just going to speak to
Thank you.
council and say, why don't we go ahead and reel this in? Because we have the CVB budget. I have heard that it's 11,000 a month, not 11,000 a year.
Oh, I'm sorry. That doesn't make sense because this was the annual budget.
So
Where'd you get that from?
somebody from CVB texted me, so.
Huh.
Anyway.
It's in the staff memo. I mean,
Oh, is it? Okay.
That was sent to us. I mean, it's the memo that was resent to Lisa last week. It shows an annual amount, an occupancy of $11,264. These are all annual numbers.
We'll work it out later. It's what we choose to do with CVB and allocation there is up to us. Next, I would move to reserves as our funding source. we've been told 1.4 million roughly for each percent that we drop it. So I think we know that we can do 1.4 million or less and have an impact on the reserves of 1% or less. And for CVB, we've heard what the risks are, but Mary, just to bring you up to speed, the funding has gone up about 7% a year in the CVB budget. So then there's our funding starting point, and then the two remaining issues are the doors and transportation. And so it might be helpful if you can bring the transportation slide up that you had.
Sure.
We just had a brief discussion about the doors.
Yeah, and we didn't decide anything, so do we want to start there? Lisa, you just had a statement about you're happy to forego the doors if the funding goes largely towards the library. That's what you said.
Correct. Correct, and the North Boulder Branch Library. And my concern is that we've had unanticipated additional costs that are construction costs, our capital costs, our one-time funds. I think those additional costs are related to the east-west road that would connect 13th to 14th Street, would improve fire and police access to the library. As the director of the library said, it also would improve access for people with disabilities and being able to be dropped off. So I think it would just improve the overall site plan of the library. That is an unanticipated cost. We don't know exactly what that will be. Those will be determined in the next few months. The hard costs will be.
Right.
And so
I would
just for Mary, that Katie had suggested that the 700,000 that right now has been allocated towards the doors be kept in the budget, but be used when the first adjustment to base comes back in February, and that we have a harder figure with respect to construction of the North Boulder Library, and that we would be able to use some or all of those funds for those unanticipated additional hard costs.
So if we're going to make that decision tonight and eliminate the doors, I also think we could put the money in the budget, because we know that we will need at least $500,000, for instance, because the estimate was 1.5 million is the delta between what's budgeted and what's needed, but they don't have hard costs yet.
So you're referring to $1.5 million shortfall in the library?
North Boulder Library.
North Boulder Library? As I recall, during the establishment of the community culture safety tax, the budget for the library was actually reduced. Yep. So it's not a shortfall, it's more like it was realistic when it was
Chickens are coming home to roost.
Yep.
Can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
So first, I like where we're going with the doors in the library, because I think that's a good repurposing of that. Someday, Lisa, maybe there'll be some doors. Maybe we'll put your name on them.
Yeah. Well, for me, it's mostly the public safety aspect, and I'm confident that our director of parks will make sure, and community vitality, will make sure that that area is improved.
So I was going to make a suggestion. So I like the idea of reallocating the 700,000 of the doors towards the library. We don't know what the shortfall is, the library construction, but probably at least 700,000. And David will bottom that out here in the next few months. Then what I'd like to suggest on transportation, since we don't have that 700,000 available, right? I'd like to suggest, since the reserve increase, a 1% increase in the reserve, which I know we've been trying to bump it up a percent a year until we got to 20%, is about 1.4, I think is what you said, Katie. I'd like to suggest that we take half of that, because I'd like us to continue to move towards our 20% reserve goal. So what I'm going to suggest is, rather than moving up a full percent, which is what we've done the last several years, we move it up 0.5%. Sure. So we get up to 19.5%, and then maybe the next year, next council can get up to our 20% goal. And then we take that $700,000 in non-applied reserve and apply it to the 700,000 that's up on this, the incremental 700,000 that's on the screen. I still do want to talk about the median allocation. That's a different discussion, but that gets us the 700,000 without touching the doors and having the doors reallocated to the library, and still gets us moving forward, maybe albeit at a slower pace towards our reserve. I don't know how you all feel about that.
So I like that. Go ahead.
Oh, well, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. But I've been looking forward to getting to the 20%. I was hoping we'd do that in 2020. As I'm hearing the discussion amongst council tonight, that seems like a reasonable halfway point for what I'm hearing based on the will of council.
So I guess I think we need to have a little broader discussion of, are these the right uses? Is that the right dollar amount?
Definitely want to do that.
And do we want to use all of the doors funding right now for the library? And I would ask staff before we go on a process question.
Yeah.
Would you like us to make changes now, or would you like us to signal what we want at the adjustment to base? Because if we make changes now, do we have to touch it again?
So there's a couple ways that I can see going about this. You could touch it again, and we can come on October 29th, and we can increase the budget by 700,000. Conversely, you could flip kind of how you're thinking about the budget appropriation between library and transportation, and use the budget appropriation for the doors to transportation, reserve 700,000 in reserves for library, knowing that maybe that could change and we may need more, we may need less, but then that way it's still just in reserves and not necessarily appropriated at that point. And then if council does agree to that proposal, you could pass the budget tonight, barring there aren't any other discussions of changes of appropriation.
Sounds great.
That sounds great. Sounds like a nice plan. Okay, so other comments on Bob's suggestion?
No, I think that's a good proposal. I will say one thing, that I am still a little confused about the Vision Zero, because it was under ongoing in the ongoing expenses column, and we're looking at one-time funds here. So I'll let it sit for now, but I'm still kind of confused about that. So just wanted to say that.
I have detailed stuff on transportation, but we can
Okay. No, let's do it now, because I think we've got the big picture kind of forming up, so I want to go through the details right now. The doors to the library, the doors to the reserves probably to be used for the library is pretty clear, I think.
Doors to transportation.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I guess my concern
Doors
is, I'm
to
sitting here,
transportation.
yeah.
And then, right,
Yeah.
reserves for library.
My concern is that I'm sitting here now with a council that I know totally supports the North Boulder Library. And I don't know what the future council will be.
I agree with you, Lisa.
And so I would, while I really appreciate your suggestion, Katie, I would prefer to put the 700,000 allocated for the doors in the current budget to the library, and then take the reserves and use those towards transportation purposes.
I agree with Lisa. I think there's elegance to, these are both one-time, the doors and the library are both one-time capital expenses. And I think we're all just kind of going like, doors would be cool, but library's commitment to the community. Whereas this is an ongoing expense. And I think to the extent we're going to not go the full 1% of the reserves, this would be the plus. So I think that Lisa's right. And listen, if 6 months from now, we find out we don't need the 700,000 for library because somebody gave David a big gift, private gift, then we'll spend the money wisely.
On the doors.
So Cindy.
So I want to circle back to the CVB and just say that for it to be having these kinds of increases year after year, and to a certain extent being sort of a shadow board for our Arts Commission, I don't think is good for the longevity of it. That the way the ordinance is written, it says up to, and if anyone had thought that these kinds of increases would be happening this quickly, I'm kind of surprised. And I do think that these uses, these funds could be expended for the things that we're looking at up here that are ongoing, rather than, and if there's a horrible drop-off and everybody stops coming to Boulder, then it can always be reinstated.
Well, like, again, I want to quibble with the premise there. Let's dwell with facts. 2016, the exact payments made to the CVB were $1,925,000. In 2017, they went up to $2,136,000. 2018, these are numbers from Katie, it went down by $400,000 to $1,763,000. So it's pretty lumpy. It went down for $400,000 from 2017 to 2018. Sounds like Katie doesn't have the 2019 numbers handy.
$2 million.
$2 million, right? Okay, so $2 million. So it's covered now between 1.7 and 2.1 for the last 4 years. It bounces around a little bit depending upon the occupancy tax, but there hasn't been a dramatic increase in 4 years. We can have an interesting discussion about whether they spend their money wisely, but I don't want us to cut the CVB budget based upon an assumption that there's been a dramatic increase in the last 4 years, because there simply hasn't.
So can I ask a question of staff that'll inform this? What is the amount of the request that's being discussed with CVB right now?
On the park to park.
No, is it on park to park, or you said there was an ask? Bob, you implied that there was an ask.
No, there's not an ask. There was a commitment made back in 2010 to take a portion of the accommodations tax and a portion of the food and beverage. So it kind of is what it is. It's not a budget request. It's an allocation of those a portion of those taxes to the CVB.
Sam, I think you're talking about the commitment that they're making to the Jaipur Literature Festival.
No, I'm talking about, there was a mention, and I thought it was you who mentioned it, that there's 2 community programs. There's 92,000 for events. There's 75,000 for park to park. And is the request that, I thought you referenced a third request, or an ask of the city for program support by CVB?
Oh, there's a new program support request out there right now.
And what is that?
It's something to do, Jane, do you know what that is? It came from Mike Eubanks.
The only new one I've heard of is a bike race.
Bike race, that one.
It's a bike race, but I don't know how much we asked for.
So I don't see it bouncing around, Bob, as much as you do, and I don't know if the monies that they got, I don't know if those were appropriations or Katie, or if that
Actuals.
after it was taken. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that in a general sense, that when something is growing like this and it's actually, when do you stop, right? How big is it allowed to be? I'm just trying to point this out now, because it has been growing at 7%.
So, I have a suggestion, and I think I'm repeating something I heard already tonight, which is, let's make a request to the CVB for support for the Sister Cities Plaza. So whatever Parks is going to do, I'm sure more money would help. And so perhaps rather than cutting their budget, we can signal to them that we're doing this thing that we think has a lot to do with tourism, so it's got a nexus to the program, and we aren't adding funding to do this. Parks didn't request extra funding, but maybe we can request it from CVB.
That's great. I'm happy to hear.
And one of the things, being on the Sister Cities committee, one of the things that has been frustrating for, I think, all of the Sister City members is that the demarcation of the Sister Cities Plaza isn't really obvious. And so there aren't flags, there aren't anything. I don't know what it would take to help activate that, and I'm sure Yvette will consider that, but it would be great if CVB could help with funds that would improve the Sister Cities Plaza, improve the signage or the whatever, to make people more aware that this incredible plaza exists, and that it could be along their path from the Dushanbe Tea House through our Central Park into our municipal Sister City Plaza, into the main park, and continue west down to the Peace.
Well, that's a great point, because this actually could be a 3-way partnership between the city, CVB, because the Rotary wanted to participate in this as well, and they had some big plans, the things that they like to see. It sounds very similar to what you were proposing, Lisa, and I think, the Rotarians are really great fundraisers, and they've got a great vision, so maybe there could be a 3-way partnership between Rotary, CVB, and the city.
Okay, so
Just one more thing. I just wanted to say that because this area right outside the municipal building, it's not just about the health, safety, but it is also out of respect. I mean, I just walked through there and the tiles are just smeared with Gras-Doux, right? It is respect for these sister cities.
Absolutely, sure. So Mary, the way we've been doing process is taking straw polls to make sure we're good with things. So I would put out there, one is that we ask the CVB for support for sister cities, maybe bring in the Rotarians. Everyone good with that? Okay. And then the other is we're comfortable taking 700,000 out of the reserves, either early or at the right time.
Yeah, although just to clarify, it's to not increase it by 700,000. So we would still increase by 700,000, but not increase it to 1.4 million that's proposed.
But at some time we're going to appropriate it and encumber it. So are we all in agreement with that intention? Okay. Aaron, you had some points. And one more thing, we're going to nuke the doors. We're not going to move forward with the 700,000 door.
Hopefully, we're not going to nuke anything, but I'm not happy to take the doors off, but I understand the reasoning and, you know, that we do have better uses for that money. But I am looking forward to working with CVB and Rotarians and the sister city members to improve the activation of the site. And I do wonder how much we could do with lighting.
Okay, awesome. So Aaron, you want to start with transportation?
Yeah, so then we're talking about 700,000 additional for transportation, right? That's what's on the table right now. So Bill, can I bug you with a couple more things? So right now, your proposed additional funding opportunities are 200,000 for Vision Zero implementation and $500,000 for a corridor study. So I'm wondering about the corridor study, because my understanding is that we have several completed corridor studies that that will be years until they're fully funded.
It's absolutely correct.
So what's your thought? Is this the next incremental place to spend our dollars, or do you feel like is that the best place?
We included that based on the feedback that we received or felt we received from council at the last budget session.
So if you felt like if we ask you, hey, there's 500,000 additional for transportation, where might you put it if it were up to the department?
So there is certainly value in doing corridor studies. They are the groundwork that then lets you go and put in place the much more expensive Vision Zero improvements that are needed in those corridors. It's also true that we have 4 of them completed, and that represents, I think, something north of $200 million worth of needed improvements just in those 4 corridors alone. We have, again, a massive unfunded transportation need to meet our goals. The thing that would cause Vision Zero goals to be implemented the best would be allocations to Vision Zero implementation, but there's a limitation on how much we can do kind of in the small to medium pot version of that as well. And so we've taken that into account in this allocation. In truth, I would look at that pot of money being very flexible. We have a new Highway Safety Improvement Program grant opportunity presenting itself this year, and that is really great money. That's 10% city match money. So, for instance, the top priority project that we would be pursuing would be the protected intersection at 30th and Arapahoe. That's a $5 million project that we could obtain for $500,000 of city funding. If we pursued that project and were successful, then we would allocate $500,000 of that money to that project. Mm-hmm. And then we would spend only a portion of the money on a new corridor study and then spend money in a later year to finish that corridor study out.
Okay, thank you for that. So, but I'm hearing that we have a long waiting list for, say, the complex speed management
yes.
programs. And I think like we have our Bicycle 2.0 network, right, the low-stress bicycle
Yes.
network. We have green streets that we want to implement, and I know that like there has been a shortage of funding for making some of the larger engineering changes that might go along with those.
Yes.
You know, so could we designate kind of flexible funding for implementing kind of small to medium projects that accomplish our Vision Zero goals in those kinds of ways?
Absolutely, and you can be assured that we will implement exactly in the way you tell us to.
What do people think?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think I want to be sensitive to the fact that we do have a transportation advisory board, and you guys meet with them monthly. And I think if we were to say, "Hey guys, great news! Here's an extra $700,000, and by the way, our number one priority is safety."
Yep.
They're going to be, they and you are going to be better able to spend that money wisely than us sitting up here trying to make it up as we go along.
We will all be thrilled and honored. Yes.
And I would add, that all sounds good, having TAB tell us how to spend the extra money, but it is focused on safety. I would also have TAB and you relook at that annual increase to the median landscaping. I hear a lot of skepticism up here around that, and you know, however else you might be able to approach that, I think safety is more important than beautification. I love beautification, but I really would, given the accidents we've been seeing and how bad they have been, then I just want to have that conversation. So that's.
I agree. One thing I would also say is I know that fixing potholes is not particularly sexy, but street maintenance is a safety issue, right? Yep. Especially if you're on a bike. Yes. You hit a pothole and you're on the ground. And again, I leave this to TAB, but I would love to see. I mean, if I had $1 to spend on making a median pretty or $1 to spend on a pothole, I'd fix the pothole. Yeah. And I got to say, there are some vocal community members who would like to see our medians look better. But for every one of those, there's probably 10 or 20 people who write us who say our roads are not in good shape. Yeah. And you know, this is not a vote, but I mean, there's just a lot of folks who really would like to see our roads upgraded. So again, I'd leave it to TAB on how to allocate this $1.4 million, but road maintenance is a method of improving safety, of course.
So what I'm hearing is that you would allocate some dollars in lump sum, and that we would then go and get advice from our Transportation Advisory Board, both about how those dollars are spent and whether those dollars should be augmented perhaps by money associated with landscape medians.
I think so. I support in your existing 2020 budget request, I support all those buckets of money getting additional funding.
Yep.
But I do feel like there's an imbalance between how much is being allocated to the median maintenance versus the street maintenance. Yep. So I guess maybe we don't pick the exact numbers up here on the dais tonight. We can go send the request over to TAB, but with a direction to say emphasis on safety and please adjust the balance between median maintenance and street maintenance.
And with an emphasis on the median maintenance for the established trees.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And I guess my feedback is the 700,000 is for safety. Mm-hmm. And so we're sending it to TAB with the message, here's a bucket, but please apply this bucket to safety however you think is best, and then reallocate the existing budget with safety in mind. Mm. Yeah. Does that summarize it? Okay.
Could absolutely do that.
Okay, thank you. Great. So I think we are done. Yep. Unless there's a mechanics question we have to answer about what we're doing. Are we doing killing the doors and allocating that directly to the library so that we get that done now? Mm-hmm. And so that's the way we're going to do this mechanically, is we're going to stop the doors project and appropriate that to the library. Mm-hmm. And we're doing that just to make sure that that gets done with this council.
To the North Boulder Library.
North Boulder Library. And then the reserves will be used to fund the transportation.
Half of the increase.
Yeah, half the increase.
So we'll need to do a revised appropriation document to come on October 29th that increases the general fund budget by $700,000, if that's the procedure that I'm hearing you say.
I think it is. Barrett, agree? Okay. So then I think we're done. with the decision-making issues.
So do we,
Is there
do we think passing it tonight, or we just do it on emergency on the 29th?
I think what you need to do is tell me with the, and I'm sorry, Tom's not here, tell me you'll pass these ordinances with the revised $700,000, and then that way, whatever that is tonight will be the same thing on the 29th.
So we should pass it.
Pass it as amended, in other words.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to make a motion.
Yeah.
So basically, I will move what you have on the screen, but saying with an additional allocation of $700,000 to the general fund, subject to the direction given by council tonight for appropriation to the library and removing the doors project and adding $700,000 additional transportation. Does that work?
To the general fund or to the library?
So $700,000 additional dollars to the general fund to be dedicated to library uses. And then, I don't know if you need this in the ordinance, but removing the doors project from the budget and allocating the additional $700,000 to transportation.
I would second it if we could just amend it for North Boulder Library.
So, sorry, North Boulder Library Branch.
Yep. Second it.
Okay.
And so if we pass all of these components, then we're passing them on second as amended, and we'll just do it, not on emergency.
Consent. Do a third.
Correct.
Consent.
Okay?
Okay, this is a show of hands.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Awesome. Good.
Thank you very much.
All right, on to our second public hearing with a public hearing component, which is the Hogan Pancoast issue. So you may have to kick something off, but I don't want to. I hope I'm not here 3 hours.
Okay, so Hogan Pancoast is the next item. Yeah. And we're going to talk about the future use. So the next slide shows the property on a map, and it shows how we will be allocating the property. It's a total of 22 acres. 19 acres are west of 55th Street in the blue. That would be used for stormwater, flood management, utility, and parkland. And then 3 acres to the east in green, and that will be used for open space plus the purchase of some water shares. So we're going to talk a little bit about the purchase price. So you'll recall that we purchased this property from the developer for $5 million. And as we started to understand how to use that property, we worked with our stormwater and flood management folks to understand the value of that property for those uses. That's about $8,000 per acre. And so that flood utility will spend and give back to the general fund $152,000. The open space land is a much smaller piece, but they're also purchasing water, and so that is worth $10,000 per acre, and they will pay that to the general fund. The Parks and Recreation piece is $10,000 from the Parks and Recreation Fund for a potential future park use, and we'll talk in just a minute about how that will be determined. And so the total transfer to the general fund from each of those different areas is $192,000 with a total general fund cost, which essentially prevents future development on that site, of $4.8 million. So then on to the next slide. So the work that we've done with regard to the flood and stormwater use has 19 acre-feet of storage. You'll see on the map that we've got different dotted lines to show the different acreage that the storage could go over, and that has not yet been determined. It will be determined in a future update to the South Boulder Creek Flood Major Drainage Way Plan. But it will provide a benefit to 26 homes north of the Manhattan Middle School, so there is definitely a flood and stormwater benefit to the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. The open space use is the area to the east. It's adjacent to existing open space, and it was unanimously supported by the Open Space Board of Trustees much earlier this year. They're going to restore that land by fixing the fencing and also providing ongoing stewardship of the land. So the next one is the future Parks and Recreation use. Again, this went to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board on September 23rd. They unanimously supported it, but it was because we were waiting for them to review it that we haven't brought this back a little bit sooner. This was the first opportunity to do that after their unanimous approval. So during the Parks and Rec master plan process, they'll be looking at potential uses for the property. One of the things that we need to keep in mind is that whatever use we have of a park's nature would need to be reconciled with the stormwater and flood use that we'll need to have in the future. But we want to look at the existing prairie dog colony, other groundwater requirements, and among the things that people have talked about is perhaps a community garden there, other low impact uses that would be consistent with the floodwater uses. So we'll send that to the Parks and Rec master plan process and come back with more information. On to the next thing. So we have a proposed motion. This motion indicates that the supplemental appropriations are coming from the Open Space Fund, the Permanent Parks and Recreation Fund, and the Stormwater and Flood Management Utility. By providing funding from each one of those separate funds, we have effectively eliminated the ability for this property to be used for anything other than open space, parks, or stormwater purposes. And I think we have accomplished the goal that you've established for us.
So I have questions. I don't know if others do. So how, if you go back to the 26 homes protected slide, is that in addition to what would have been protected if we did detention at Manhattan Middle School?
I don't remember the answer to that, and I don't think anybody from Stormwater Utility is here, but I think it might be in lieu of Manhattan Middle School.
Well, I know for sure that this is in lieu of Manhattan Middle School. We've had that conversation before. So one benefit that wasn't captured in the dollars slide is I've always been skeptical of using Manhattan Middle School for flood detention. So this eliminates that risk of using a school as a detention area. And then it would be interesting to know, maybe don't need to tonight, what was Manhattan Middle School going to protect and what will Hogan Pancoast in whatever configuration end up protecting?
And I certainly can have someone from the staff provide an update to council.
Okay, that'd be good.
Okay.
IP maybe would be fine.
Yeah.
Just to clear that up.
Okay.
Because this is part of the phase 2 efforts for South Boulder.
Yeah.
So is there anybody signed up for public hearing?
There is no one signed up for public hearing.
So then I'd like to make a motion.
You can close the public hearing.
Huh?
You can close the public hearing.
We'll let Lynn talk.
We'll let Lynn go.
Lynn has a lot to
Lynn,
say.
sign up afterwards. We've got 2 more things.
Lynn Siegel, Mountain Heights. Absolutely no development on Hogan Pancoast. It's a great thing that you're doing, like compared to the rest of this evening, it's about the only good thing, I'm afraid to say. I don't support all of this development and then the city and the residents paying the cost of all of this development. And you got to think a lot about that. Hogan Pancoast, great, good. And I don't know why, Jane, you wouldn't answer my question and Jeff Rifkin's question about this. We asked you, he was waiting 6 weeks, then I wrote you when he sent it back, and I never heard back from you. There was
I have responded to you, Lynn, as you well know.
No, I will send that to you.
Yeah, you send it to her, but you're addressing council.
Yeah, I'm directly addressing council because Jane did not answer my question. And Jeff Rifkin had waited 6 weeks, and it's still unanswered. I wrote back to her and I said, what's the answer on Jeff's question, which is what development is going to happen there? And there is not going to be any. So why she didn't answer, I really don't know. But why leave the public in the lurch?
Maybe she was busy.
She said thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, we'll close public comment.
So I would like to move that we adopt on second reading ordinance number 8349 relating to the financial affairs of the City of Boulder, making supplemental appropriations from the Open Space Fund, the Permanent Parks and Recreation Fund, and the Stormwater and Flood Management Utility Fund for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2019, for the purpose of paying the purchase price for a property generally located at 5399 Kiwani Drive and commonly referred to as the Hogan Pancos property, and setting forth related details.
Second. There.
Yay.
I had to arm wrestle for that.
I wanted to make the second, but Cindy beat me to it.
So does anybody want to speak to the motion?
This whole issue about Hogan Pancos and flooding on it has occupied all my time on council since I first came on in 1995, and actually existed before 1995. So I have goosebumps up here being able to purchase this Hogan Pancos property to protect the people who live in Southeast Boulder from future flooding of their homes. And I'm just so excited that we're able to do that. And I want to thank council members. I really want to thank the members of the community who kept us very focused on not forgetting our promise to help represent you, and to our staff who came up with these solutions. So I really am thankful and grateful to everybody's concerns and everybody's efforts to bringing this to fruition.
Cindy?
And I would just say Lisa's pretty much said it. I think it was a really great working between the community and the staff and the council to get this done. And I think it's sort of a signature happening for this particular council to have been able to carry all of this 22 years worth, to not have the zombie come back again. That was Sam's term for it, I think. So it's done.
They were a great band back in the 60s, but they're not around anymore. And I'm glad they're not.
Oh, I just wanted to say that this was one of the many issues that had got me interested in running for council a couple years ago, and I'm just really glad that it only took 2 of my years on council instead of 30. So congratulations and thank you to the community, and I'm so sorry it took 30 years of your time.
Yeah.
So just say there are 3 of us up here who went through the hearings about the site review on this property back in 2013. So Mary, Sam, and I had several days of hearings, and learned a great deal about the problematic nature of the water issues on this property. So I'm glad to see that we can dedicate this primarily to flood mitigation, which I think is, given the water issues, is the best choice for the community and for the neighborhood.
5 words. It is not a dream.
So I will jump in and say, yes, those hearings were quite interesting. They were held on my birthday, so I got to spend my birthday with hundreds of my closest friends talking about groundwater. It was exciting. But the other thing I'll say is I really want to bring a benefit to the community. So we have extinguished a risk, which is flooding of the nearby homes. And we need to bring the benefit to the community with things like community gardens that will have light impacts and will not exacerbate that risk, but which bring value to the larger Boulder community, not just the neighborhood. But whenever we have these community garden facilities, we seem to attract people from a pretty broad radius. So I'm hopeful that this will be one of those.
I just want to compliment staff. I know that we had this on our plate for a few years, and I thought it was a good creative solution to first purchase it, and then second to put the land to good use. So thank you for finding a good solution in a tough problem.
Mary?
You know, I was just going to real quickly make a comment with regards to community gardens. I think it would be a good use, but I think we do have to keep in mind one of the things that came up during those many hours of hearings on the groundwater issues was that irrigation actually had some impact on the flooding of the basement. So community gardens are irrigated. So I think we just need to be aware of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I don't know the difference between flood irrigation and whatever type of drip irrigation they would do. But the other thing is, of course, there's a ditch there. And now that we're an adjacent property owner to the ditch, we should use our influence to make that ditch as well lined as it can be. So anyway, good job, everyone. Glad it's over. On to the next item.
Actually, this is a roll call vote, yes.
Roll call vote, no less.
So we will begin with Councilmember Weaver,
Aye.
Councilmember Yates,
Aye.
Councilmember Young,
Yes.
Councilmember Brockett,
Aye.
Councilmember Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilmember Marzell,
Absolutely, yes.
and Councilmember Nagel.
Most definitely, yes.
Thank you, it's unanimous.
All right.
I feel compelled, sitting back there, to thank you all. I've been at this process for 20 or 30 years. I think I was still wearing polyester when this first started, and bell bottoms. But I thank you all, and Mary and Lisa, you've been such a great support to our this issue all along, but all of you on this last vote. And it's a big burden. I'm the one that had 10,000 gallons of water out of my basement every day. It continues to be that. And with further development, I thought I'd have to put 2 more sump pumps in my basement and pump that much more. So I'm really thankful for your vote, your confidence, and it has been a challenge for us, and you did well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I did jump the gun a little bit. Now we're on to our third public hearing that has no public hearing.
Right, so your next public hearing item is a second reading to amend the, hold on one second. This is for the community benefit second reading.
Great. Good evening, council members. Tonight, we're here to present the second reading of community benefit. As council members will recall, on first reading, we had a discussion and several, or just a couple of very specific follow-up items that council members asked. So Carl Geiler and Phil Kleisler are here as the project managers to present those follow-up items. So I'll turn it over to Carl.
Thank you, Chris. Good evening, council members. The purpose of the meeting tonight is for council to consider second reading of Ordinance 8359, which is the Phase 1 component of the Community Benefit Ordinance with a focus on permanent affordable housing. So there were 2 follow-up items from the October 1st discussion. So we had talked on first reading about the affordable housing requirements that would apply to residential and commercial projects, and there were also questions raised about whether changes should be made to Appendix J, which is the map that designates where height modifications can be requested. So the 2 follow-up topics, key issue number 1 relates to nursing homes and assisted living facilities that was identified by staff as a potential community benefit. We wanted to talk about that. And then key issue number 2 is about Appendix J and whether there should be some changes. So we'll jump into that. So just to revisit the components of the ordinance, there's the base area and bonus area. So residential projects would have the standard 25% inclusionary housing requirements that apply to below the height limit, so typically the 3 stories. And then a bonus area above the height limit would have a higher requirement, so it would increase to 36%. There'd be a 50% on-site requirement for for-sale projects and in lieu fees for rental projects. There'd be existing affordable housing impact fees for the first 3 stories, and then an increased fee would be charged for the bonus floor area. So on key issue number 1, one thing we talked about on October 1st was nursing homes and assisted living facilities. Staff had identified this as a potential community benefit just based on the fact that it's a growing need in the community, and the demographics of seniors is growing in Boulder. So the proposal originally was to not charge the extra fee for the bonus area for nursing homes and assisted living facilities. There were some concerns raised by Planning Board, Housing Board, and Council about this. So we've revised the ordinance basically to apply the bonus requirements for the upper levels for a nursing home facility. This is something that we could look at further in phase 2, because we're going to have to see different ways of finding out whether there would be affordability included or whether it could be a nonprofit project, but that's going to take more time for us to look at. So we're basically recommending the changes that are reflected in attachment B, which is an accessory to attachment A, which is the main ordinance. So moving on to key issue number 2, this talks about Appendix J. Originally, staff had recommended that there not be a sunset date and that we would just revisit what to do with the map at the end of phase 2. At the October 1st discussion, there was some kind of agreement that maybe May 31st, 2021 might be an appropriate date just to give staff enough time to complete the phase 2 portion of the project, which I'll talk about tonight. I don't necessarily need to go into all the detail about the areas that are exempt from the red areas. We talked about that before, but again, there were some suggestions by some council members maybe to look at areas within the Boulder Valley Regional Center, like the BR1 zoning district, and also look at the RH zones and see if maybe those could be added to Appendix J. So just jumping into option A, first off, staff finds that it would be appropriate to add the Alpine Balsam area plan, which is shown here on the map north of downtown. The reason it would be appropriate is that it's consistent with other area plans that are very specific about where height is expected in the city, and therefore it should be treated the same as the downtown design guidelines or Boulder Junction or other areas. So we're suggesting that this be added, but the staff recommendation is to add only this and update the map at the end of phase 2, but we have done some analysis in the memo that I'll talk about. So this is reflected in attachment D of your packet. So attachment B goes a little bit further. So we have done some analysis, and that's found in attachment H of the packet, where we looked at the BR1 zone and we looked at the RH zones. And if we were to expand the areas of Appendix J, it does make sense to add BR1, since BR1 is the area around 29th Street, which is shown in the larger circle. Because this area is basically guided by the Boulder Valley Regional Center design guidelines, it's an area with a higher FAR allowance, so it does anticipate more intensity. It's an area where a mix of uses and more housing capacity is identified. We've also suggested RH3, which are the smaller circles within the bigger circle on the one south of the BR1 zone. RH3 was created as a result of an analysis of the jobs housing imbalance, specifically to help offset the jobs housing imbalance. It's already a zone that's intended to allow for higher intensity. There's already 4- and 5-story buildings in those areas, and they're typically not impactful on lower density areas, so we suggested that that be included. But in attachment H, we are not recommending the inclusion of any other RH zones at this time. So this is actually reflected in attachment E. Option C is shown is depicted in attachment F. Staff finds that if City Council were inclined to include BR1, staff recommends that the areas east of 28th Street and north of Arapahoe be included in the map, just because there have been some compatibility concerns as you get closer to the Goss Grove area in terms of scale, and then it may be more appropriate to kind of focus it more in the areas shown up on the screen. So this slide shows the staff recommendation with the motion language relative to Ordinance 8359. Attachment A contains the original ordinance, as I said. Attachment B contains the changes to the nursing home provision. There's also a clarification in how the affordable units get calculated on the site. That's also included in attachment B. If the council was inclined to make changes to Appendix J, the language in attachment C applies, just because it would require a motion to remove the current attachment A, basically repeal it, and then replace it with a new map for Appendix J, and that would depend on which option the council chooses. So if these changes are made, It would require that ordinances be brought back for third reading, so this could occur on October 29th for third reading. So I know there's been some interest in Phase 2 of the community benefit project, so just to talk about the tasks involved in that, these are the identified community benefits that we've talked about before. We have to continue defining those and figuring out how we would measure those and apply those in a fashion that would be of equal or better or greater benefit than permanently affordable housing, which is a challenge. And we'd have to add this to the criteria that are already in the site review criteria. We're also looking at doing potential design standards for taller buildings. There have been concerns about impacts to views, so maybe looking at certain areas where important public views should be preserved. Similar to like the form-based code, those are some things that were added to the project previously. We're also in the process of looking to update the site review criteria with some more specific, more black and white prescriptive type criteria to increase the level of predictability in projects. Also adding criteria that relate better to the city's energy goals and resiliency goals. So again, we're looking at the form-based code as a little bit of guidance on how we might retool the site review criteria. So Phase 2 is set for largely during the 2020 time period. There have been some questions about, is it possible to get the project done by the original sunset date of May 2021? We're concerned and we feel that this might be unrealistic just in the fact that we expect that there are going to be some conversations that the new council has at the retreat about the scope of the project. And in order to meet that May deadline, we'd have to have an economic study and analysis done by February, and then we'd have to start going through the adoption process in March, going through planning board and HAP to get those recommendations. So that would put us in a pretty big crunch. So we also have a number of things that we do have to do as part of this. So there'd be check-ins with council, refining the uses more, doing more of the Appendix J analysis. We anticipate going into quarter 2 into quarter 3 with some public engagement, checking in with the planning board and maybe doing a study session with council. Once we start refining it more, we're going to need more of the economic analysis and legal analysis and getting into the code drafting toward the second part of the year, and then moving forward with more engagement and then the code adoption process. So one thing to point out is, this Phase 1 could be accelerated just by the fact that we already have a mechanism for permanently affordable housing that is implemented. We do not have that for some of these other community benefits, like for instance, the below market rate commercial. That's going to take some time to develop a process of how we come up with agreements and how that gets applied to a project and how we ensure that community benefit stays with the project. So that's going to take some time. We'll obviously try to work to do this earlier than shown here. But that basically is our presentation tonight. Happy to answer any questions. We can go back to the recommendation slide.
Very good, thank you. Mary?
Thank you, Carl. I have a couple questions. One is just clarification. What staff is recommending as far as Appendix J is to adding Alpine Balsam and the BR sections, whatever sections of the BR zone or RH3, but to do so after Phase 2. Am I understanding that?
We're recommending that the Alpine Balsam area plan area be added at this time. We're just saying any other changes would be pending further analysis of other zones. And then we would have a recommendation at the end of Phase 2.
Okay. Thank you. And then my other question has to do with affordable commercial. And is figuring how that would work part of the outcome of the Pollard property?
I think the Pollard property informs it gives us an example that we could follow potentially, but we'd have to see how that applies citywide. Again, we don't really, that was kind of an unusual circumstance, and we'd have to figure out staffing and who would be involved in creating the agreements and what are the metrics used to apply it in a more citywide manner.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron?
Thanks, Carl. A couple questions for you. So we had a couple of emails that were concerned that by adding the Alpine Balsam area that we would be overruling the height map within the Alpine Balsam area plan. But my understanding is that it would allow the city to request heights above 35 feet, but they would still be subject to the requirements of the height map in the area plan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so this wouldn't be carte blanche to go up to 55 feet over the whole site.
It would still need to be consistent with the area plan, and this is just an excerpt from the plan where it basically allows the project to be compliant with the area plan.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. And so another one, we got some detailed points from the chamber about how things might or might not be feasible, and then today, this afternoon, we got a detailed response from Kaiser Marston, kind of, I guess, a rebuttal, more or less, to that. I wanted to zero in on one particular aspect of this, which was the uncertainty of the site review process, because I think that was one where, now I lost the spot, but where Kaiser Marston said, well, yes, the uncertainty of the site review process might make asking for additional benefits less likely. As noted, and then they say, as noted, reducing the perceived risk of the site review process would potentially increase the utilization of the community benefits program. So one thing that occurred to me is that, so if you're a larger parcel, you're always in the site review process, right? Like if the thresholds are different in different zones, right? But if it's a certain number of units, a certain number of acres or whatever, you're always in site review. But if you have a by right project, the asking of a height modification immediately kicks you into site review. Is that a true statement?
That's true.
So somebody who was in a place where you could ask for height modification, had a by right project, they could just go through a staff level process, but if they said, well, I'd like to go to 42 feet and I'll add some additional affordable housing, they would have to undergo this kind of additional extensive process as proposed.
All the site review criteria would apply to the project.
And so did we consider at all that if the only reason that they were in site review was the height modification, that this could be more of a prescriptive requirement to say like, okay, if you're by right anyway, and you want to go a few feet over the height limit, as long as you meet all the community benefits requirements, you're still by right?
We haven't considered that as part of phase one. I mean, obviously, we're looking at the site review criteria now to try to make them a little bit more predictable, but that hasn't been done as part of this.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it there for now. Thanks.
Okay. Bob.
So if I understood your memo and your answer to Mary's question, you're recommending that we add Alpine Balsam to Appendix J now, but that we consider adding BR and RH3 to Appendix J later after Phase 2 is done. Do I understand that correctly?
That's our recommendation, but we do see, some merit, and we've stated it before in the memo that it does make some sense to, consider BR1.
And so let's just take them one at a time. On RH3, if phase 2 takes, as long as you think it's going to take 18 months till May of 2021, what are we going to learn about RH3 over the next 18 months that we don't know now?
I mean, I don't know that we did basically a pros and cons analysis in attachment H, and there were not many cons related to RH3, so we agree that has some merit. I think with BR1, I think our two biggest concerns were the compatibility issue with the Western interface, but also the fact that we have an upcoming code change related to the BVRC that hasn't commenced yet, and that the concern might be that maybe it's premature to exempt at this time pending completion of that project. But
so let's take those one at a time. So if we focus just on the BR1 that's east of 28th Street, that's the DMARC line, right? 28th Street.
That's right.
And tell us again why the stuff on the BR on east of 28th Street, we're going to be smarter 18 months from now than we are now.
We will live longer.
I mean, again, our concern about the eastern side is a side that abuts, mostly industrial areas, and it's areas that we expect to redevelop over time. So that seems to be similar to like RH3, where intensity is anticipated.
So you wouldn't be overly offended if we included RH3 now in the eastern part of the BR1, east of 28th Street now?
No, not at all.
Okay, thanks.
So I'd like to take these one at a time as well. With RH, we know we'll get residential, correct? And with the eastern part of BR1, we can get mixed use, is that correct? So, and a lot of what's there right now is commercial of some type or another. Yeah. And so what would you expect to come in, provided that Kaiser Marston's right and the chamber consultants are wrong and office still does pencil and boulder? We know that there have been proposals to put a whole lot of office there, which goes against our comp plan goals and against what we've kind of been intending with the community benefit. So isn't there risk that you will have Class A office redevelopment between 28th and 30th in the BR1 zone?
Well, again, obviously, this is all very interrelated with the use table changes as well, so it depends on the outcome of that. I think what the changes that we're suggesting through both of these projects are ways to limit office but encourage residential. And I think we have to take steps in the future to figure out how do we make sure that a good proportion of that residential is affordable.
Sure.
And I think that's going to be part of the BVRC code change project.
Okay, and so that's interesting, because if we do this on the other side, if we have the community benefit apply here and allow people to ask for height exemptions here, we would do that after we've done some area planning, which might lead to more housing. Is that fair enough to say?
That's the goal.
Yeah, I think if you look at what are the guiding principles in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan related to the BVRC, it really teed up what our vision is for that area, which is more mixed use while also balancing the regional retail role of the BVRC. And the way to achieve those guiding principles is really through code changes related to the BVRC area. In the interim, what's proposed in the use tables project that we'll hear next tonight is some changes to the amount of office allowed. If you wanted to add part of BR1 to the Appendix J map, you could do that. Our recommendation is that, as Carl said, to go ahead and go through those BVRC code changes first, because we'll understand really what how do we make sure we're getting the right mix of uses in the BVRC. That'll also allow us to understand what are the rest of the suite of options related to community benefits. However, if council were interested in adding part of the BVRC, the BR1 zone to the Appendix J map now, that was where our thought was stay east of 28th Street and north of Arapahoe, because there are less concerns about height in those areas, in our opinion, than there is as you get closer to Goss Grove or south of Arapahoe.
Great, thanks. And is it a follow-up?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, just Sam, to your point about Class I office space, that if we pass the use tables project in something very similar to the form that's proposed, you couldn't have a Class A office building over 20,000 square feet, right? Yeah. So I think anyway, the other project that we're taking on would severely limit that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm interested in hearing what the staff study says about how best to do that and balance that. And, we also are running the risk of a conversion there of retail to a large-scale office. So I think it's very timely that staff would bring this project to the next council to say, how do you want to prioritize this so that we can do this? One more question was, there had been some brief conversation about Diagonal Plaza and about saying that it can come into, because it's out of the Opportunity Zone moratorium, and saying that it can come in for a height request, provided that it has an area plan. And so I don't know if we need to do that provision now or we need to do it during phase 2, but I'm really interested in seeing that not develop piecemeal and so that we get streets and, open space in there. And so it seems like it would be useful to do something, since we did already get the BC 1 and 2 changes made so that there has to be ground floor retail, but we haven't done anything to guarantee that we're going to get a good cohesive redevelopment there. So just a thought. I don't know if we want to do that now, but I do want to note it now.
So Sam, it seems to me that an area plan for Diagonal Plaza would be a separate work plan item, and but it makes a lot of sense to do that. But I think at this point it would be probably a retreat conversation.
Okay. Okay. All right, so I think the decisions we have to make here are really just about Appendix J, and then about what the staff suggestion is to move the nursing home into phase 2. So if we go along with the staff suggestion there, then we need to pick which areas here. And once we do that, I think we can probably move forward with this. Does anybody want to start us off on the Appendix J discussion?
Well, I would just say, on the nursing home, I do feel like there's a need for senior housing across all income levels. So I would continue to keep it exempt from these requirements, but there may not be any interest in that, so.
Well, I think the concern I heard was, all income levels, but if we're going to get stuff that's only serving the upper income levels, because these are expensive, wouldn't it be worth staff working over so that we got the right level of affordability with high-end? So it's a high-end project that we get the right level of affordability.
We already have various measures. We have the other linkage fee, the existing linkage fee, that
contributes. But if it's going to be 5 stories, we want more. And is it just the linkage fee, or is it a balancing better?
Well, I was asserting an opinion, so. So I would be comfortable. I do feel like this is, I go down to DRCOG that has the Area Agency on Aging for the region, and there's a desperate need for, and this is not retirement communities, this is end-of-life care that we're talking about here. So I would disagree with me, it's fine, but I think we need more end-of-life kind of housing across our community.
Others?
Do we have a, what I struggle, I don't disagree with you, Aaron, but I struggle a little bit from a definitional standpoint. Do we have a good, well-recognized definition of what we would be talking about?
I don't know that we do. There's a lot of different tiers of assisted living according to the state regs, and it's a bit complex. That's why we think it takes more time to refine this, to figure out exactly what we might need to put in here.
See, that's, I guess, where I'm at, Aaron, too. I don't want to wait very much on this, and maybe there's a phase 1.5 that we can slip in here. But I struggle a little bit with the, did I just say that? Oh, my God, that's.
Yeah, please don't.
The newspaper will pick up on that one. I just, what are the boundaries of this? Because I think we all don't want high-end, but we don't, I don't know if we know the exact words we want to use to make sure that we get Medicaid beds and end-of-life things and things that are for low-income seniors. And so I think it's a definitional challenge. I think we all kind of want the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we should let staff to work on the definition.
I would prefer to just go with the staff recommendation at this point, take it into phase 2. I think they've done an incredible job with this phase 1 and all the complexities. So I would be more persuaded or to push it to the next council.
So, if we can put a bookmark on it. So the point about definitions is interesting, because I thought we had firmer definitions of those uses in our code. So that's certainly, if we can put that into a bookmark on that for the intention for phase 2.
So it seems to me like the consensus is not to is to follow the staff recommendation on the assisted living.
Yeah, and just to be clear, the staff recommendation is that if we're not to have that exemption for the bonus floors, that the attachment B piece be adopted, because that, we added the nursing homes piece in with like the lodging piece where it's by room and by bed, and that it had to be addressed either way. So that's what's shown in attachment B. But it shows that per bed above the height limit, there would be certain charges.
What?
So you're basically saying, so the way I think I heard what you said, let's see if I caught it, was that that the assisted living homes could go ahead and come in for a height exemption.
A nursing home project could come in, it's just if they did a 4th and a 5th story, there'd be it would be considered bonus floor area, and there'd be a charge by bed for that bonus floor area, just like a hotel would have additional charges by room. So it had to be addressed either way.
So the only part that's confusing me is I was thinking that we were going to leave this whole class of facilities for phase 2 and not allow them to come in for height exemptions.
That's
But I think what you're telling me is what you thought about it is if they're in areas in attachment J, that they can go ahead and come in for a height exemption and pay the extra.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And to do that, we add attachment B.
And I suppose, you know, if a really, to Aaron's point, if a really, really great project comes along before we get to the end of phase 2, we can always make a change.
Well, if a really, really great project comes along, we're going to get extra affordable beds out of it because they're going to pay more into, I assume, the linkage fee? Is that how that's going to be? So we would get more linkage fee for affordable housing, and we could put it back into this kind of affordable housing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you don't make changes to these regulations based on a particular project, right?
No.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay, so I think we've figured that one out. Then the second question is which Appendix J version?
If any, right?
If any, yeah. I mean, for me, we just did an Alpine, well, I should ask, what do people think about the 3 different options?
I may have been out of the room, I apologize, but could staff explain again what the benefit is to having the Alpine balsam included in this?
Just because when you look at Appendix J today, a lot of the exempted areas or areas where you can ask for additional height are those areas that have adopted area plans that apply to them that are specific about the conditions where the additional height is expected. So because Alpine balsam is in that same camp, we find that it's appropriate now that it's been adopted to be added to the map.
And you said, I heard Aaron, I believe it was Aaron who asked whether or not the height maps would be kept? Or
Yeah, it would still apply. So if somebody came in, they would have to meet the Alpine balsam area plan, the specific.
with the height maps as they were adopted?
Correct.
And by not including it on Appendix J, they wouldn't be able to actually come in and realize what the adopted plan envisions for that area.
And by they, we mean us.
Council. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that answer.
Anyone else? I mean, I have a suggestion, but it's just that. I would do option A, but I would add in the 2 RH3 zones.
Which I think is option B.
No, option B has the BR as well.
Oh, okay.
And I'm personally not supportive of having the BR.
Steph, what's the next slide?
That's a smaller piece of BR.
Yes, this is C, okay.
So your suggestion, Sam, is the map I've been looking for here. Is there a map?
I'm sorry, say that again?
A map that shows what Sam just said, which is adding in Alpine
It
balsam?
would basically be this map, like you see Alpine balsam in the upper left, and then on the lower circle is RH3. The other RH3 is that green portion along Arapahoe in the big circle. So it'd be adding those 2 green areas.
Okay, and the BR one that's shown here is what's already exempt? Is that?
No, this is larger than what's already exempt.
So go back to option A.
Yeah, which is different from option, right.
So,
Yeah, that's what it is currently.
so I'm suggesting option A plus the two RH3 zones.
You just created an option D.
I just created, there you go. So it gets us, you know, the most recent area plan and the high-density housing zones can come in and ask, and they will provide additional community benefit as part of height exemptions.
Lisa first.
No, sorry, Lisa.
So I just have a question about Alpine Balsam, and we just passed that, and, you know, if you look at it with, what does it have, 5 lots, 5 major parcels? The southeast corner, where the current hospital building is, is the only one, so this would be, okay, this is helpful. So in this proposed amendment, option A, it would only apply, though, to the up to 5-story buildings shown in purple, is that correct?
No, it would apply to all of the colored areas shown on the map. So it would be 3-story buildings with slightly more height for pitched roofs, as well as the 4- and 5-story.
I thought, so thank you for that. If you could clarify, I thought in the Alpine Balsam project, we allowed for pitched roofs in the, I guess, in the pink and green, didn't we?
It's just a plan, though.
That's
I know,
correct, and the only way for you to achieve that is to add this area to Appendix J.
Okay.
So it was always our assumption that if council adopted the Alpine Balsam area plan with this height map included, we would bring forward an amendment to Appendix J. The only reason we're bringing it now, rather than waiting, was CAC asked, hey, we adopted the Alpine Balsam area plan, should we go ahead and bring it forward now? And we thought that's a great idea.
So would this preclude flat-topped 5-story buildings in the pink and green area?
Correct. The way it's written, that you wouldn't be able to do that. In the green area, you can do 3 stories and pitched roofs. In the pink area, you can do 4-story with pitched roofs, or up to 4 stories. And then only in the dark purple area could you do a 5-story.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Aaron?
Well, I'll just put in a pitch in for option C as originally drawn, if we can go back to that. All right, there we go. So just that the additional BR areas that are added are small, mostly on the east of 30th Street. And just that we're crafting these quite complicated regulations that ask for some pretty rigorous additional community benefits, in addition for some additional floor area or height. So it just seems like if the project is a good project, then adding, the area east of 30th Street that abuts the industrial zones, I mean, the worst that happens is that people come in and do exactly what we've written in here as an enhanced community benefit directed towards affordable housing. So, and we are about to, I assume that the use tables thing is going to pass, and we're going to lock down the office uses in these areas anyway.
Anybody else?
I'm with Aaron on that. I would predicate it on us doing what I think we're about to do on the use tables, but I haven't really heard a compelling reason to wait on those. I get the west of 28th Street, why we could wait on those to phase 2, but I didn't hear a really compelling reason not to do it on the east of phase 28th Street.
So staff continues to recommend no change to Appendix J until additional economic testing is conducted during the next phase of the project. And so that's kind of a good reason for me. So I'm not going to support that. I'm going to support the staff recommendation.
Mary?
I'm with Cindy.
Okay, and I'm not going to support it either. I am pleased to hear that there's a study that's coming that looks at the area as a whole and kind of updates the area plan and talks about how to get the Boulder Valley Comp Plan goals of jobs, housing balance moving in a better direction. So anybody want to support Aaron? So you and Bob?
Yeah, I'm not going to vote against this. I just wanted to voice my support for Aaron.
For sure.
We could straw poll for a couple votes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we are probably pretty close. Anybody else have a final comment? Because I'm ready to put a motion on the table.
Well, I was going to put it in motion.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry. You put a motion on the floor.
Do you have the motion up there? Here's. Oh, is it right there? I can't find it. Here we go. All right. So I'd like to move that we amend ordinance 8359, amending Title IX of the Land Use Code regarding establishing a new community benefits program related to building height regulations for certain areas of the city and modifying the expiration clause related to height regulations established in Ordinance 8028 and extended by ordinances 8172 and 8252. And do we talk about Appendix J here? And option D, Appendix J, which adds alpine balsam and the RH3 zones.
And I'll second, and I have one friendly amendment, which is we need to add attachment B.
That's correct. Thank you.
If you'll accept that?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Sweet.
So I've been waiting 12 years for this. Not as long as Lisa waited for Oaken Bank House, but yeah, the idea of community benefits or betterment capture, whatever you want to call it, came onto my radar a long time ago. And it was one of the things that kind of propelled me as well to run for council. And so I'm really excited to see this phase of it happening. And I hope that it serves lots of people into the future. And thank you guys for a great job.
Yeah, and I'll follow up on that and say, when Mary got me oriented to this idea when I was first on planning board, it sounded like a really good idea. To me, it's a way of getting good for the community where you allow more profits for the developer. And so it's a trade, it's an exchange that we make with the development community on behalf of our community to get something great. I like the way that Austin does a scoring system. I don't know that it's perfect, and I know that we've looked at scoring systems for phase 2. And I think the way Austin looked at it, the way Jim Robertson explained it to me, was your ante is affordable housing, right? So that's your ante, and there's other things that could be profitable, but they're good for the community. And so you have a menu, and you take a certain amount of affordable housing, and then which may be 50 points, and then you add to it with either more affordable housing or open space or public art. And so I think phase 2 could be really exciting. It's also more complicated for sure, but I really think we've teed up by putting into the site plan review code this concept of community benefit, and now it's hooked into our rules, and therefore it codifies how we trade community benefit for intensity. And so, cool, good job.
I had a question. I want to make sure I understood the ordinance right. The bonus that you get when you pay if you go down the linkage fee option, right? That's expressed as a percentage, not dollars, because our linkage fees are still being phased in. Is that correct?
It's 1.43.
That's what I thought. Okay, I just want to be clear on that.
Yeah, we did that so we didn't have to revisit every year.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Okay.
I have a question. Sam, I'm sorry, would you just repeat your option D?
Oh, it was Mary.
To add alpine balsam and the RH3 zones, and
that's it.
That was it, yeah.
The RH3 zones are those two small.
Yeah.
Can you bring that map back up, the
RH3?
option C, so we can see how it becomes option D?
And just so we're clear, is the council acting on the sunset date of May 2021 as part of this?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cindy, it's those green bits, the lower circle
I see.
and off to the right.
Off to the right.
There you go.
Yeah.
So the little tiny circle,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
at 3
I
o'clock,
see
and the
that.
big circle, and then the one below it.
So,
Those two.
thank you for the response.
Those are zoned for high-intensity housing already.
They are?
Yeah.
That's their zoning?
That's their zoning.
And there's that, Cindy, that's the area that is along the frontage road, just across from the university, where there's the student housing that's been going up.
Right, right.
And Yeah, actually, I think it's already fully.
Yeah, it's pretty fully.
So I don't know how it changes much, but I support the principle. Can I? Yeah, anyway, so just to speak to the larger thing, I remember these community benefit discussions that we had again on planning board back however many years ago that was, 6 years ago or something, 8 years ago. So I support the overall goals of the project to get additional benefit capture with additional intensity and floor area that's allowed for development. You know, frankly, this isn't ending in the place that I would have exactly designed it. I was surprised when I saw the proposal. I continue to be surprised that we're only still allowing it in such limited areas. As I said before, like if it's a good project, then it seems like it would reasonably apply to more places. But you know, we can extend the deadline to the 2021, work on phase 2, and then hopefully then allow for the community to get some additional benefit eventually as projects are allowed to come in under these rules.
Great.
Could I just make a comment and just thank staff for getting this response from the consultant? It was really, really helpful because when I read through the email from the chamber, a lot of questions went up, and this was really helpful in responding to a lot of those questions, so thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just further say thank you for starting with an economic analysis. That is very, very helpful. When we're reading through, it just removes a whole bunch of speculation, and then this follow-up did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I forgot one thing. I did want to mention that, you know, planning board spent a long time talking about some potential additional options that we might consider, and with a real design towards saying, hey, if we really do want additional affordable housing, let's put together some additional ways to incentivize affordable housing. So I'd like to kind of carry those ideas forward to, again, another bookmark, because I thought they had some promise about ways that we could really get some additional deed-restricted affordable housing in the community. So if that could carry through to phase 2 and become part of the conversation, I'd appreciate it. And that would really be the next council looking at that.
Anybody else?
I just feel like I need to make a comment with affordable housing and housing in general in this area, which is that I had a tire place on 27th and Pine that was a really great home-owned tire place.
That was mine.
And I went by there one day, and it was just shut. It was just closed up. I couldn't figure out what had happened. And I was reading in the paper, I don't know, sometime in this past month about this whole new 27 Pine complex that's going up. So that's the thing I think we need to keep in mind as we move forward in these kinds of development processes. It's luxury housing that's going up where there used to be a tire store. And as again, the tire store was a homegrown business and locally owned and operated. So just a reminder. Sad to say. So I'm glad not to see this BR1 go through so quickly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got a motion and a second.
Show of hands.
Show of hands. All in favor? Very good.
Thank you, it's unanimous.
And I just want to thank staff for all their great work and really the approach, the economic analysis approach, and listening to the community and to what we wanted to accomplish and following through on the Boulder Valley Comp Plan goals.
And I'd just like to add also not to try and push this too quickly when it's not ready to go, which doesn't serve anyone well. I really appreciate that, even though we didn't quite follow your lead.
Did we vote?
Yeah, we voted. Yep. So same people for use tables? Okay.
All right, your next item is, your next public hearing item is the use tables and opportunity zones.
Great, yeah, we're going to do a quick staff trade out at least for one of our two staff members. But just to recap and kind of reframe where we're at, we're on a continued second reading of the Opportunity Zone and Use Standards and Table project. At second reading, council had several questions about areas to explore further, as well as some additional outreach that was requested to the business community. Staff has gone and done that work, and so Carl Geiler and Andrew Collins are here to present that work and our additional recommendations on how to move forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carl.
And before you get started, let's see if we have enough to take a vote. Yeah, we are clearly going past 11 o'clock, so all in favor of extending the meeting, raise your hand. Okay, very good.
Didn't you have to make a motion?
Oh, somebody make a motion.
So moved. Second.
Thanks.
All in favor?
I vote for it.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is a continuation of the second reading discussion on the Opportunity Zone Use Tables project. The second reading started on September 3rd. So the purpose of tonight is for council to consider 3 ordinances. So the first being Ordinance 8337, which is the original ordinance that relates specifically to the use table changes. That's found in Attachment A. We've also included Attachment G that has some minor revisions that I'll talk about. There's also Ordinance 8347 that council's seen before. This is basically the changes to the original moratorium ordinance in 8314 that would continue the moratorium on the RH4 and RM1 zones by restricting demolitions of attached housing in those zones. So this is something that we talked about before, but tonight we've brought a third ordinance, which is here on first reading, which is Ordinance 8358, which would be if council opted to establish an overlay over the entire Opportunity Zone. That's what we'll discuss tonight. So just real quickly, we'll do a brief background and overview of the discussion that started on September 3rd. And the items, the way we have it broken out is the first portion would focus on 3 of the zoning changes, basically. So changes to the use table relative to ELUs, office uses in business zones, and office uses in residential zones. The next piece will then touch on options to prevent demolition of existing market rate units in the Opportunity Zone, and then talking a little bit about next steps of how we deal with that, followed by the staff recommendation and council deliberation. So just to recap, here's the project purpose. There's also a map of the Opportunity Zone. So it's to bring the use table and standards of the land use code into greater alignment with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan policies and city priorities, including addressing the jobs housing imbalance. And this is the scope that we've talked about before, largely focused on the use table. And what we've talked about before also is that since a lot of these issues apply citywide, we're recommending that these changes to the zone districts apply citywide as well. So these are the comp plan policies that we've taken into account while doing this analysis. Again, the project, it was meant to focus on the use table with narrow targeted changes to the use table that would work towards increasing housing capacity, reducing non-residential capacity, particularly with employment generators and office uses, and also looking at the use tables for trying to protect existing retail uses and encourage more retail uses. So really quick, just to summarize some of the feedback we received on September 3rd, council generally agreed with the citywide application of the changes. Council was generally on board with the new limited use designation. Just to recap, L1 through L14 are existing regulations just restructured into a new table. The bigger changes would be L15 through L17. So if you remember, L15 related to detached dwelling units in high-density residential zones. We also talked about L16, which is the limitation on residential uses on the ground floor in the BR zones, having that minimum depth for retail. So council was in support of that. These are the items for follow-up really quick. So this is what Andrew Collins is going to talk about tonight. He's going to walk you through the options that are in the memo, as well as some of the data that we've gathered. So ELUs, what the threshold should be for use review, limitations on office in the business zones, limitation on office in the residential zones. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more about the next steps related to the opportunity zone and whether an overlay is applied and what the next steps would have to be on the two options that we have for that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew.
Thanks, Carl, and good evening, Council. So we'll start with the efficiency living units. The current standard is that ELUs require a use review if they comprise 20% of a project or greater on a site. Just as a reminder, ELUs are units that are 475 square feet or less in size, and 2 of them do count as 1 unit for the purposes of density. At the September council meeting, we heard from you all that there was some support for raising the current use review threshold up to 40% from the existing 20%, and less support indicated for changing it to an allowed by right use as was proposed at that time. This proposed change addresses a key topic of increasing housing capacity. In addition, we met with the Chamber and the business community on September 17th. At that meeting, they indicated support for removing barriers to ELUs in general and providing more additional housing choice. So at the top of the screen here, option 1A, that was our prior staff recommendation to make ELUs an allowed by right use. We have a couple alternative options that were part of your package in attachment D. Option 1B is to modify the use review threshold for ELUs up to 40%, so that less than 40% projects with ELUs would be allowed by right. Above that amount would be a use review. And that is our staff recommendation. Option 1C is to make no changes and keep the existing use review threshold at 20%.
We voted.
No, I'm just talking about.
Oh.
Kind of strong fall as we go along here.
Okay, sure. So, do you want to go up to the ELUs and start there? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, I just thought.
Okay, sure. So why don't we do that? Let's discuss ELUs briefly. Do people have questions first and foremost?
I like this staff recommendation.
Okay.
I don't. I support option 1C. I'm really concerned. I think I've said this every time this has come up. I'm really concerned that the ELUs are going to be a way of not providing affordability, but providing more density that is as expensive. I've read data to that in other cities, and we may have even seen something here that someone sent us.
So,
Stats for you.
yeah, I was going to ask staff about ELUs and affordability.
Because you put together some numbers, right?
We do, yes. In the memo, we use some data from the Boulder County Assessor's Office for condoed, so ownership units that are ELUs. On a price per square foot basis, the small units were more expensive, but in overall affordability, they were the most affordable units on the for sale market. Was it ELUs or units less than 500 square feet?
Can you refer us to a page?
Sure. It's of course it doesn't have page numbers on it, but it's.
So they're more expensive per square foot, but they're still on the lower end.
Right, just as a factor of their smaller size.
So it's really a little bit, what?
Can I just ask, isn't that a function that each one is a totally contained unit? So they have those costs of bathrooms and kitchens and stuff, which are kind of the same regardless of if it's a big unit or a little unit?
Yeah, those costs are kind of baked in.
Yeah.
For those units, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that's what the increase in the cost is. Yeah, because if you've ever built or remodeled, your kitchen is the most expensive, and your bathrooms come in like at the second most expensive.
So it's on page 243 of the packet in figure 1.
Right, so the ELUs were about a third cheaper than the next highest size, which we're not twice as big necessarily. So anyway, maybe we have some data here.
There we are. Okay.
231.
243.
243 at the bottom. So are EOUs typically condos or are they typically rental? Because you have these as condos, right?
Yeah, we're not able to get the rental units numbers at the time of this memo, but we talked to the chamber and their estimation, assuming the same locational characteristics, the same age of the structure, the same quality, that a smaller unit would sell for less versus a larger structure. But I imagine there's probably more rental units out there on the market.
Yeah, just giving the complexities with condo construction and forget what the construction deficiencies issues, defect issues, I think we see more rentals.
You would think
that's what I was thinking,
that the cap rate would be the same whether it's an EOU or a one-bedroom. In other words, there's going to be a proportionality between rentals and price. So if they're a third cheaper in price, they're probably going to be a third cheaper in rentals, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's take a straw poll, unless somebody wants to speak about it more. All in favor of the staff option, raise your hand. And all opposed? Okay, that will be what we include then. Okay, let's go to the next.
Sure. Okay. The next topic is office uses in business zones. This is the business regional, business main street, and business transitional zones. Currently, office uses are an allowed by right use with no limit on their floor area in terms of the office square footage, despite some of the concerns about the jobs housing imbalance. During the September meeting, council expressed some support for limiting the amount of office square footage in the respective zones. At that time, L17 was proposed to limit office square footage to 25% of a per building basis. And there was some concern expressed both by council and the public about creating numerous nonconformities with the existing office buildings in these zones. And so we directed staff to do more outreach with the business community and the chamber, which we did in September. And we have some new options for you all to consider tonight. Again, the key topics that this is addressing is to reduce the non-residential capacity and then also maintaining the potential for retail uses. So at the September 17th meeting, we met with the chamber. They expressed that they were not in support of the 25% limitation per building regarding the office floor area. They were more receptive to a office square footage limit per property or per parcel, whether that was 20,000 square feet, which staff is proposing, or 30,000 square foot number, that would be allowed by right. Above that, you would have additional conditions that may have to be met. They also were more open to having a use review as an option for larger projects that may warrant special consideration. Other members were concerned about the use review being too much of a cumbersome process. In addition, we pulled some data during the time period. This chart here looks at the buildings with office uses in the business zones. You can see at the bottom screen there are approximately 181 buildings in these zones that contain an office use with a median office square footage of 5,800 square feet. A lot of these buildings are 100% office buildings, so the percentage of the median office square footage per building is 93%. So with our previous 25% proposal threshold, you can see that nearly all of them, 174 buildings, would become non-conforming, for better or for worse. Looking at the parcel data, so this is parcels with an office use in the business zones. There are 161 such parcels, the second column at the bottom. The median office square footage per parcel that has office is just over 6,100 square feet. And so if we were to use a office square footage limitation per parcel of 20,000 square feet, highlighted in yellow, there would only be 21 non-conforming properties out of the 161. If it was a 30,000 square foot threshold, there would only be 8% of the properties. So these are the options we have in the memo. Again, option 2A was the original proposal from September. per building limitation of 25% up to 50% through a conditional use process that requires half of the affordable housing to be built on site. Option 2B is similar, just increases those percentages, but still has the issue of creating many non-conforming office buildings. So option 2C then is the different option that creates a new square footage limit per parcel, whether that's 20,000, 30,000, and 40,000 square feet, that would be allowed by right, with additional square footage allowed conditionally, again, if you have affordable residential units that are built on site for those conditions. Our staff recommendation is option 2D, which is that same requirement, but then adding in the use review option. So projects that want to exceed the chosen thresholds that council chooses could pursue a use review that has additional criteria that it has to be part of a mixed-use development that includes residential or retail uses. In addition, staff is recommending a 20,000 square foot per parcel by right threshold. This would help to eliminate many of the non-conforming properties that would otherwise be created. It's also consistent with the language we have in the code now for MU4 zones that limits single office users to 20,000 square feet or less, and still would limit office square footage and allow a mix of uses to occur on some larger sites as well.
Great. Let's pause and talk about this one then. Anybody got thoughts?
I have a question. So we're talking about non-conforming units, and the effort here was to reduce the number of non-conforming units that were created. Could you describe for me a hypothetical path to conformity of a non-conforming unit? What would happen?
Well, bringing something into conformance means that if they're not in conformance today, they would have to make modifications to the building to, say, reduce square footage to meet the new limit.
Okay, go ahead.
There's any number of ways of modifying a building or development on a site to meet a new standard. What happens typically is if a project becomes non-conforming, they're allowed to continue in operation. We don't make them, stop operating, but when they start making changes to their use, there's a higher level of review. So if they want to do anything that increases the level of nonconformity, or if they want to expand floor area, that's usually limited in the use review process at 10% of the square footage. So again, what we're proposing is that there be a cap, so it'd be by right up to that cap, and then you'd have a standard use review above that, which means it wouldn't have the 10% limitation. They could ask for more than that. So it gives more flexibility.
But if some of thank you for that, but if some of the under 20,000 square feet, say they wouldn't be, or just 20,200, say, they would be non-conforming. And to come into conformance, they could either reduce to under 20,000 square feet, or for the ones that might be higher, like 40,000 square feet or something, that delta between 20,000 and 40,000 could become housing. Would that bring it into conformance?
Yeah, I mean, either one could convert a certain amount of square footage to a use that's allowable, and then they wouldn't be non-conforming anymore.
So the path to conformance then, the easy path to conformance at any of these properties that might be out of conformance would be to convert to housing?
I mean, I don't know if it's easy. I mean, they might, it depends on the performance.
Okay, so a path, okay, yeah. Easy or hard, but that would, I guess what I'm wondering is, as a building came into conformance, we would be obtaining more housing.
Yeah, and they could do it potentially through a by right mechanism to convert.
Thank you.
I want to make sure I understand, just kind of following Mary's question, the trigger. Because we've heard some stories about, oh, geez, what if my tenant moves out and I've got to do, a little bit of TI, no additional square footage, no change in use, but I got to do some TI, or I've got to, whatever. So can you walk us through what would trigger the need to go through a use review if they were non-conforming?
It's basically if they're, in most cases, it would be adding floor area.
Floor area.
They want to expand.
So if the building stayed the same size, but one tenant moved out and a tenant with a slightly different business moved in, that's not going to trigger a use review, is that correct?
No, it wouldn't. We'd have, in some scenarios, there's a change of use application where we just.
But that already exists though, right? That's the world we live in right now. If there's a dramatic change in use, they're still going to have to go through that.
Correct.
But setting that aside, saying the rules that we already have aside, a change in a tenant or some additional TI that doesn't add any floor area will not require a use review for non-conforming buildings, is that correct?
In most cases, yes. I think there could be a scenario where you have I think very rare, but have a change of use application that assesses, an office going to say like a bank, and there might be some sort of assessment that it constitutes an expansion of a non-conforming use. So we have a definition in the code, in the definition section that, if there's some sort of increase that potentially could have impacts on neighbors, we could say that this requires a use review, but that's pretty rare.
And that's a staff determination?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
So I was just going to ask, what is the issue with the non-conforming use? I mean, what kind of a roadblock does that put up other than that someone has to come in and get a change of use, right? Before the planning board? Is this not
No,
having-
a change of use is a staff level. So it's
just a site review?
The code is pretty open to allowing those uses to continue. We do have many non-conforming uses in the city. Every time we make changes, things get rendered non-conforming. They can stay as they are. It's just when they expand, then they have to go through a discretionary process, the use review.
So how much are you giving away if you recommend a 20,000 square foot per parcel by right threshold? I mean, in terms of what's existing now and what that means?
Well, I mean, the data shows that with 20,000, if that were the threshold, there'd be 13% of the properties that have office uses that would become non-conforming and subject to that process.
So Cindy, if you look on packet page 248, there's a very nice chart that shows that. And Aaron?
I'm trying to.
I just had a comment if people are done with questions.
Go ahead.
Okay.
It's okay. So you indicated if we go with this option, yeah, that's great. To what extent has there been outreach to the owners of those 21 parcels?
We haven't done any direct mailing. We've just done, our standard community newsletters and planning newsletters and talking to the chamber, large property owners, large development companies.
So if this went into effect right away, they'd wake up the day after third reading with a non-conforming building?
Yeah, and basically, again, the change would be that if they were to expand, they would be subject to use review, but that wouldn't necessarily be limited.
Maybe this hasn't happened in the past. When council has done things in the past that causes a conforming building to become non-conforming, is there usually at least a notification, or are they just going to stumble across it next time they're making a change to their building?
It depends on the scope of the project.
Okay.
And what the type, what the changes are.
But I would think that reaching out to 21 property owners probably wouldn't be a huge burden for you guys, right?
To reach out to them?
Yeah.
We could definitely mail.
Okay, and there may be some overlapping ownership too. Okay, thanks.
This is, an approximation based on the Boulder County assessor data. So,
It may not be exactly 21, I get it.
Right. So you may want to expand your noticing to include other people who may be caught up as well.
Got it, thanks.
Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for that, Bob. I agree with that idea. Well, I do want to say I appreciate staff going back to the drawing board a little bit on this, because the previous version I thought was not supportable in terms of how many it rendered essentially every office use non-conforming and made it impossible to build a new office building, however small. So I think this is a reasonable compromise that still allows you to have a modest-sized office building in our regional business zone and a couple others, while still addressing council's concerns about the jobs population ratios. So I think it gets to council's intent while still allowing existing property owners flexibility.
Could I just see if so I got the graph, and I'm looking at the frequency of office square footage per parcel. And there are 57 of them at 5,000, and then 56 of them at 10,000?
That's correct.
It would give all of those, though, the 20,000 by right?
They would be non-conforming. Sorry, they would be conforming. So they would not be trapped. See, the problem I have with this particular requirement, the 25%, office requirement, is it's applying in this area to mostly office buildings, right? There's tons of office buildings here. So now all these office buildings are non-conforming, and they didn't know this was coming, and it's way too many. It's like 175, and non-conforming properties, if you've been on planning board very much, or poor planning staff, it is a huge pain later. It's a pain for the owner, it's a pain for the planning staff, it's sometimes a pain for the planning board. So the Hill has tons of non-conforming properties, and those are just painful. And so it didn't seem fair for these buildings, most of which are below 20,000 square feet, so they're small office, right? They're not, they're not the Water Street building, which is a big office, also in this zone that would be caught up by this. And so I think this is an elegant solution by staff to not create non-conforming, but to also have the principle that if they're going to get bigger, they have to have housing. You can put a limit in, and I don't, they're suggesting ultimately, are we going to keep the 25% limit, staff, and have the 20,000 exception?
So it would just be moving to a 20,000 square foot threshold limit by right. And then conditionally, I think we were thinking of 40,000 square feet if you did the, up to 40,000 square feet if you did the on-site affordable. But, those can be filled in with different numbers.
But it's not a percentage-based.
Not percentage-based,
anymore.
No. Right.
And so that's the change. It went from a pretty tight restriction, which was going to make almost everything non-conforming, to still an interesting restriction that you have to get reviews if you're even if you're below 20,000 square feet, you still have the use review criteria. You still have to go through an administrative. No, that's all by right.
It's all by right. Yep.
Anything above 20,000. So the biggest buildings would have to go through an administrative use review. So I will ask, why did you pick administrative use review? Tell me the difference, like how hard is a use review? We hear from the business community it's terrible, but what are the levels of use review? Remind me again.
Well, we recommended a conditional use review, which is a staff level review to incentivize the permanently affordable housing, so not have to put them through a full use review. So if somebody found a way to try to get permanently affordable housing on the property, they could just do it through a staff level.
Got it. Okay. I guess I think I support the staff recommendation. I think it's a pretty clever thing. It does allow small by right office buildings, right? That's the one thing, like, is 20,000 the right number? 20,000 is clearly the knee of the curve. Should it be 15? That would add more non-conforming buildings. It would add 27. So, do we want to, is 20,000 the right number? It's the maximum reduction in non-conforming that makes sense, but is that where we want to land? Mary, do you have any thoughts? Do you want to do the staff number?
I think this was a good solution. So I go with the staff recommendation.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
And just to clarify, is council okay with the 40,000 for the conditional use if the affordable housing is on site?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, great. So the third and final item in terms of the use standard options is office uses in residential zones. Currently, office uses require a use review in the residential zones, excluding the RR, RE, and RL zones where they are prohibited. In September, council indicated support for limiting the amount of office square footage in these zones, but expressed concern over limiting existing offices, their ability to expand or operate into the future. And similarly, there was support for limiting new offices in the RMX1 zone, but again, concerns about affecting the existing office users' ability to operate in the future. Again, this change is intended to address the key topic of reducing the non-residential capacity. So at the chamber, we brought up this topic with them as well and got their feedback and some ideas from them. They were not supportive of the original proposal to have additional floor area limitations on office uses in these residential zones. They expressed that these businesses and their experience were not large-scale job creators. Instead, they thought they were local and small-scale, and they believe they were critical to helping to achieve some of the walkable 15-minute neighborhood character that's called out in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. They also reiterated to staff that these already require a use review and with discretion by planning board. So at the top of the screen, option 3A was the original proposal from September, where staff was proposing to limit the square footage of office uses in the residential zones to 25% of the floor area of a building per parcel in the R2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 use modules, and then to prohibit new offices in the RMX1 zones. Currently, these all require a use review. So based upon the feedback from council, we drafted options 3B and 3C. So 3B simply keeps the existing 3A new use review limitation of 25% for new buildings, but it specifically calls out that office uses existing prior to the adoption date of the proposed ordinance will be allowed to continue to operate pursuant to their terms of approval, so they would not become non-conforming. However, new office uses would have to meet the new 25% limitation. 3C is similar, but it goes at the RMX1 zoning district. So it would be a new U5 designation that would allow, again, existing uses to continue to operate pursuant to their previous terms of approval, and it would not be considered a non-conforming use. However, new office uses elsewhere would be prohibited. However, after further consideration, staff is now recommending option 3D, which is to make no changes to the existing code. So these office uses would remain a use review in the residential zones. After the chamber's feedback and considering everything in totality, staff feels that maybe limiting these offices would not really achieve the intended effect of mitigating the jobs housing imbalance, and may in fact kind of work against some of the walkable 15-minute neighborhood goals. And in addition, these uses already do require a use review with discretionary approval. And so for those reasons, we're recommending option 3D.
I support staff. I mean, I think Aaron Brockett is like Exhibit A on how this works, right? I mean, we to the extent we're going to have office space in residential neighborhoods, we want them to be small and supporting small local businesses. They still have to go through a use review. And I don't know what problem we would be trying to solve by changing the existing situation. So I think you guys have come full circle, and I'm really happy about that. And I think we leave this one alone because it seems to work and it doesn't seem to be a problem.
I mean, how can I disagree when I'm Exhibit A? I will say that in the anecdotally in the small office spaces near where I live in the Holiday neighborhood, there is a good percentage of people who are live in the city of Boulder who are coming to those small offices.
So I guess I have a couple questions. You probably said the words and it's late and I didn't catch them, but what would the staff's view be if they go through this discretionary use review, if somebody's building a new office building, like a new 2-story office building in a residential neighborhood?
I think it would be a case-by-case basis. It would depend on kind of the design of the building and the configuration and considering impacts, how large it is. I think just the same way we evaluate it through use review today.
And the reason I ask is, Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong, is your office in a mixed-use zone? So that's a slightly different thing, okay? Because we're talking about residential zones here, which is...
No, I'm sorry. No, it's in mixed density. It's a residential zone. It's RMX, so it's mixed density residential, but it's a purely residential zone.
RMX, by its kind of nature, is, mixed density.
But not mixed use. It's not like it's not like one of the MU zones that's actually mixed use.
It's not an MU zone, but the RMX, you're in RMX 2, I believe, and I'm in RMX 1. And so 1 was originally a residential neighborhood, and lots of fairly high-density apartment buildings started popping up, and that it got to be enough that the city eventually said, no more here. The RMX 2 was kind of planned all the way out. So, RMX is its own special beast, but, if you're in RL1 or RL2, these are going to feel different and look different depending on how they're built. So does staff use any form considerations in evaluating these?
I mean, it's the, whatever the zone is and what the setbacks are would dictate the form.
Okay. I mean, it just seems like the one challenge with this would be if there was a lot of it going on, and what we were losing was housing, and what we were getting more of was jobs. And if it was a low enough density of the offices, it might make the neighborhood more walkable, but if it were higher density and not well planned, it could also be challenging.
Just a question on these types of staff use reviews. Does the planning board have a call-up right?
Well, they would all require planning board.
Oh, this does require planning, I'm
Any
sorry.
non-residential use in a residential zone requires planning board.
So this is going to planning board no matter what,
Okay.
and then the council has a call-up right on that.
Okay, that's very different. That's much.
If I recall, the use review has criteria around consistency with the surrounding uses.
Compatibility with the surroundings, yeah.
Okay. With that said, does everybody support this? Okay, good.
All right, so shifting gears a little bit, we're going to move on to the topics related to the Opportunity Zone specifically. So as we stated before, there's 2 ordinances in the packet that relate to the Opportunity Zone. The first is 8347, which the council has seen before. So this would basically keep the moratorium in effect for the RH4 and RM1 zones by restricting demolition of attached housing in those zones, but it would remove all the other restrictions that were in the moratorium if this were adopted. The alternative is Ordinance 8358, which would be considered tonight on first reading. This would basically create an overlay district over the entirety of the Opportunity Zone mapped out. It would be added to Chapter 9-3, which relates to overlay zones. So overlay zones are not a common thing in the code, but we do have a place where they reside. So basically, this would do a similar thing where it would restrict demolition of all attached dwelling units in the zone. And it would be a place for, if there were new regulations that were to apply to the zone, they would be added in the future. So it'd be kind of like a placeholder. So this Opportunity Zone would be set up to apply for the duration of the federal Opportunity Zone program, which is roughly 10 years. So if we're to do that, we move on to what new requirements might apply to the Opportunity Zone. So this is something that's not within the scope of the original use table project, so we don't have any specific regulations developed at this time. It would take more time and analysis to figure out what could apply to the area. This is something that could be done as a work program item that council discusses, the next council discusses at the retreat, and that we could work or even integrate it into the community benefits project potentially in part of phase 2. This is something that just is going to take more time and analysis to figure out. So as far as next steps, I'll jump through this. The next city council obviously would have to prioritize a number of the different code changes that we've been discussing. We'd have to continue to work with the use table subcommittee on the broader use table project. That's intended to continue. We've been doing meetings with them, and we'll be meeting next month with them to talk about the other broader use table changes. We're also going to be moving into scoping of the new land use code changes that we'll talk to council about. So like the Boulder Valley Regional Center code changes that we've been discussing, as well as East Boulder Subcommunity Plan implementation. That also includes changes to the industrial zones that we've also been discussing. So those are the next steps. The last slide relates to the staff recommendations. So the first motion is to amend Ordinance 8337, and that includes amendments that are shown in Attachment G, which basically are just a couple fixes that we've added to the ordinance by adding computer design and development facilities, which are regulated similar to office uses. So those should be added as an L17 use. That wasn't reflected in the prior ordinance. We wanted to make that fix. So that's included in the first ordinance. And then the next two options are an either or. So if council wanted to continue the moratorium that's specific to the RH4 district and RM1 district, there's ordinance 8347, or alternatively, if council wanted to set up an overlay district, that's what's in ordinance 8358. So if necessary, I have a slide also that just shows the alternative recommendations that Andrew went over, if we need to come back to it. It seems like council agrees with the staff recommendations, so.
Yeah. So Lisa has a question.
So I have a question regarding, I guess it would be ordinance 8358, regarding an overlay district to restrict demolition of existing dwelling units in the opportunity zone. Does that speak at all to remodeling or gutting of the individual building? And I'm asking this because part of the main reason in placing this moratorium on the opportunity zone was to reduce the risk of displacement of the current people living there. Yet it occurred to me that if you can't demolish, what somebody could do is they could gut the building and thereby, or remodel it significantly, causing the price to go up, and that would result in displacement of people living there, and that's the last thing we want. So is there any way we could craft this ordinance 8358 that would address that specific issue? Is there another word for demolition, like called gutting or significant remodeling, that would eliminate displacement of the residents?
Could I tag on to that? Because that was, I have that same question. And would it be possible to include in the definition of demolition, to include the internal
remodeling
or internal gutting or internal demolition, I guess.
Yeah, and that's what I'm asking.
Internal or external demolition, I don't know how you want to say it, but to include this idea of gutting a building. And then also, I know that in that same area, there have been that exact thing that has happened, but it was done as part of turning some buildings that were existing into affordable housing buildings.
Right.
So there would have to be an exception for conversions to affordable housing or something like that.
So the language in the ordinance, if you look, I'm reading from page 316, line 12.
Okay, hold on, I gotta get there.
The city manager shall not accept any demolition or development application that proposes the demolition of a building or part thereof and results in the removal of any attached dwelling unit. I would say gutting is removing an attached dwelling unit.
What page is it?
316, line 12. So Lisa, to your question, if they remodeled it and didn't remove any dwelling units, that would be permitted. But gutting, as you've suggested, Mary, I think would be prohibited by this language.
Right, but remodeling would result in additional costs, and so then whoever did the remodeling?
And I think the way we thought about that was, how do you define it? So you want people to maintain, right? You want people.
No, absolutely. We just don't want to displace people. And so my concern is that the price, because of remodeling, goes up significantly and you displace people.
Yeah, I think that is a risk. I think this language, though, is pretty broad to address some of the issues that you've raised.
Bob?
This says it applies to attached units, so this would be anything that's a duplex on up, is that right? Yeah.
3 or more.
So, 3 or more, okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't apply to duplexes, but 3 or more, okay. And 10 years is a long time. So setting aside the remodeling issue, I have to believe there's hundreds of units, right?
Mm-hmm. There's over 3,000.
3,000 units. So some of those, in the next 10 years, some of those 3,000 units are probably going to reach the end of their economic useful life, right? Some of them may have been built in like 50s or 60s or something like that. So then what happens? Like, you know, if it just like everyone would look at it and say, yeah, it doesn't make sense, you know, you can't gut it. You can't, you know, remodel. You can't do this. You can't do this. You just have to let it sit there. I mean, are we going to end up with some pretty crummy properties? Are we motivating? I know there's a maintenance clause in here. I read that.
Yeah, and there's also a clause allowing for the demolition of unsafe buildings.
I saw unsafe buildings, but there's a pretty big range between unsafe and just kind of crummy.
Yeah, that's
right?
Policy.
I mean, it seems like we're kind of ghettoizing this track, right? We're basically saying for the next 10 years, property owners don't invest in your properties. You maintain them to the barest minimum, but you can't improve, you can't upgrade, you can't improve, you can't make it nicer, you can't, you know, and so I get the I don't have an answer. I'm just worried that there's going to be unintended consequences here.
Well, so, yes, I think, Bob, I was going to raise a similar point, but I think the ordinance as written would allow for reasonable remodels, right, for aging properties. And so I would caution adding additional restrictions that were too strict, because, I mean, you want to be able to let people replace some cabinets or something that are falling apart, right? So, but that's a remodel,
Right.
you know, so, you know, I really wouldn't go to preventing remodels. I mean, whatever the gutting standard is seems like a good one, and Tom seems to think this covers it.
And is there no safety valve here? In other words, this is just like prohibited, so if somebody comes through and has a really, really compelling case, it just like, there's no like, can't go to planning board, can't come to council, can't do anything. You just can't do it for 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, what happens if you get black mold in the building?
Yeah, or something like that.
Or something like that.
So that unsafe buildings clause includes such as sanitary conditions, infestation, rats, vermin. So I think black mold would be an unsanitary condition.
Unhealthy, too.
Yeah, so they've tried to capture that sort of thing in that clause.
I mean, this speaks to the issue of what comes in phase 2 or in the work that needs to be done next around what can we require of applicants. So in other words, are you using OZ funds or not? You know, and if you're buying, if there's a transaction that this is part of. So, but I'm going to bring up an idea that I had earlier of delinking, adopting the overlay zone and the use standards from lifting the moratorium for a period of time, known certain. In other words, we adopt the use tables tonight, and we say we will lift the moratorium as of this day, which is 120 days in the future. And that gives staff a certain amount of time to do the work that they have in their next phase. So I don't know if it's enough time, we should talk about it, but I was thinking 120 days. And so the point is that there are a few things that we are hearing from the community, like how do we find out if this funding is being used in these projects? And if we don't have time to do the work and we lift the moratorium completely, then those projects can come in who have raised their funding. And so it is a compromise to say we will lift the moratorium on a date certain, and in the meantime, we want to find out what we can do about these things. And I don't think anyone will be exactly happy with it because it's a compromise, but it is something that both accomplishes the adoption of the use tables in this council and this project, and lets the next council and staff have a look at, does the council want to do those things? And if they do, what do they want to get done? And one of the things I think is most important is finding out, Kaiser Marston could add on to their previous work that they just did and figure out what the impact of the OZ is. And so anyhow, I'll put that out there into the ether and we can think about it. But it accomplishes 1 and 3.
Yeah.
And goes ahead and commits to a lifting date for the moratorium, but staff is talking busily, so.
Sam, let me ask you though, what are you thinking about I would want to ensure that we have the time to do the adequate assessments.
Well, that's what we'll ask staff about, for sure.
So what we were just discussing is the current ordinance expires June 22nd, 2020, which would be our recommendation if you want to go along the lines that you're talking about. 120 days is really short time for these guys to do anything materially. So leave it. If the next council wants to do something different, they can, but this gives them a time.
Right, the next council can lift it right away if that's what the election tells us, and, this will give time to do that work, but it leaves the date certain in place. I mean, that was the thing that I thought was most important, is to signal, we want this to come off, but we have some serious questions about, and can you go to the slide where you talked about the next steps? Yeah, so it was in here where I think you captured the concept that we were asking. It's like, how do we find out if the money is being used in these projects? And how do we want to treat that? And do we want a higher level of requirements from the projects due to the use of the OZ funding, which has this big tax credit implication?
So, Sam, can I?
Sure.
Well, when we embarked on this process, my understanding of it was with the idea of revising the use tables to make sure we don't get what we don't want in this area because of potential additional development pressures. And my understanding would be that this would finish that process, and so that the use tables would now be adopted to come into alignment with what we feel like we would want to see in this area. So my understanding throughout the process was that that would then be the time to let the moratorium go. I'm very much in favor of preserving the demolition, the prevention of demolition, preserving the prevention of demolition, to preserve the housing in that area. But I worry that this will become yet another rolling, indefinite moratorium. The height moratorium was first enacted in, was it 2015? And we just extended it for another year and a half. So I think we should just let the moratorium go after we make these changes.
Lisa?
Well, I am with staff in terms of not lifting it until June of 2020, so that you do have time to look at the issues that Sam brings up. And I would be reluctant to let go of the moratorium until we're a little more sure of how we would do that. I did have a question, but I'll bring that up later.
I agree with Sam with your leaving the moratorium in place and giving staff a chance to look at this and give us some analysis so that, I mean, the unintended consequences could be just this something massive that we can't even quite imagine at this moment.
It just makes it more attractive as far as we can tell. And so I would just ask staff, I mean, what are your thoughts on how you would like to go here? And it seems like the benefit from the Opportunity Zone tax credits, if they're being used, there could be more benefit recapture. And how would you think about that?
Yeah, I think as we think about if there is the incentive to move forward with redevelopment because there are tax benefits to a project, what the result would be and what we talked about when we instituted the moratorium in December of last year is this may accelerate development at a rate that we were not anticipating. And then the direction from council was to then proceed with making land use code changes to make sure if development occurs, we get the outcomes that we want. If the concern is really that a project's economics may result in additional economic benefit for the developer, and therefore we want to extract additional benefit, that gives me pause. And I would like to consult with the city attorney further on that, because especially if we start to talk in the realm of impact fees, there are very strong legal boundaries there that we need to make sure we don't cross. And so if council's interested in understanding what that looks like, I think the approach, Sam, that you've raised of keep the moratorium in place for now, we can do some economic analysis to understand what that potential profit margin would be. I think it still raises the question of then what do we do about it? And I think we have to really think about what are the appropriate tools in the toolbox that we have, whether it's land use code changes to make sure we get the types of development that we want. But that's where I think we'd want to make sure that we work with the city attorney to make sure that we aren't crafting regulations that start to get outside the bounds of especially the impact fee statute.
Okay, Bob.
Yeah, I'm gonna vote against this, and maybe Aaron will join me, for the reasons that Chris said. I think while this is an interesting analysis, we can certainly do this analysis whether the moratorium's in place or not. And I think the deal was, as Aaron said, was once we got the use tables revised to get what we want, that the moratorium would be lifted. And this kind of feels like it's shifting away from that deal, especially if it goes out to June. That's a long time from now. And then I think we have to be thoughtful about what we're going to do with this information once we get it. As Chris says, we have to be very careful about Nexus. And then also, I think there's just a practical challenge. Even if we could kind of somehow get around the legal issue of Nexus, it's not unusual for development to change hands in the course of the development. So your applying developer may say, honestly, no, I'm not using Opportunity Zone advantages. And the property may change hands in the course of the development. And I don't know how, I don't know how you would even know that the property had changed hands and be able to capture, maybe the next owner is using them. So I think we've struggled with how we would even get that information and have that be accurate. And so interesting study, but I think we should stick to the original plan and lift the moratorium in parallel with this great change to the use table, which you guys have been working on for years. So I think this is a culmination of some really fantastic work.
Mary?
So this area, the census tract that is the Opportunity Zone, is not part of anything that is on Appendix J. Is that?
Well, there's a little bit of it.
Just the portions of parts of the BVRC and Boulder Junction are in the Opportunity Zone.
Okay. But there is a kind of a overlap there where the community benefit, affordable housing, linkage fees could apply, but they won't apply because this isn't part of the area that's allowed to go to 55 feet. So I'm just wondering, I guess I'd like to know more about the nexus and understand that, But I just want to remind us that since this isn't really part of Appendix J, the extraction that we could get for additional height, for one, it might be a lot more difficult just because there's no, if it's all by right height, it's going to be harder to find the extraction lever, I guess.
Well, then we can fix that and just put the whole opportunity zone in attachment J.
Well, I mean, I'm just pointing out that.
No, I get it. You have something?
Well, just a little follow-up thought. I mean, keep in mind, the vast majority of this area cannot go above the 35 feet because it's not an Appendix J. And you can't demolish multifamily housing, assuming we pass that, which I will vote in favor of, for sure. I support that. And we have the high linkage fees that we have for commercial development, and we're just adjusting the use tables. So, I mean, I feel like we pretty much finished this project. But in the meantime, I mean, there are any number of perfectly innocent property owners who had plans for their properties, who are like, oh, I'm going to do some, whatever, modest, a 5,000 square foot office building. And we've put them entirely on hold for however long the moratorium's been there. And now we're just saying, well, now you're subject to that for another at least 6 months. And so I just feel like we're kind of mistreating people who are caught up in this through absolutely no fault of their own.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my suggestion because I usually try and go along with the deals we make at the beginning of the process. I will say that there was a little bit of oversight, I think, on our part, not to ask for the economic analysis as part of the community benefit package, because that was such good analysis, and when they were doing it, we could have had them add the impact, and we could have treated the OZ differently. So I will agree, I don't want to put business owners through any more delay in their plans. The motivation for what I was putting out there was to look at the additional benefit recapture that we could get. But Bob, I'm also convinced that you're right about the legality, and Chris mentions it as well, because if you can't come up with the nexus, you can't do it. You will lose in court, and that's really not where you want to be. So I'll withdraw it, and I'll support lifting the moratorium as part of the adoption of these other two pieces. The one thing I will want staff to think about a little bit, at least my recommendation, is how do we make sure that what we have for protecting the market rate affordable residential units is good enough? Have we put what we need to? Because that would just be a tweak to fix. If there were some stronger, we could come back in the next council and add language for a small thing. So anyway, I was just floating the idea because it's that benefit recapture. I felt like I didn't see that opportunity, and I didn't ask for it.
But thank you for that, Sam, because I feel like with that, we could probably just move forward and get this done.
Okay.
Thanks.
I just have a question that kind of has been bothering me in the back of my mind with respect to industrial zones. And so in industrial zones, we, under the community benefit ordinance that we just passed just a few minutes ago, we are allowing anything with less than a 1.0 FAR to have the density bonus. So just, I guess the real quick question would be, would that community benefit apply in the industrial zones within the opportunity zone?
There are some small industrial properties, I think in Boulder Junction, that fall under that category, but Appendix J would have to be expanded to encompass some of those other industrial zones.
Okay, so the quick answer is, or the general answer is no. Okay, thank you.
Cindy.
So I think that it is a mistake to lift the moratorium at this point without at least doing more analysis. We don't know the answers to what the legal questions are. I mean, this is we came up against this before with the impact fees, and it was, the skies are falling. And it's not that high. It's not as high as was recommended. And in terms of feeling sorry for those people, the ones who didn't know, I'm sorry, but don't forget, Aaron, the chamber lobbied for this before the council even knew about it, so they were signed on to putting this opportunity zone in place. It is the most inopportune opportunity zone, and the reason that it's so low, it shows people being low, is they count our students who don't have any money. That's where they get their low-income folks, the majority of them, a third of our population. So I'm not going to support lifting the moratorium now. I think there's more that can be done, at least in terms of knowing and looking at other communities and trying to figure out how this is not just a way by which we are taken advantage of, but rather we are at least able to get the benefits that should accrue to the community as this was originally put into place.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, and see, I want to go on record to say that I think the tax program as a whole is a terrible idea. So,
Yeah.
And I wish the federal government had not passed it. Anyway, but we're stuck with where we are. But just that there were though hundreds and hundreds of property owners who had no idea about any of this. And
I'm sure that's probably true too.
Right, everybody got caught in the middle, and, but I want to agree with Cindy, and I just want to point out, I just last week got a postcard from a realtor about opportunity zones and what wonderful investments they are. And he said it allows the taxpayer to sell real estate, stocks, bonds, and mutual funds with the following tax benefits: defer payment of capital gains, 2, step up in basis of a deferred gain, and 3, new gains from an opportunity zone fund appreciating in value are tax-free after 10 years of investing. Now, everybody was caught unknowing about this except for some friends in high-powered places, and the council certainly didn't know about it. It's interesting the chamber knew about it before the council knew about it, but I think it would not hurt us to find out and ask Kaiser Marston to do economic analyses. And I don't want to rush you guys because I think you've done yeoman's work on this project. And so I want to be respectful of your time and your confidence in terms of being able to turn around something. While I would like to be done, I don't think we are done. And I'm concerned that it's not like the opportunity zone just happened, but that we have realtors now in Boulder sending out postcards telling us that we can invest in the opportunity zone, and here's all of these wonderful benefits from a few very abled and well people with money to be able to invest in a way that doesn't benefit the community.
Mine was 8 by 11, Lisa.
Yeah, I got a big one too.
Yeah.
Well, my guy, he believes in the environment and he doesn't want to take down more trees than he has to.
So, I really think that the legal concerns are pretty great here because, having been on the planning board and talked through and seen nexus studies and why they have to be done and what the legal standing is, we would be taking, I think it's going to take a lot more work. And I don't know that the next council is going to prioritize the work. And we have done 2 really good things here. We have changed the use tables to get what we want if something does occur, and we have protected the housing. Those are the 2 things that are on the table here. And for me, that was kind of the goal at the beginning, was to get those things done. And then we can come back and find out in the next council what could or couldn't be done legally, and or what could or couldn't be done from a standpoint of finding out who ownership is. I mean, in the US, it's very opaque sometimes who the people behind ownership are, and Bob's point, sadly, is well taken. These projects flip. So somebody could attest in good faith that they were not a member of one of these funds. They could entitle a project, and then somebody else could come in and buy it, and it would be an LLC, and you wouldn't know who's behind it, and you would have probably no way of piercing the corporate veil to know what their tax status is. So I think that's the real challenge here is I don't see the path, but I don't see the path to doing what we would like to do. And I will agree with Aaron, this is terrible tax policy put in place by a president and an economic development group that we're just looking out for fat cats. So this is all right, but we are where we are. And I also feel for those many business owners that weren't part of this decision-making, had no input, and it's just, I think we need to move on. And I think staff has teed us up for getting 85 to 90% of what we could get out of this. Maybe a little more benefit recapture, but it would just be at the margin.
Well, if I can just comment, we had that happen at the old Daily Planet, Daily Camera building, where they were flipping all the time and making lots of money. That started at, I think, a bid of 7.5 million and then went up to over 13 million. So one thing we didn't do in this, and I don't know how we could have identified exactly doing this, is displacement of local smaller businesses. And so I think that's something that the future council might want to look at, because it's our small local businesses that make Boulder so unique and you know.
Made, past tense.
Oh,
Yeah.
There's plenty of small businesses still here.
No, I know, but they're leaving too. But anyway, I'll just say that, and I don't know.
So somebody want to put a motion on the table? Move us forward?
Don't you?
Go for it, Sam.
Okay, I'll do it. So motion to amend ordinance 8337 to update the use standards as it reads there. And number 3, motion to pass ordinance 8358 on first reading, establishing an overlay district on the federally designated opportunity zone that restricts demolition of existing attached dwelling units in the opportunity zone.
Second.
So this is a bargain. It is a bargain that has some downside, but it has a lot of upside. We got a third of the way through the use table project. These zone districts got promoted to the top of the heap because they were in the OZ. Staff did fantastic work to get us here. And the most important part to me is that we protected all the RH districts and all the 3,000 occupants who live in those market rate affordable homes.
Can I just speak at, I believe Suzanne, Mayor Jones, sent in a long email about all the things we're talking about tonight. I think she's generally in alignment with the way that we move forward. But as I read her email, she is in support of the motion on the table.
So,
All right, I don't have anything to add.
did we get a second?
I seconded it.
Okay.
I don't have any comments. I stopped talking after midnight.
Anybody else want to make comments before we vote?
Well, I'll just make a comment that I think, again, the staff has done an incredible job, and this was not on our work plan, and I really appreciate the level of attention that everybody has put to this, and really, again, once again tried to follow our BBCP goals. And I think hopefully it will do the job we wanted it to do.
So So, and I would just like to echo Lisa's thoughts with the staff. I know this has been a lot of work, and they've stayed up late at night with us, which is pretty amazing, and are still smiling. I mean,
and it's morning already.
And it's morning.
It's morning in
And
America.
I like the overlay zone, and I like the attempt at extracting some benefit in terms of housing. But I am not going to, just as a protest vote, I am not going to support this. I'm really unhappy about the way that it all came about and that we're placed in this position of doing this.
Okay, so.
Real quick, Sam, just to clarify for the record, for ordinance 8337, that would include the amendments shown in attachment G,
Yes.
and then the amendments that council discussed, which is option 1B in attachment D, option 2D in attachment E, and option 3D in attachment F.
Staff recommendations.
Did you include
staff
option
recommendation.
1B?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so with the staff recommendations, yes.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you.
Show of hands.
Show of hands.
All in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 opposed.
Opposed? Okay.
6 to 1.
Thank you.
Can I just say to staff, I really appreciated how you put those options together, like the original and then your recommendation, but also one or two more for our consideration. And your recommendations were fantastic, but having all those options was
Good model. Use that again.
good. Yeah, it's really well.
It's like having a menu and going to the restaurant and picking what you want.
And I want to know if you got a new thing to make that so zizzy, like when you can highlight those,
So,
the options.
let's see, I think we're done.
We're done.
With our
You have your call.
public hearings. So there's the call up. We didn't call it up earlier. So do we,
No, we don't want to do that.
so does anybody want to call up? No. So,
Sam, well, it's a good job getting us through all this.
thank you.
Sam,
Big,
yes.
heavy meeting.
Yeah, I thought you organized it very well.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
If there's any
Made
other,
it easy to follow
okay, good.
and discuss.
Good, thank you all. Thanks for the long night, and is there any other feedback on the way we handled stuff? All right, great. Meeting's
job.
adjourned.
Live from Paris on France 24.
Presses ahead with its offensive in northern Syria, really brushing off any attempts to deviate them from their path. At the same time,